It's the final day here at DreamHack Stockholm. Only 3 teams are still standing, and by the end of today, one of them will claim the OWCS World Championship title. Buckle up, Championship Sunday starts right here, right now. Hello everyone, welcome. We're at DreamHack Stockholm in beautiful Sweden. My name is Zoe, and joining me on the desk to break it all down for you are Nekra and Avril. Guys, you are looking lovely. How ready are we feeling for the day?
Oh my gosh, we're all so fancy for the final day, our Championship Sunday of the World Finals. This is the year, Avril. I feel it. Something is in the air. I think something really special is going to happen today.
I'm ready to crown a new world champion. Falcons are out of here. They do not get to go for the back-to-back, which means somebody new has to win. I can't wait.
That's right. Let's take a look at the bracket to see the journey. Look at the journey that all our teams have had over the last couple of days. We definitely had some surprises, ups and downs, lots of heartbreak. All these teams came to play, and we were treated to so many great matches. Lots of C9s as well, Nekra. I think that's on you though, right? You can still blame me for that?
Yeah, I don't think that the curse has been lifted quite yet. But hopefully that's not going to happen today, especially when all of the final matches today are such high stakes.
They are indeed. And now let's hone into what happened yesterday. We did have to say goodbye to our last Chinese team. Weibo, unfortunately, did not make it through in the lower bracket. After they had a tough go at it in the upper bracket already, it just didn't seem to be their meta this time around.
Weibo have had struggles throughout the entire year. They peaked at the top 4 at the Hangzhou Champions Clash that we started out the year with. Unfortunately, got grouped at the mid-season championship. Couldn't even quite make it out of there due to Virtus Pro upsetting them. And now a top 6 finish, which they're going to have to be happy with a little bit. China, at least I think, on the resurgence somewhat. Team CC had some good showings at this event. Weibo would like to have finished at least 1 place higher, but the nemesis is in Falcons, cleaned them up 3-0.
I love that you're calling out there. Team CC definitely had a very good show of things, and I think a lot of where we can see the hope for our Chinese Overwatch teams. You still have just incredible players. I think Monk, Shy, Leave, they really had major tournament performances, and unfortunately, I think just the inflexibility of the roster, as you were saying, just with the current meta, did make it a lot tougher.
A shout out to the fact that Weibo did take down SSG though, so Weibo getting some international victories in there, proving that China is here to compete, that they can still be competitive, that they are still growing, coming back as a region and coming back to next year strong.
Absolutely. And I mean, in general, the region has showed up. Team CC had a great showing as well in the early stages of this tournament that did exceed our expectations. So we're very excited to see more from China heading into 2026. Now, a big surprise yesterday has got to be that our reigning champs, Team Falcons, did not make it through. They got knocked down into the lower bracket by one of our MENA teams. And then they had an exit, an earlier exit than anyone would have expected at the hands of Crazy Raccoon.
What could you have expected out of a banger? Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, they have had such a legacy competing against each other for the past 2 years. This season alone, Crazy Raccoon is going to have a 9-3 record versus Team Falcons in their matches, but it of course comes down to a 5-map series to end it all.
Usually does, and well, for Crazy Raccoon getting themselves once again a win versus Team Falcons like they did in the final to get here, which was a 4-3 victory, and extending the lead overall head-to-head between the teams to 18-9. This was, of course, Crazy Raccoon Falcons number 27, and look, number 28 will be around the corner next year.
And I was really excited to see that Crazy Raccoon did take some risks in this match as well. Brought Spint back into the roster to at least give Spint his first ever LAN tournament game. And even though that did not work out for them on New Junk City, gives me a lot of hope that, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they've definitely hit the books. They know how they're going to get the best out of each player on their roster.
It does mean that Crazy Raccoon get the opportunity now to maybe get that elusive world title they missed out on last year due to Team Falcons. This year, they get the revenge. Falcons, they cannot go for the back-to-back now. Crazy Raccoon, they are dangerous in the lower bracket. We saw how they managed to win that in the Champions Clash early in the year, dropped down the lower bracket, then went all the way through and won.
The salty run back. You can always expect it out of Crazy Raccoon, and especially with the veterancy on the roster, you know that these players are no stranger to having to play in such a high-pressure environment, and I just think that Crazy Raccoon, while they are in that lower bracket, they can definitely make the comeback.
They can indeed. I think, honestly, if you're looking at our 3 remaining teams, You can make a really good argument for any of them hoisting that trophy at the end of the day. Let's talk about individuals. Starting with the OWCS roster, I think one player we just have to point out here has got to be Landon. He popped off yesterday. What a performance.
It was just amazing. I think especially with the 3K that Landon was able to get on King's Row, I feel like that was just such a clutch moment for the team as a whole to be able to just solidify themselves at one of the tops in Overwatch history. And Landon in particular is a player that I think has seen a lot of growth over the last couple of years. Started mostly as a Baptiste player, especially during his time as a part of the London Spitfire, but now as he's moved forward through OWCS, we've seen a lot more growth in terms of being able to play the Kiriko and the Juno.
It's also the first time OWCS has been able to take down a Korean team, and we saw the first part of that clip that in the highlight package that, yeah, it's the clutch on Shambhala. That's the memorable one from yesterday, part of the huge victory that OWCS had, and landed now the sole North American player remaining in our top 3 teams. The rest of North America in terms of teams may be out of here, but at least the North American player has remained.
Yes, please, please, our
That's
North
such
America
a
hope.
That actually, like...
Paid
No,
for by the
and he's
Mr.
out.
X gang.
Landon's playing for EMEA team, therefore he is EMEA. You cannot claim him no more. But yeah, Landon is he's just such a stable backline. Like, he always performs. Like, Landon just cannot underperform.
But it's not even just the healing, it's the damage output from Landon. You saw all of those kunai headshots from the Kiriko, and just to be able to get like he 1v3'd an entire team yesterday. And I thought that was just so special, and you can always count on Landon to be able to get that double duty.
Indeed. Now, let's talk about one, if not the DPS player. He's been around forever and then some. It's Lip. And he once again showed that he's not slowed down in quote-unquote old age.
And Lip, he is looking towards his future quite brightly as, once again, it's that world title that he is still looking for. Won many titles in the Overwatch League, won many other titles, including the majors that we have had in the OWCS so far. But for Lip right now, looking at his entire career, absolutely the most winningest player of all time, overtaking Violet. Violet's not at this final. Lip is looking for #1, and he's leading the way with Crazy Raccoon.
And he doesn't look like he's missed a beat. I mean, Lip, he just performs on every hero. You know, a lot of it was the Sojourn play yesterday, but throughout this tournament, we've also seen Lip show up on his signature hero, the Sombra. He just loves to play that pick and hasn't really quite worked out in terms of the compositional matchups that they've had. But, I mean, Lip, the overclocks, it just so sharp shooting for this. And it's exactly what they're going to need to actually win this tournament. They're going to need to have their entire roster step up to the plate.
Oh, and I have no doubt Lip will be performing today. Here you see him barely fitting in the screen since he's 7 foot tall.
He's so tall. He's
Fun
actually
fact.
so
Has
tall.
anyone
in fact, that
actually,
gives
like,
him, like,
how
a-
tall is Lip?
Johnny is stood next to Lip, and Johnny, I'm going to call him out. Johnny doesn't think Lip is tall, so get Johnny, please. Everyone get Johnny. Johnny believes Lip is actually not that tall, but I think Lip is gigantic.
Have you ever seen a picture of them next to each other?
Johnny says he doesn't want to mog Lip, so they don't want to take a picture. That's how it is. Don't worry, Johnny's coming.
Let's go with that. Now, another highlight-worthy DPS performance is what we got out of Quartz yesterday. Like, that was criminal, honestly. Like, that was filthy. Filth. That's what it was. I have never seen something like it. Like, Quartz stepped it up like to a level that I didn't know he was capable of.
But that's the thing, it's like Quartz has been on the Sojourn for several years now. And that's kind of been like the one hero that he's always stood out on. But this tournament in particular, like, wow, what a star.
The thing about Quartz is he's been kind of on people's radar for the longest time now. Even before he made the OWCS, he was just barely short of making the Overwatch League there as well. And now coming into this era in 2025, he is without a doubt in my mind the best player in all of EMEA. But can he be the best player in the world? Because now he's got players like Lip still in front of him. If he wants to prove that he is indeed the best hit scan in the world, right now taking a world title is going to cement it.
I mean, Quartz actually had some amazing final clutches like this moment as well on King's Row. I think it's just like, as a whole, this entire squad for Twisted Minds, when they're feeling themselves, and they actually can do so much with that momentum and that just confidence that they're able to generate with a lot of these big clutch plays.
Hot take. Honestly, based on how Quartz has been playing, he may be my #1 player to look out for in this top 3 today, going in towards the final, in this upper bracket final for the rest of Championship Sunday. Quartz is the guy on my mind at the front of the list. that if he can perform, I think if he even wins this tournament, in my mind, he's like the entire tournament MVP.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. Like with what he's put on yesterday and even the days before, like Quartz has been really stepping it up to another level in this World Finals. Now let's take a look at today's schedule so you're aware of what's coming your way. We got plenty of action, of course, in terms of gameplay, starting with the upper bracket final between Twisted Minds and Al-Qadsiya. Afterwards, we're going to head down into the lowers once more, where Crazy Raccoon are awaiting their opponent for a chance to perhaps make it to the grand finals once more. We also have a developer segment and a show match, and Vendetta will be played in the show match. And during the developer segment, we also have the voice actress of Vendetta on this very desk to chat alongside two of our lovely developers, all things Vendetta and gameplay, so you don't want to miss that. And then, of course, we have the grand finals and also a live music act on stage. So plenty of action, plenty of great things to look forward to have yet to come. And speaking of things to look forward to, 2026 very much on the horizon, and with that also BlizzCon's return, and we will have the Overwatch World Cup at BlizzCon once again in September. And if you want to join, how about you look around today on broadcast on this stream for a secret code? If you find some letters, punch them into the URL you're seeing right here on your screens, and you might have an opportunity to join us at BlizzCon as we're handing out tickets for that. So that's very, very exciting. BlizzCon is just such a good time, and with the return of Overwatch World Cup, man, I'd be glued to the screen to get that secret code.
That's a core memory for me.
Oh yeah.
Watching the World Cup at BlizzCon was one of my first introductions to what true esports is, especially on that grand scale, seeing all those teams get that global clash. I remember like losing my voice cheering for Team USA during the 2019 World Cup. It was just so fun to be able to watch all of these players. It's a chance for them to rise to the occasion and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, it's been quite some time since we had the World Cup, so I can't wait to see all the countries come back and clash, and well, for some titles to be defended, and well, maybe some new winners to be crowned as well.
That's right. Well, we have to crown our OWCS champions first. So let's dig into our first match of the day in the upper bracket to figure out who's the first team who's making it through to the grand finals. We did have an opportunity to sit down with the players from Twisted Minds and Al-Qadsiya earlier. So let's hear what they had to say.
What's going on, everybody? It's Mr. X here with Psycho and Labda, and I want to talk a little bit about EMEA and just kind of the history between your guys' teams the entire year. You know, rivalries typically make regions stronger, make teams stronger. Do you guys feel you've made each other better throughout this year?
Actually, and since Junkbuck came to Europe, I feel like everyone improved, like team, VB, us. I feel like maybe if Junkbuck didn't come to EU, we would be like last year.
The fact that it's two Saudi teams and two, I'd say, friend groups, Libda and Quartz and Yubi, you know, they're friends with each other and see it. I'd say it's like part of the Saudi ego that they want to beat each other. And throughout
Maybe that's true.
Yeah, throughout the year, like both of our teams usually don't try that hard in scrims. But if we go against each other, everyone's trying their hardest.
When you watch the other team, is there one player on the other team, like for you, TM, and you, Alcad, that you just watch like their POV and you're like, how does this person get away with this? Like how, how does this person do this?
Last Saudi League, Quartz on map routes, he was killing everyone actually in that map. So I was, how?
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
Yes.
For Al-Qadsiya, I don't know, they just work so well together. Like in that D.Va, Lucio, Kiri, Sim, it's just everyone. I mean, obviously they're all really good individually, but they just click as a team.
What's your guys' take on like some of the other regions? Let's start with like NA. What's your guys' take on NA at the moment? I saw a smirk out of him.
To be honest, I don't watch any region.
Not
gonna lie. From scrims?
Yeah.
Actually, NA teams, I'm gonna say they're not that good actually. Even if we scrim every team, Liquid, GK, we didn't scrim GK.
Yeah.
But Liquid, GK, and SG, I feel like EU way better.
Do you feel like EU took a step up this year as a whole?
Yeah.
Like compared to
yes,
some of the other regions?
Last year, NA team was better with Toronto.
Yeah.
I feel like Toronto, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they were better than EU teams, but I feel like right now we are way better.
Like we made each other so much better this year, and also just, I guess, more imports came to Europe this year, so that just raised the overall level.
You could get one thing from the other team that you think like, okay, TM is so good at this, I wish we could steal that, and vice versa. What would it be?
Actually, when they play Young Freya,
Yeah.
Chaser, I want to be like them. but we can't.
I wish we were as good at sim as them in the sim there. Because then we would have beat them at EWC.
Obviously, the rivalry's been extremely competitive. What would you want to say, kind of words of good luck to Twisted Minds going into this?
Actually, I wish them the best luck because they are EU team. I want the best for EU teams.
You know, we've been playing against each other all year. Now finally, we're on the other side of the bracket.
Yes.
So I really do hope they make it to grand finals against us. That would be the dream.
Well, what would it mean for, like, Europe, for either of you guys to win?
I mean, it would be insane. First time ever a European team, or even the Saudi team rather, has won like an international tournament. So it would be history.
Hey, I mean, I'm excited to see you guys play at this event. I think both of your teams are awesome. Thanks so much to Psycho and Labda for joining me here. We'll see Alcatia and Twisted Minds playing at the OWCS Grand Finals all week.
Great to hear the insight from both of these players. Necra, they're just, it's just so exciting to see them making it into that upper bracket. They both took down those Korean squads, which is just so exciting.
It's just a huge accomplishment, and especially speaks to what you heard those players say. A gap is closing. EMEA is on top right now in terms of the regions that are outside Korea, and now it's time to prove that. Can they overtake Korea when it comes down to seeing Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket? One of them is going to lose in this upcoming match, going to have to take out Crazy Raccoon so they can live out that legacy and kind of like the prophecy of seeing both of these teams match up against each other. Now, we've seen Twisted Minds and Alcatia play already in the regular season. Across the calendar year, Alcatia has won 10 times and Twisted Minds 9. They are so neck and neck in terms of just how close they are in their skill level and also how much they push each other as teams.
And of those games, we've had 4 E-League championship titles there in terms of stage wins, and also the recent E-League 2025 championship, 2 stage titles for OWCS where they went into the grand finals. The more concerning thing here is, for Alcatia's POV at least, Twisted Minds have won the last 4 times, so Twisted Minds are actually ahead in the head-to-head more recently against Alcatia. Right now, Twisted Minds look to be in top form. They're sort of changing the roster up a little bit. Psycho actually played more recently. Now this tournament, they've been playing a lot more UB. I do wonder if that's going to change things up in terms of how their approach is going to be. And just as noted, in this particular matchup between our top 2 EMEA teams, Psycho does step back in once again.
Wow, and that's really surprising because Yubi has looked amazing on the Symmetra, and that's kind of what we know him for. The Symmetra extraordinaire, but Psycho coming in offers a lot of flexibility that I think you know what you're getting from Yubi. You're going to get the Symmetra. If it's banned out, you're going to get the Mei, and Psycho brings a lot of other flex DPS into the lineup.
We heard in that interview as well, Psycho's like, yeah, we would love to be able to improve our Symmetra against you guys a little bit more, but when you look back over towards some of the previous meetings between these 2 teams, Psycho is going to come in and play the Tracer. Echo's very good in this meta at this tournament as well. That's one of Psycho's key specialities. So this is really Twisted Minds saying, hey, we don't need to be the Symmetra team. We can be the anti-Symmetra team because we know all of your tricks. We've played all of it ourselves. We know exactly what you're going to do, and we are the team that can counter you when the Koreans can't.
Yeah, and I mean, for everyone who's not been watching both of these teams go at it, like, those are the top Symmetra teams. Because on the other side here, of course, we do have Checkmate in the mix for Alcatia, who's also playing a phenomenal Symmetra. Yes, it was Twisted Minds who were like, let's call them like the originator of it, right? But we have a Checkmate on the side of Alcatia who's playing a phenomenal Symmetra as well, but is also just such a versatile player. I, for one, am very excited to see a potential Psycho and Checkmate Tracer head-to-head. Like, it's going to be good.
But Alcatia knew it was good, right? They just saw the playbook from Twisted Minds and they said, yeah, we can do that too.
We'll see if it's going to be a lot of Checkmate Tracer coming in today. Checkmate certainly has the flexibility. That's one of the key advantages that Alcatia have. They don't need to make any roster substitutions. Checkmate will be to play it all for the team. Whereas for the Twisted Minds side, it's going to be a lot more obvious. If you see UB in, you know exactly what he's bringing to the table. If he's not in, Psycho's in, you know exactly what Psycho's going to be playing, and he's probably not going to be on the Symmetra. So very clear for Alcatia in their game plan based on what they see on the opposite end.
And Alcatia is such an interesting squad. They came together at the beginning of the season with a dream. Checkmate landed. They started to fill out the roster from there. And this is a squad that got second at the mid-season championships. They've already proven themselves on a global stage, but now it's time to see if they can actually claim a world championship. And I really do think that they can just get the job done. A lot of these players, they're role stars or they're hero stars. They have like one hero that they really excel at. And the growth of this team team to be able to showcase even more depth from their hero pools throughout this calendar year. I'm so excited for them today.
So am I. I'm excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us, because there is so much flexibility on one side and there is just so much like skill on the other, like Twisted Minds. Like, they played at Symmetra Comp like no one ever has before. So even if you know how to counter it, it doesn't mean you're able to actually take him down. If we're looking at predictions for this one, I think this is a difficult one because they've faced each other so often and the results were just a back and forth, and it kind of depended on the day, on the form. I'm one for recency bias though. And just due to what we've seen yesterday from Quartz, I'm going to give this one to Twisted Minds. If he shoots like that again today, I think they got it.
I understand that prediction, and I was definitely starting to go towards that direction, but I think I gotta give some love to OWCS here. They have had so much history against each other. You know that they're gonna be taking those 4 consecutive losses towards the later parts of this season and hit the books. They've got this coaching squad behind them as well, something that Twisted Minds don't have, although I do think UB is being a little bit too humble, I think, with how much he has actually influenced the team and helped them grow. But I still think that OWCS, they're going to learn from the last matches that they've had, and I think Landon is putting up amazing numbers right now.
This is a true EMEA coin flip, the EMEA El Clasico, much like Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons in the East. This is the Western match to look out for, and I'm going to go for Twisted Minds, given that they have won the last 4 times up against OWCS. I think that definitely proves a lot. The back and forth has certainly been there throughout the year, but more recently, it's been a lot more Twisted Minds, and I'm also just going to go all in on Quartz, putting it all on the table, betting it all on Quartz. He's looked like to potentially be the best player of this tournament so far, and if he can make it all the way to the finals and maybe win that one, he'll cement himself as the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams can take it any given day. I see the audience is also slightly leaning towards Twisted Minds. What we've seen so far from them in this tournament has been extremely impressive, though. Like, I don't think, if someone who doesn't really follow all the regions at all times might not be able to comprehend why it was so impressive. But like for OWCS, for example, yesterday, 3 straight map wins against Crazy Raccoon after going down initially. That's unheard of. We've never seen anything like it before. So for OWCS to stay locked in like that and then really make Crazy Raccoon scramble at the very end, that was an impressive performance.
And outside of that, OWCS has basically been near perfect. As you look at their tournament run so far, it's just been easy 2-0s, easy 3-0s. And so I actually kind of doesn't surprise me too much. Now that I've seen just how good OWCS are, I'm like, oh, well, you tell me that again. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, they got 3-1 versus Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, the fun thing is, at international stages in these high-stakes games, OWCS has actually done better at internationals. They've actually qualified for more of them as well. OWCS were representative of EMEA at the Hangzhou Champions Clash. Twisted Minds missed out. They actually lost out in that playoffs and didn't quite make it the cut for the top 2. They made it to mid-season. Now, of course, we talk about the OWCS second-place finish. Part of that journey for the second-place finish for OWCS was taking down Twisted Minds in a 5-mapper on the way through from the semifinals in that single elim. So Twisted Minds didn't get a chance to face off against Falcons in that final. And we talked about them faced off against Falcons yesterday, and that's what they would have liked to have proven at the mid-season championship. So Twisted Minds, they've had a lot more of a rough journey, I would say, this year in terms of making it to and then performing at the international stage. Now they get to be the team going up against OWCS to see once again if they can make the final or not, or whether this is for Twisted Minds once again being stopped in their tracks right before the final because of OWCS.
And just like the games between Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, if you have Twisted Minds and OWCS going up against each other, rest assured you're most likely going to get a 5-map banger. And that means there is a lot of time to watch because it's so many maps. And that means there's more opportunities for you to get your drops. So make sure that your Battle.net account and your Twitch account are connected and you can start earning your drops right now. I'm just a massive fan of the dollar horse. It might be the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, the weapon charm is amazing.
I love having that represented here specifically for our World Finals in Stockholm.
Oh, these are definitely the best drops all weekend long. So hopefully you're going to get them. I'm personally a big fan of the Wuyong skins as well, because that's one of my favorite heroes to play at the moment. So I think there's a lot for everybody. But the weapon charm with the gold and the black, such a good color palette.
Yeah, and I saw from the OWCS account as well on socials that actually for today, for day 5, we're going to be able to get the poster spray in every skin from across the 4 previous days as well. So if you missed out on some of those skins from the 4 previous days, today's the last day. You can get those skins only today now if you missed out. So this is the day you want to get all your drops done.
Absolutely. And we give you plenty of opportunities to get them done. As I said earlier today, we're not just having gameplay, of course. We're not just playing them video games. No, we're also going to have the dev chat here on the desk. We're going to talk to the voice actors of Vendetta. We're going to see Vendetta in action as well during our show match. And you know, show matches are just... They're just a good time. I can't wait to see what our players have in store for us when they take to the Vendetta, because it is, of course, a Vendetta weekend, so you can play Vendetta as well. What can be done in the hands of, are we calling them pros?
Some of them are pros.
Some of them, yeah. I'm actually not entirely sure who all is playing in our show match. Do we know? Do we have full rosters?
We do, but that's a secret.
It's a secret, or maybe that's. I wanted to be surprised.
I'll tell you what, I've been
It
peeping into some player practice rooms. I don't know if they're the necessarily ones playing, but yeah, I've seen some pro players already hitting up some
Looking
queues
good.
for Vendetta. They play secretly. You won't notice them because they're all under like the streamer names, so they don't reveal themselves in European 5v5 or 6v6 quick play. You just won't be finding yourself up against a pro that you recognize anyway. But yeah, finding their time playing some Vendetta, watching them all learn that hero has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun to see Vendetta in action with all of our teams on the stage. But enough waffling. We are ready to start our day. Our all EMEA upper bracket final is coming your way right now.
Crazy Raccoon, they will take what is theirs.
Space Station now. They did what was required. There's no way GK have done it! Again and again and again. How does he keep doing it?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The impossible achieved!
We have a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel on the front line, folks. That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book. Falcons break the ties and bind to become your mid-season champions. Oh, buddy, it doesn't get any better than this.
Legends aren't born. They are made right here. That's because this is the World Finals. Welcome, the lights are on, the world are watching. This is OWCS World Finals 2025! Oh, DreamHack, we are here in beautiful Sweden. DreamHack, are we feeling good? I hope we are. We have got ourselves an incredible Championship Sunday. My name is Adam Savage. Great to have you back here with us again for this final day of our contest. We began with 12 teams 5 days ago. Now only 3 remain in the competition, but only 2 can be in our grand final. Which way will it go? Who will make it there? One thing's for sure though. With Team Falcons eliminated from the competition yesterday, we are guaranteed a new world champion today. Who will win? Who will go all the way? It's time to find out. This first matchup is an upper bracket final, and the 2 teams seeded first and second in EMEA. DreamHack, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this too? Let's meet the teams. First up, it's Twisted Minds! We welcome TVNT, Cord, Yubi, Simple, Funny Astro, KSA, and Psycho! The OG Symmetra team defining the meta for the rest of the world. The first seed from EMEA sent the former champions Team Falcons into the lower bracket. But how will they fare here today? Please welcome to the stage their challengers. Give it up for Alcatia! Lapta, Checkmate, Ziad, Kellex, and Landon. the forever rivals of Twisted Minds, trading wins with them since their inception across multiple leagues. With a seasoned backline, can they make it count, booking a place in the grand final today? Wow, wow, wow. We have got ourselves one seriously spicy upper bracket final. I want to ask you, DreamHack, to make some noise for the teams. First up, make some noise for Twisted Minds! And let Al-Qadsiya hear you scream! They're ready. We hope you're ready too. Let's get this show on the road.
It's Championship Sunday here at DreamHack Stockholm. Twisted Minds now Katsia facing up in this upper bracket, Johnny. We're guaranteed a new world champion, and EMEA are guaranteed a team at the grand finals table.
It's an absolute treat being here on the last day of the 2025 Overwatch Esports circuit. And the year that's been, I feel like it's really been the story of Twisted Minds against Al-Qadsiya, facing up 20 times already this year throughout the Overwatch Esports ecosystem. And now we get to see them at least one more time today.
At least one more time. And their matchup as well, Johnny, it's been 50-50 over the last year, like straight up. This will finally break that tie. And on the international stage, at least looking at mid-season, Al-Qadsiya ended up taking down Twisted Minds to make it to the final in a 6-map banger with a tie on Blizzard World. Unprecedented for the world stage. Here's where we jump in. We're going to Ilios as our first map, Johnny, and someone we're seeing step into the lineup for the first time this tournament is Psycho for TM.
And I mean, there's not much more respect to be shown here from Twisted Minds. They've been coasting throughout this tournament, playing UB's Symmetra, and they've just demolished teams. But here, in the upper bracket finals, Twisted Minds, they showed their respect to Al-Qadsiya. They said so in the pre-match interview. They are the better Symmetra team, and so we're going to try and counter it. We don't want to take the head-to-head.
Yeah, the Symmetra has just been insane from both sides, and throughout the whole year, like Adam said on the stage, they have been the ones to define that meta, and EMEA has been known as the sim teams throughout the entirety of the year, but with Psycho in, and coming in as a player/coach, TM, and I even spoke to Astra, like, are you going to get a coach at some point? Is Psycho just going to be, you know, sitting on the bench and subbed in and out every now and then? Are you going to have a permanent roster slot for a coach? And they said, no, we're happy with what we've got right now. We're happy with Psycho doing double duty. Al-Qadsiya coming in, banning the Zarya, but Twisted Minds banning first the Lucio.
Yes, and this is going to be the matchup between these two teams. Some pretty default bans being handed out here to try and counter each other's styles. Lucio, of course, great target ban for Calyx here on the side of Al-Qadsiya. And on the other side, throughout this series, you know, we'll see the Hazard ban come out. We'll see the Freya ban come out. All of these great tools for dealing with the Symmetra composition. And so these are two teams now going into this matchup with very different styles, and target banning is going to be so useful for them.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds as well. I've been saying how they play the counter strat. They have their own kind of comp to deal with Al-Qad's sim, mainly relying on that Zarya.
Absolutely, the Zarya has been hero of the tournament maybe. We've seen so many teams have great success with Zarya, but as you're playing against the Symmetra, that's where the Hazard can come in really useful. A hero we haven't seen of too much this tournament. You know, the wall is so great for blocking the teleporter and preventing people from playing together in cohesion. And so going into this matchup, Ilios is still a pretty interesting map choice here. Obviously, it's been a go-to map for a lot of these dive teams that we've been seeing throughout these tournaments. But there's still a lot of great high grounds for the Symmetra as well.
Yeah, we've seen a sprinkling of Busan in there as well, especially over the last couple of days. But I want to talk about the DPS showdown, Johnny.
That's the matchup.
Labda versus Quartz.
Labda versus Quartz, two of the best hitscan players in the game. And of course, they have a lot of history together too. looking back at the Overwatch World Cup when Kingdom of Saudi Arabia came out on top. And they were on the same team back then, but they went separate ways. Of course, Twisted Minds with Quartz, Lambda on Al-Qadsiya, and now they face off against each other here in the upper bracket finals.
First to 3, that's how it's been done. And look, we've had a lot of 3 Overwatches over the last couple of days, Johnny, but a lot of them have been extremely close. I want to look at Al-Qad's kind of a small little flashback to yesterday, Johnny, against Crazy Raccoon. Holding down the point on Shambali Monastery was Landon in the backline. Not only has Landon been around for quite some time at this point, plays in the Overwatch League, but Kellex, a historic player, has been around since basically the dawn of Overwatch's time.
It's one of the more experienced backlines we had in the entire tournament. And, you know, speaking to Kellex, last year I did actually, when he was representing ENCE in the World Finals, he said, this might be my last tournament. This might be my last opportunity to hoist that trophy, but then found himself on this Al-Qadsiya roster going into Championship Sunday. This is an opportunity for a lot of old school players to build on their legacy here on Championship Sunday.
Crazy Raccoon obviously down in the lower bracket right now. Guaranteed an EMEA team in the finals, maybe even both of them if they continue what they've been doing over the course of the World Finals. It's been a crazy affair as well, like you said, watching the tank players kind of evolve. We expected a lot of RAM coming in for a lot of tanks. TVNT and Ziad, though, playing something like a D.Va, that is their wheelhouse.
Ziad, arguably Rookie of the Year, very young player coming into this year and just building on his legacy. And meanwhile, TVNT been such an instrumental part for this Twisted Minds team and hitting peak form at just the right time. A big influence to Twisted Minds' success as we roll out here on Ilios.
Psycho stepping into the roster again. Tracer, Echo, very flexible. Checkmate. Classically, we're going to see Al-Qadsiya on the sim, Johnny.
We're going to see Checkmate on this sim, and obviously Point Control is the name of the game for this roster. Twisted Minds opting for the Freya instead. A lot of poke here coming out from Funny Astros, Wu Yang as well. Let's see if Twisted Minds can break apart this Al-Qadsiya composition.
Yeah, getting to the point is number 1 priority for Al-Qadsiya. Gonna try and bait the teleport, get up into the high ground. Pressure simple.
Great
Got
matrix.
the Wu Yang heals though coming through from Funny Astro, but great pick by Quartz. Checkmate down, mobility cut in half now for Al-Qadsiya as they try and retreat through Cage, but Quartz with an eagle-eye view of the competition. A double kill for the Freya to start us off.
And they look so comfortable, Twisted Minds, around these rooftops. So difficult for Al-Qadsiya to get any sight lines to try and hit these very mobile targets. Was a bit of a dive opportunity there for Al-Qadsiya, not able to find the pick because of TVNT's great defense matrix usage as well. Now Al-Qadsiya struggling to walk up here just to get a little bit of space.
Yeah, the path to the point is going to be the most treacherous for Al-Qadsiya. You want to take it slow with the sim comp. You want to be able to get around places with that TP. A nice little bowler shot there from Quartz, and it's just lambs to the slaughter for the Freya. Quartz with a 3-piece after the bowler shot.
And Twisted Minds look mighty comfortable here on their map pick already. This is going to be a favorable matchup for them. It's a great map choice. Al-Qadsiya here. They'll just have to rotate, use their mobility off the teleporter, try to get in a position where they can start dealing some damage to these Twisted Minds targets.
Does take a long time to set up this sim though. Looks like they're going to try and flip the map on them. Wait for another TP from Checkmate. Instantly, as soon as it comes off cooldown, he's straight on. Orbital Ray on the point now. Simple Shield's already gone down. Tidal Blast on the brig. Bash into the point. He's swinging, and there's the knockdown on the cast, but they can't quite finish Lambda. Psycho ends up falling over, but another bolus from Quartz. A double kill for the Freya yet again. The hard carry from Twisted Minds coming up. Clutches Kellex. He's just under such duress right now. 50 HP, shield deleted. Twisted Minds lost the point, but should be able to get the recap now. They got man advantage, but eking out percent now is Al-Qad as Ziad gets demeched.
And that's a big fight for Al-Qadsiya. Double support ultimate used there to try to have enough survivability on the point as they set up their defense. Now, Checkmate still has the Symmetra wall. This is going to be a great tool just to mitigate a lot of this damage coming through. You want to out-sustain Twisted Minds' poke composition. Teleporter coming in on the outside area here. And Pulse Bomb eaten as well. Great from Ziad.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Escorting the team to the point. Deadeye available for Lambda as well. Pretty free cap though, Johnny.
But look at them rotating here. They want to utilize this Symmetra shield to get picks. They can't sit back quietly.
Bro, they can't get anybody. Quartz is drawing the ire right now of Zia, but jumps up straight to the high ground again. Ends up getting taken down eventually. Those thrusters from the D.Va are on such a low cooldown. It's hard for Quartz to create space between himself, but still, Twisted Minds, 80% on the board.
And REBROADCAST are doing a great job here, building percentage points, taking control of the space, and then they're pushing out. Twisted Minds here, trying to go for a bit of a contest here. A couple of ultimates online, Tidal Blast if they want to use it.
Another bowler shot is available from Quartz as well. Ends up tagging the corner, and Kellex instantly goes down. Nice duo effort there from the DPS players of Twisted Minds as Checkmate is chased off of the map. Oh dear, OWCS, they maybe got another attempt. They get 70%, but this is final fight with double support ultimate for TM coming up.
And they want to fight early here. They want to make things difficult for REBROADCAST. You can see them, 90% coming up here.
They're pushing spawn, Johnny. Oh, what? Labda pops the high noon. A small misstep, maybe. TP. Looks like someone's waiting for the boot. TVNT's got the self-destruct, so staying power on the point is just insane for Twisted Minds. A good bash onto Ziad as well. Tried to go for the self-destruct, but denied the remake. Overtime and still support ultimates are plenty for Twisted Minds right now as they secure the first round.
It's a great break play from Simple there. Another young generation player who's really found a place on this Twisted Minds roster, fulfilling his potential. Great start for Twisted Minds with Psycho in the mix, you gotta say as well. Haven't had any appearances this tournament. Can maybe feel a little bit unease just being on stage for the very first time, but as we take a look at the scoreboard, that's not the story at all. Funny Astro, 14-0. Psycho, 14-1. And TVNT doing a great job as well.
Funny Astro, 0 deaths, bro. I mean, Quartz is going to be the main guy you're chasing after, right? But only a couple of deaths. And it takes him a long time to actually go down too. Mobility Freya cannot be understated. Labda now on Soj.
Labda on Sojourn here, so that's going to be a lot of poke coming out towards TVNT here. The extra mobility is nice as well. You can be quite static on that Cassidy against a Freya who dominates in the skies. 10 seconds until the point controls here. It unlocks, and that is going to be Alcatia's trigger to engage with the Symmetra.
Quartz definitely getting the better of the duel right now against Labda. It's been a struggle so far. Even a small misplay as well on stage, using that high noon. Maybe thinking they were pushing early. OWCS though with a very swift cap.
Yeah, a great cap from Alcatia. And a nice pick onto Quartz as well. This should be them with complete control here, this first fight on Ruins.
Yeah, that's what you want out of your hit scan. If they're not online on stage, then something is definitely wrong. Simple resetting, and yeah, OWCS are going to try and take a forward position. Have got the safety of the TP to get out of there, though.
And this is a bit of a tougher round for Twisted Minds here, because they don't have the same opportunity to surround the composition. You can see Psycho navigating these health packs, trying to get into the backline. But the rest of Twisted Minds' damage, very much all of it comes in front of you. Much easier for Alcatsia to play around Twisted Minds' composition here.
Still bash there. Simple went for the triple schmack on to Labda, but TVNT ends up killing Checkmate. And now they can just force their issue here, force their way into the backline. Wow, very little resistance there from OWCS.
Yeah, a bit of a slow play there. Maybe waited for the orbital raid to come online from Landon, trying to build that ultimate. But Twisted Minds, they capitalized. And now, TM with 5 ultimates coming up on the board here. As a pause comes through.
All good. Yeah, not in the middle of combat, so we're all good. More awkward when it's straight in the middle of a fight, so hopefully we'll get this problem sorted out very quickly.
Obviously, you want to be at your most optimal best here in this pivotal matchup in the upper bracket finals.
Dude, that is a recline.
Oh, we're chilling.
Chilling.
I mean, don't let the appearance fool you. There's probably a lot of stress hiding in that.
in that the lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, most probably. See a Kellex sign out there. Mad respect. What we got? Touch grass. Okay, buddy.
People are trying to win that DHL drop. They want the jerseys. Avast will be out here later.
Yeah. Kellex equals the glue. Is Kellex the glue that holds the team together, do you reckon?
I mean, Kellex is such an experienced player. I mean, he's been competing for like, what, 7, 8 years now?
Since you've been competing, right?
Well, essentially, yeah. We traded. We traded fast. Yeah, we did a little bit.
All right, let's jump back into it, though. Yeah, not a long pause, see. It's all good. Get those tech pauses out the way.
And just look at Twisted Mind's positioning here. Poking Alcazia early here. They want to force out any little ability to try to get the upper hand when the fight comes. Oh, great pulls from Psycho.
It's insane coming in as well. Think about it from Psycho's perspective. Not really played the whole tournament at all, Johnny. Coming in the upper bracket final against a team you have such a heavy rivalry with.
Yeah, being able to perform in a moment like this with no experience on this stage is a testament to Psycho's individual skill. As Alcazia, they're gonna have to step up the tempo here. You can see a fake Symmetra teleporter forcing Twisted Minds back a little bit. But you gotta play with pace here as the orbital ray comes through.
Oh, Landon going so low. Luckily the Ray's there to actually heal him up. They're going to push through this choke, but I think Twisted Mind's pretty happy with this. This Ray moving slowly, disappearing as well. Now the ward to push them onto the point. Here comes the Tidal Blast, though, straight onto Checkmate. A nice little bash onto TBNT to try and sustain through this. And it looks like they've managed to do just that. Checkmate all good. That overhealth aiding in his survivability. A rally bash into the front line now as Twisted Minds try and turn the fight. Labda with the overclock, looking towards TBNT. Now he has really nothing in his way from him shooting at the back line, but TBNT still shuts him down with the Bunny Blaster.
We're trading back and forth here. Alcazia in point control, but there's still a couple of members alive here. Funny Astro finds one pick.
Someone's going to deal with Funny Astro. It's all the supports all day. Simple and Funny Astro save the day for Twisted Minds.
It's all about enduring all the abilities and ultimates from Alcazia, and you can see the ultimate economy drained from Alcazia in this moment. 73% for either team here. But Twisted Minds, they've been looking like the dominant team so far as they look to close out this first opening map.
Wait for the other dash there for Labda to get onto that higher ground. Psycho looking for another pulse. Oh, slowed down by the turrets as well. Hindered in his egress. Simple falling is not a good start though for Twisted Minds. Funny Astro, wow, paying for their sins in that last fight as they managed to carry them to victory, although Twisted Minds still with a good percentage, 98, as Labda snipes quartz.
And this round comes down to the one final fight. Alcazia with no ultimates on the board here. How do you get the upper hand in this fight as Funny Astro? Tidal Blast on the ready. Quartz has that bola for a big play. Can Siad eat it with the Matrix?
They need this orbital ray, Johnny. It cannot be understated.
Lano's building it.
5% away. Siad taking a fair bit of poke damage in the front line, but here comes the Tidal Blast on TBNT already straight towards the Sim, and Checkmate goes down before he can take the teleport. There's one kill already. And now Alcazia, they've got control of the point, and it's an OT, but Quartz has found a way into the fight. Misses the last shot though on Landon, and here comes the rally. These late support ultimates coming up clutch for Alcazia, but no! Oh, Cad! With double support orbital ray, rally going off, but Twisted Minds right under their nose, sneak the map away.
We gotta get a second look at that. A chaotic final fight on Helios, and Twisted Minds come out on top with their poke-oriented composition. Alcazia was a tough fight for them. They managed to build the orbital ray, and more ultimates were coming online, but Twisted Minds using their mobility to secure capture onto the point, then just putting Alcazia in a very tough spot.
Yeah, we've got to get an instant replay on that last moment as the stats. Of course, Quartz getting player of the game. No doubt. Unsurprisingly. Yeah, I mean, he was just on a tear. I mean, that polar shot too. You want to go through those small choke points, right? You want to be able to, as the Sim team, go through Mega, set up the TP, go to the point. But it's just so hard against the Freya.
100%. Like, you gotta catch these targets, but Funny Astro rarely dying on the Wu Yang as well. Quartz has so much mobility, so even Labda on the Sojourn can't quite catch the Freya.
Oh, here it is. So I'm looking at Kelex's positioning here. And who's the cap in the point? It is Psycho. Sneaks it away. And I mean, Kelex was backing up as well, kind of noticing, hearing that point being capped, wanting to get the final touch there. But Twisted Minds with a nice round win, taking the map as we now see Alcazia with their pick.
Alcazia, they'll be regretting that one. Unfortunate moment as they rotate away from the point, but that was Twisted Minds' initial map pick, and they got the first ban, targeting Kelex Lucio, which is so pivotal for this Alcazia team. So not too much to worry about. Now the ball is in your court. You get the opportunity to counter what Twisted Minds is throwing your way. And that is why these series, they go so long. Map 5, it was map 6 at the mid-season championship. It's because of these bans. They enable you to play your own game, and you force the opponent to adapt. Both of these teams have been very even these last few months.
I'll say it again, the 50-50 win rate here between both teams is going to get broken here. Actually, in theory, it could continue. One team wins, then the other team reverses in the finals.
Who knows what today got in store?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you still got Crazy Raccoon, obviously.
They'll be looking for revenge.
They've done it before, Johnny. I mean, look, Hangzhou, boom, lower bracket, and then they sweep through. Like, you don't want to see Lip angry, put it that way.
Lip angry is like iconic.
Yeah.
It delivers consistently. Lip, when angry, delivers some of the best performances we've seen. I think back to a matchup against Team Falcons, and Lip was angry on Suravasa and just took over the lobby, just dominated. So I don't think we need to underestimate the fact that Crazy Raccoon will be angry, and I don't think anyone is underestimating them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why you want to quickly sneak a win in here, dodge him, hope the other team has
we don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, just dodge him. So where do you think Alcad are going to go here? Obviously, Shambali Monastery has been a big pick for the EMEA teams, for just like sim teams in general. Are they going to pull that one out early?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, honestly. It's a great Symmetra map. There is some mobility, like high ground-oriented mobility on Shambali, so you could realistically play something like an Echo, like a Freya. It's going to be King's Row. Ooh. That's obviously the most narrow map we have in the map pool. And I'm thinking here at Katsuya, they want to dodge Blizzard World as well, because it's a map they've actually played before in the Saudi E-League. So obviously both of these teams, they are quite well-versed on a map like Blizzard World. Picking King's Row will deny Twisted Minds that opportunity.
And that's the map that they drew as well that led to that 6-map banger at mid-season. Yeah, Shambali Monastery, Route 66 and Dorado. Now we're going to go Dorado unless we see anything too crazy. Sojourn ban for TM, but before that it was Alcad banning Brick.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting. The Symmetra ban not being deployed quite just yet. And this is how we're approaching bans, you know, after a year of experience with this system, is that there are some really high-value bans, and you want to deploy them throughout the series. But this is obviously not the last opportunity for Twisted Minds to deploy the Symmetra ban.
Yeah.
And so you don't need to use these high-value bans straight off the bat. You can kind of calculate how this series is going to play out and deploy it at a later stage. So the Sojourn one comes in from Twisted Minds here, obviously putting mad respect here on Labda's Sojourn as well.
I'm peeping the stage, Johnny, too. Psycho staying in for Twisted Minds. No sub. Again, coming in kind of, I wouldn't say cold, but like still.
Yeah, I mean, he's still going to have to perform at a moment where he's had little experience on the stage so far. And the big question is for Twisted Minds if we'll ever see Yubi in this series. Because so far, when they kick off a series with either Yubi or Psycho, they tend to stay with that damage player. They're not big fans of doing mid-match substitutions. And obviously, we have a lot of experience with that in the past, a lot of discussion about, oh, let's sub in a player for map 5. Perhaps not the greatest idea to put him in cold in the most tense map of the series. And so this is a team that they go into a match like this with a plan in place, and they don't really deviate from it. They gotta commit. And obviously, with an opportunity like this, maybe you're feeling in the upper bracket, our tournament life is not on the line, and so we're going to commit to Psycho in this matchup. And then if that doesn't work out, maybe if we do make it to the grand finals again, we can have the opportunity to put UB into the match. Right now, it does seem like Psycho is going to stay in the mix here, and this is the plan of choice for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and then you want to go heavy sim maybe. If you end up facing Crazy Raccoon at some point, then yeah, you can have UB step back in. But map number 2 is about to get underway. Twisted Minds and Alcad 2. The rivalry speaks for itself, and even Avril touched it on the desk. It is like the Crazy Raccoon Team Falcons in Korea. We've got one at home, and it's Twisted Minds versus Alcad.
It really is, and I mean, steel sharpens steel, or whatever that way saying is going. It's that. I'm the Swedish person, okay? Like okay. I'm trying to get help from the native English speakers. But my point being is that these two teams in EMEA, they really pushed each other for excellence. Great scrim partner to have throughout the year, and just to keep improving. And I think you look at some of the Korean teams, Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they don't really have, they have a scrim bubble of some of the best teams in the world, but they don't have a scrim bubble with the best Symmetra teams in the world.
Yeah.
And so these two teams, they're obviously excelling in this meta, in this playstyle, and Korea doesn't have the same level of practice against it. So Twisted Minds Alcazia finding themselves here, it's a testament to their dedication to practice, how much they demand out of each other, and how they're constantly improving each other.
TVNT on the Zarya now was banned away in that first map, and this is kind of the anti-sim comp they've been running against Alcad for what feels like forever. They want to have the Zarya, and having Psycho in also makes sense. Send in on the Tracer, even on an Echo as well, being able to get so much high energy, and also minimize the targets that can be TP'd on.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. Obviously, the Symmetra provides a ton of mobility with that teleporter, but Twisted Minds composition is great for dispersing, from moving yourself away from wherever they are teleporting. Now, TVNT on the Zarya, quite immobile, and will be a target for Alcazia here as they scout out the defensive composition.
Labda and Checkmate taking so much damage early on. Quartz, though, knows your trick. Then Labda goes extremely low, takes the take-aim shot. I think his life flashed before his eyes there.
There
The
comes
bolt
the next rotation.
exploded. The next rotation, up onto high ground now, but TVNT has an escape route, and he finds a kill too. Landon already dead. Nice Hindernay does end Quartz's life for the time being, but Twisted Minds, it cannot be understated how much they played against the Simcom. They just hold kind of split. UTP onto us, we have maybe even 2 escape routes to run to make sure we don't instantly get popped.
You can see here, Twisted Minds, they're just trying to navigate around this point, trying to find the flank angles as Alcazia putting the pressure under the point here, but here comes the teleporter.
Teleport behind now. Oh, Quartz caught off guard. Straight from spawn, they managed to get him. Nice little boop there from the high ground. Simple though, still with a nice view of the fight. Early Suzu usage, and Labda is so low. Oh, wins the duel though against Psycho. Very little healing coming his way as well. Psycho needing maybe a couple extra bullets there from the Pulse Pistols.
We'll see if her recontest is in the making. Doesn't look like it. That Funny Astro goes down. TVNT to follow, and that will be the first point captured for Alcazia.
Early aggression too. Yeah, you're using that button to swap the spawns, you'd imagine. Although it looks like actually with that wave respawn coming in, they're more than happy just to spawn together. Alcazia capping the point. Let's get a quick listen in as the gates open.
The theory kills Saya if the Wuyang are being keep waiting for it. Yeah, we are going to still okay, okay, we got it. There's some set up, okay? If the wing also wait. I speak now. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, pick first. Pick now. We have space. Stay supply. Looking go. 3, ready. I go back to B.
The back and forth, the tug of war, they're back in, back out. We have the game plan. If they use this, we use this. But what a teleport from Checkmate there. Gets them all out of the grab, apart from Kellex. They escape, get to high ground, and then Checkmate just beaming everybody.
And that was dominant from Alcazia. Twisted Minds deploying their entire ultimate bank. And now, looking to recontest here on second point. With what tools available for them. Someone needs to make a big play here.
Yeah, but with no ult shot, it's going to be so tough. Alcazia, they could walk up, hit the wall, hit Deadeye. What are you going to do?
Oh.
Well, you can't do anything now, not with Astro dead. Good luck, Simple. You got a whole lot of work needed to be put in now. Checkmate, though, deploys the wall before he ends up going down. And now Simple just ran out. I mean, Alcazia with a perfect game plan on King's Row. They're going to get second point, Johnny. That's a lot of time in the time bank. And that felt like an unwinnable fight there from TM, and that turned into reality.
Yeah, this is really getting away from Twisted Minds now as Psycho swaps over to the Echo. A lot of high ground on this third point, but still Alcazia. High noon available for them here, as well as the self-destruct. Oh, they're pushing forward with the Deadeye.
Gonna run TP, straight across, looking for heads. Astro, oh, they still take out Labda. Astro was baiting out the high noon shot there, but it was Quartz that was the final arrow to the knee for Labda.
And if you can start building some ultimates here, great spot for Twisted Minds to be in here as they get closer to that Kitsune Rush. Want to match Landon's tool here, but this gets tricky. You can see Twisted Minds, they're stepping up here, but the teleporter is looming.
Now look, Quartz already
He's looking at the high ground,
He's
expecting
waiting.
it.
All right, well, there it is. There's the TP. Only Ziad taking it, though. Rush available for Lander, but Twisted Minds still need to build up theirs. They're going to back off for the time being. Quartz taking care of the teleport, but now comes the danger. TVNT on a knife's edge ends up getting beamed down by Checkmate as this rush. He's just way too late from Simple. He's 5% away, Johnny. Ends up going down. Tidal Blast onto Astro. He ends up just trying to run to the point to stall, but a good boop is going to seal the deal.
And that is why Alcazia took us to King's Row. A dominant attack featuring the symmetric composition, and Twisted Minds had no answer.
Initiating match.
That symphony of plays, Johnny, on the second point. You heard Landon call out, if they, on Kellex too, if they use this, we use this. We kite when they use Tidal Blast. We slightly later beat, and then we can push back in. They saw the bubbles being deployed, and then, well, it's all over. TVNT has to pull himself back, ends up hitting the grab, but then Checkmate has the answer. They're playing 4-dimensional chess, underwater polo at the same time, and it's just working out. 3 minutes and 24 seconds in that time bank for Alcazia. That is an insane amount of time, considering the caliber of both teams.
The map feels like it's essentially over. That is how much of a hole Twisted Minds have put themselves in here. You just gotta go out there, try to make some plays, try to get the payload rolling. Obviously, we've seen this tournament so far. If you can start the snowball on a hybrid map like this, you are capable of some great capture times. But they need to improve the layering. They need to get more value out of their ultimates. On that previous round, it was all Alcazia, like you said, showcasing that layering of ultimates. Twisted Minds looking for answer here as Psycho swaps over to the main.
Yeah, big flex from Psycho. Plays just about everything. Although not opting for the raw hit scan, of course, not when you have a Quartz on your roster. Alcazia playing them quite a bit of respect, though. Can't step up too much to the statue here.
Just poking and prodding for now. Symmetra, teleporter comes out. But this is an opportunity now for a Twisted Minds to turn things around with that teleporter deployed. See if you can find a pick.
Maybe even waiting for Quartz to find that one, man. So low, man, and they know it too. They're trying to push this corner right now. TP onto the high ground, but Twisted Minds kind of expecting this, kind of flipping the map, using that wall to separate the team. And in fact, make sure they can't TP back either. Good kill from Psycho too. Labda going down here. TVNT has nothing really in his way that can stop him. Kellex finds the boot kill onto Astro, but this fight is messy. It's split. They've been walled off in Alcat, in Twisted Minds' spawn as well. A D-suit. And that's the TM taking this point. They got 2 ticks already, and there's the cleanup.
And that's how Twisted Minds, they want to play the game. They want to surround their opponent. They want to fight back and forth, a little deathmatchy. And it works in their favor as they get the ball rolling. And now, look at these ultimates coming online for Twisted Minds. Slightly earlier than Alcazia. Landon has that Kitsune Rush, but we do expect Twisted Minds here to build up their ultimate economy. And this next fight is going to be pivotal in the outcome of this attack for Twisted Minds.
They are going fast, Johnny. Just going to try and flip the map completely. This is really smart, and being able to get there so quick as well. A TP plus the speed boost. Oh, speaking of speed boost, there's 2 rushes now on the point. Caught on a nice angle, though. This is free range for him. Someone has to be dealing with it. Ziad does end up getting the eat, but here comes the sound barrier, and TVNT overwhelmed. A Blizzard is going to stop Labda for the time being, but landed with a Suzu unfreezes the DPS.
Alcazia just putting the pressure on right now. Deploying double support ultimate. And they're tear their opposition apart, stalling this payload. And Twisted Minds are losing crucial time at a moment like this. And now Checkmate coming up on that Symmetra wall. Another great tool for these cohesive team fights. Well, Twisted Minds here, they're poking. They want to deploy this Graviton Surge, but Ziad with that Matrix is going to prevent them. High noon.
High ground.
Oh! Great dodge.
Immaculate dodge, and then a wall to follow up as well. Graviton Surge has been used, and TVNT in trouble, but a beautiful wall coming in. But unfortunately, still Kellex and Ziad end up going down. Looks like Twisted Minds, they are going to win this fight, get out of the choke. Let's quickly jump in with some comms to see how they set up for the next one.
When they come.
Yes. Shoot them, we want
shoot
Diva. Trust me, shoot Diva.
Yes. So hard. They're really close kids, actually, really close. Don't spam too hard, don't spam.
Yeah, okay. Stick up.
3 point.
I'll bomb 7. Go get energy, go get energy.
Yep, we'll bomb myself here. Yeah.
Throw it down.
We'll try to push it here.
Ready to walk, ready 3.
Wait. Let them push. Shoot him. Walk up and shoot him, okay? Let's bomb
Yeah, I can wall.
Shoot him. The team behind. Let's take. I'll take it. Oh, no.
I'm okay. They're tough.
Cure this. All the way. He's gonna be window. Give me.
Simon. Cast it.
Look behind left.
Nice.
They have steps to next, right?
Yeah.
Johnny, how much of a hole were they really in? You said it. As the gates opened for Twisted Minds, they've got a decently similar time back. They got 4 minutes on this final push.
Yeah, Twisted Minds looking good here. You can hear in the comms Funny Astro making plays, calling for the title blast communication. It's a great ultimate, and that sets Twisted Minds up. Now, Psycho with this Blizzard, but once again, Ziad's Matrix is going to be pivotal. Can Psycho put a stop to Alcazia here?
Yeah, using it here is going to be real rough, Johnny. Taking so much damage from Astro, by the way. There's the rush. TP on high ground. Not everybody taking it, though. Block forced onto Psycho. And a couple of keen shots there from Labda. And the rush down. I think Psycho basically ended his own life with the wall, just separating himself from the team.
And Labda coming online on this Cassidy. We were looking at the hit scan players for either team, Quartz and Labda. Who's going to come out on top? And so far, playing different heroes, different levels of impact, but Labda's doing his job here with the Deadeye.
I knew TP, they know it's coming. TBNT's in trouble, an easy kill. Double bubble used, they just blow TBNT to smithereens.
Okay, so both teams are trading back and forth here. Twisted Minds, they still look good when it comes to the ultimate economy. Patient play from them, they have time to work with. But this needs to be a fight they have to win if they want to finish King's Row with a decent time bank.
Kelex's beat is going to be so important. It's just 5 ults for Twisted Minds. Well, there's one at the very least, there's 2. Bolus ends up coming in, the wall's going to separate the team as the high ground control is taken by Ziad. B ends up coming in, doesn't hit Ziad unfortunately, and Labda ends up going down. The Blizzard separates the team as Twisted Minds throw 4 ults into the fight, and now TBNT in the front line trying to duel out against Checkmate, but Checkmate's damage is just too much. There's a tidal blast still being used here, as Psycho sent into the front line. Doesn't get a knockdown though, the Suzu comes in big, and Ziad with the bomb! Psycho in simple, blown up. Twisted Minds with 2 minutes, 5 ults dumped into that fight, and they barely get a meter.
That was everything from Twisted Minds, and Alcazia put a stop to it, landing with some great Suzu plays there in the middle of that fight. And he still has the Kitsune Rush available. It's his Twisted Minds now. One last grasp towards finishing this King's Row map.
Here comes the rush. Nice wall there from Psycho, delaying the push. But they're still going to go for this one. Just burn up as much time as humanly possible, but Quartz ends up getting a kill. Psycho in trouble, though. Instant block to try and survive as Kellex didn't buy his ticket. Kellex ends up getting destroyed, but Twisted Minds, Johnny, still with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and TVNT dead.
But still, though, it's a tough task to win this final fight as TVNT swaps over to that D.Va. You have no tools at your disposal. Alcazia, they gotta feel so comfortable yet.
Twisted Minds, I mean, they've got ults coming up again. This Blizzard, this tidal blast.
This tidal blast coming online for Funny Astro, but they gotta build them first. You can see, barely getting these ultimates in time.
They're freezing out Ziad to make. They forced the block out of Psycho already. Tidal blast available still for Funny Astros. They try and go for the re-peek on the corner, but it's looking like an OT finish. High noon, tidal blast. Wave ends up coming in under the payload, but a good boot! An insane boot from Kelly! The veteran does it! Boots the tidal blasting D.Va off of the map, and Twisted Minds, they dump ult in on the fight. They're trying to put out the fire, but they're just pouring gasoline! Simple and Funny Astro end up going down, and with 25 seconds to go, they still need to match into double support ult.
It's a late death from Psycho, and Alcazia, they're looking to push the tempo. They still have the Kitsune Rush, the Soundbarrier. TVNT swaps to the Wrecking Ball to get this touch in.
But it's 3 ults, Johnny. Quartz has to go nuclear. Twisted Minds should be able to get touch. Pindonate's already been used. He needs to grapple, though, to get to the point. The wave is so good from Astro, but they still managed to get there. but TVNT just can't survive as OWCS, they defend that 3rd point. They do not give Twisted Minds another, and they tie the series.
Landon looks locked in on that Kiriko. Another veteran, praised for his level of communication, the way he sets up the rest of his team. Great Suzu plays there on the Kiriko. We saw his impact yesterday on the Baptiste when he was making plays on Shambhala Monastery. This time, a big influence on this King's Row victory. And OWCS, they defend themselves in this series, winning their own map pick as this tied up series narrows down into a best of 3.
Map pick of King's Row and the speed in which both teams made it to that 2nd point. I haven't seen too many heroic defenses as of yet on King's Row. It's normally been fought over that OT push onto first after you get another attack, but this play specifically from OWCS was just sublime. The teleport from Checkmate to get out, and then the to and fro, the tug of war between 2 separate support lineups, trying to line up ults with the other support to make it out. And the pulse bomb, hey, kills Kellex, but it's all good. You got the Wonder Kid, Checkmate on the sim. The Korean import to the EMEA region. It's just unbelievable. And Johnny, I do want to say this as well. When you have these like mixed language rosters, sometimes everybody is not on the same page, but you heard it in the comms, Checkmate comment a lot, like a ton. He's been playing with OWCS for a quite considerable amount of time, and just their ability to just think the same way and just be on the same page at every single opportunity is just unreal. Oh, and that boot too, that was just cherry on top.
Great stuff from Kellex there. I mean, this OWCS roster, it really is a roster built with a lot of experience in mind. Checkmate, Overwatch League champion with the Florida Mayhem. And now another guiding light, leading the path with this great Symmetra play. 3 years of experience playing in these mixed rosters. No issue whatsoever integrating with his team here. Part of their dominance, part of their success is the ability he brings on that flex DPS role. As now Twisted Minds, it's their map pick again, going to the 3rd map.
Yeah, speaking of history, I mean, how many Overwatch League players are on OWCS? Like, and I mean, Kellex, we've already kind of mentioned too, but an Overwatch League champion in Checkmate, he's still got it. He's playing slightly different, right? He did play a little tank on Florida Mayhem.
That's how he got it started. Yeah. Hey,
yeah.
Hey, bud, can you go play the Reinhardt real quick? Come on, buddy.
He was pretty good.
Hey, I like the charges. He went aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was proactive.
He was getting in there.
They didn't win in the matches, but hey.
No. It looked cool, though.
It looked cool, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's how you got to play Reinhardt. Does it look cool? Yeah.
Yeah. Then you're doing a good job.
You're doing a good job.
Where do you think we go here now for Twisted Minds? Psycho, like you said, wanting to stay in this series. If they do sub UB out for Psycho, they end up finishing the series out. And it's going to be a Dorado pick.
It's going to be a Dorado. Twisted Minds, they want to play these high ground maps throughout this series. So you deny Shambhala Monastery. It's going to be the Diva ban here from Twisted Minds. And that is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Ziad on OWCS. Obviously been his signature hero so far. And OWCS in turn banning that Wu Yang, some extra poke damage that Funny Astro usually provides for the side of Twisted Minds. So both teams here having a couple preferred tools removed from their optionality here, moving into Dorado.
Yeah, taking that one away from Astro. It's just going to be double Lucio, Kellex, and Astro picking that up. Astro historically, like, even if you look at him in the Overwatch League, and even before then as well, on British Hurricane, like, the guy was only playing Lucio. Juno obviously got added he added that to his hero pool, but his Wu Yang looks just ridiculous. Stats from Labda there from that last map, 23 and 7 on the hit scan.
Yeah, and I saw yesterday when both of these teams, they beat their respective Korean teams, Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon. Labda had a little bit of a banter with Quartz back and forth, where Quartz was, yeah, I'm the self-proclaimed hero hit scan player here, and Labda said in turn, like, great plays, buddy, but I'm the better hit scan between the two of us. So two storied players, two great friends now going head-to-head in that hit scan role, keeping an eye on who is coming out on top of this one.
Where do you think Alcad then pivot in terms of their tank here?
Well, they got quite a few options here because they still have that Symmetra. It's not like you need to play a hero with mobility. Again, we've seen the Zarya getting a lot of use case, and this is a time where if you play with that Symmetra, okay, you're playing Zarya, who's usually a ground tank, with now some added verticality added to the hero kit,
hey,
right?
Pretty good.
That comes with the Zarya.
Yeah.
And so there are quite a few options here. Obviously, Hazard is sort of like an in-between. It's kind of an off-tank hero, but with that leap, with that climb, you get some added verticality. It doesn't really favor these kind of compositions because a key for Alcadzia here, it's going to be that you need to reach your opponent. And obviously, you can utilize the Symmetra teleporter, but Hazard struggles to catch some of these players on Twisted Minds. So we'll have to see what Alcadzia deploy here as their preferred tank. Gotta say as well, like D.Va, that's a preferred hero for Twisted Minds as well. So they're obviously coming into this map with a plan in mind for how they're going to break apart this brawl comp from Alcadzia.
Yeah, both teams very D.Va pilled.
Here we go, it's Zarya.
It's going to be Zarya. Kellex on the Lucia. Okay. Checkmate just TPing people forward, and yeah, sticking on the sim. No shock. Maybe expecting Checkmate to pivot off to something else at some point, but Symmetra with the Zarya, like you said. Hey, you got no mobility? No worries. We're just going to break how the game works and teleport you around the map.
So it's really interesting still that Twisted Minds, they haven't bothered banning the Symmetra. And that is a strategic choice for later on in this series. We saw the Ilios pick come out. Very good for Twisted Minds already. Now we're seeing the Dorado, really good for Twisted Minds already. Maybe you feel like you want to save the Symmetra ban for later in the series when you're forced to play the low ground maps. Maybe some of those flashpoints.
He's talking about being a very flexible player, Psycho. Now on Echo. And against these sim comps as well, can be kind of deadly if you can kind of predict where that TP is going to go. Sticky bomb the TP as everybody's coming out. It's a lot of damage. In fact, well, can't teleport anymore. And guess who's stuck on this low ground? It's Ziad. He's going to have to get out. He's got the speed from Kellex, but I mean, this is just an insane amount of damage from Psycho. One more try shot will actually kill Kellex there in the back. Ends up skating away. Important thing for Alcad now, Johnny, is just not to lose anybody else.
Yeah, can't have any late staggers here. Need to make this a great final stand on the first point. Try to shave some extra time off the clock for Twisted Minds here. The poke coming through. Always threatening here to find a pick. Oh, Quartz in trouble. Great teleporter there.
Amazing, yeah. 3 players, I think, actually jumped through that to end Quartz. This little ragdoll went directly upwards. There was no sideways mobility at all.
So again here, TVNT is on that Zarya mirroring Ziad, but he lacks that Symmetra teleporter. That will always be a factor for Alcadzia here. You see a couple of Zarya bubbles get used, easy target to run over.
High ground now. Maybe give Quartz a better shot, although Quartz and Psycho hanging right. There's the TP again. Can't use it anymore, though they're a little bit too far up, but with Funny Astro dead, they can continue to pressure. All right, both supports now down. Slowly but surely here, Twisted Minds, they're just getting burnt up.
Yeah, and they kind of missed their window here. Getting that first pick, getting off to a hot start. That's when I want to see them finish this point and cap it out. Now, you've allowed Alcadzia to build their ultimate economy. And so they can actually teleport quite aggressively here, utilize the Kitsune Rush from the rooftops, and put pressure on a Twisted Minds roster. Alcadzia actually warming up here for a really good first point defense.
Yeah, Cart's moving back onto the bridge as well. As Quartz once more tries to hang right, looking for a good angle to throw in the bolus. There's a duplicate too, so even duping the supports we're seeing a lot of teams do at the moment, or even just the classic tank, have a lot of bubbles. Oh, Lavender ends up the first kill as Funny Astro ends up going down, but Quartz again with a bolus shot connects with Lavender. I mean, it's just a ridiculous amount of damage, and then 4 bubbles, Johnny, as Psycho dupes into Zarya.
There's some pretty good protection there, those Zarya bubbles.
How do you lose anybody at that point? Like, they're going to try and go for this again.
Are they going to
Couple of beats, they're going to try. Kellex is already dead, though.
No sound barrier.
Ziad cowering behind this point, but Psycho trades. This isn't over just yet. I mean, this wall could be used. Quartz trying to get an alternate angle here, but the Graviton Surge is going to get thrown out by Ziad. What a final stand here on this first point. 1.12 meters for Alcad.
And again, they clutch it up there where Twisted Minds perhaps expected that they were going to close out that point. Kellex threw himself on that payload. died for the sake of his team, and Siad clutches things up with a great Graviton Surge. Now, Labda's got this overclock. We're seeing what these hitscan players are capable of. Will Labda come true for his team here in a dire moment?
TVNT, though, has got that grab, but Checkmate, we've seen him do it once. That teleport out of there. Well, he's actually going to start this one off with this overclock. Everybody's just trying to cower right now, but Checkmate's actually wants to go down. And now the Graviton Surge hits, but the sound barrier from Kellex is massive. But that focusing beam from Psycho cutting through the overhealth is going to eliminate Labda. And Twisted Minds, despite what was a good start, they do end up capping 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Alcad with an incredibly impressive first hold.
Yeah, you gotta say, that was a great defense from Alcadzia. Twisted Minds, they end up capping the point. But Alcadzia, they did their job on that first point, draining the offensive time bank. And now they look to contest once more. No ultimates on liner for Alcadzia. There should be a moment where Twisted Minds come out on top.
Oh, he double tapped. Labda there, that was close. Or maybe he was going to get blown up. Getting so much energy. Over into the other high ground. Swift step. Oh, quad! Off screen. Both DPS die to the bowler shot. And it has to be said, Johnny, as well. Not exactly the most insane ult, the bowler shot for, like, you know, not as flashy as the railgun, as the overclock. But Quartz, the value he is getting cannot be understated.
He's really coming online on this Freya. And Labda talked about it. We want to be able to play the Freya like Quartz does. Massive respect for their opponent. Quartz having gigantic impact on this Freya so far. And now, Kitsune Rush available for both teams here. But Twisted Minds, they lack this positioning that Alcadzia has on the rooftop.
I mean, that angle is
my lord!
There's going to be a rush, an emergency rush deployed from Alcad, but they haven't got enough bandages to heal up all these wounds. There's going to be a grab that gets thrown out. Duplication comes in, but Kellex and Siad still end up coming up big. The double support, and Siad just end up taking over the fight. Who needs DPS when you got Siad at 100 energy?
They just turned it around. They just flipped the fight with their Zarya play. As Siad deploys that Graviton Surge, gets back on the high ground here, and Quartz, you're asking your Freya player to do more. He already came up with a huge pick that previous fight, but it's not enough as he goes for a big flank here with the bowler shot available.
Misses 3 take aim shots though, Johnny has to back out. Here's the TP.
Oh, they're TPing towards him.
4 players jumping towards him, but instantly back. So Quartz, a little bit more safe than he was a couple of seconds ago, ends up rejoining the team.
Both Lucios building the sound barrier here. Going to be critical. TVNT, Graviton Surge with just 30 seconds remaining on this attack. This has to be the fight for Twisted Minds.
Looking for a TP onto the bank, but wow, Simple instantly kills Checkmate. Sound barrier comes in from Kellex, and Kellex finds TVNT. It's a good Graviton Surge, but where's the follow-up? Psycho at least kills Labda. Quartz escapes with 8 HP, grabs the Mega Pack. Ziad landing, Kellex still pretty low as Kellex skates away from the sights of Quartz. Both DPS up for Twisted Minds, Johnny, but the spawns are so good here.
Funny Astro has this sound barrier. Going to be a great tool if they can capitalize on this invulnerability.
There's the dupe, double tank. Sound barrier deployed. They know they got support ult advantage. They just need to finish this one off. There's going to be an overclock from Labda, but this Graviton Surge is just too much. An overtime push for Twisted Minds, but they get it done.
Narrowly escape. Once more, our Twisted Minds as they move forwards to the third point here. Massive value from the Graviton Surge of TVNT. The sound barrier came true for Funny Astro. And now, what amount of distance can you push here? With just 1 minute in the time bank. Probably only get a couple of fights here. Checkmate has this Symmetra wall that is so powerful for setting up Alcadzia for success.
Psycho looking for a dive bomb. Or Kellex. Really aware.
Wow.
There's going to be a wall though, it's going to separate the team. Okay, Twisted Minds. They might be able to all escape. Yeah, Labs are taking too much damage. Can't peek for a right click. He has got to be careful, man.
Yeah, it's got to be careful here. You can see our Graviton Surge for Siad, but Twisted Minds, they have the Kitsune Rush. Different ultimates with different use cases, but Siad, he's angling for it. He's pushing forward.
Funny Astro is so low right now in the grab, and look at that. The flank coming in from Checkmate and Labda to shoot them in the back. 30 seconds to go. They're going to try and stagger Quartz as well. He's got the ult, 17 health. He's trying to find a one-tap.
It should be one last attempt though, as TVNT swaps to the ball again to get the touch. But Twisted Minds that have a great chance with this Kitsune Rush. if they can just flip this map somehow, put themselves in a position to get maximum value.
TP to the point. Okay, nice boot, but should be able to get there. Gets the touch. Rush, Bolus, available. Bowler from Quartz. Oh, he gets killed by the turret. No Bowler available for Quartz now. It's a 4-on-5 on the point. This beat from Kellex as well is coming up in just a moment, but this is going to be overclocked first from Lambda. Psycho lays him down before he can even get a single shot off. Kellex still holding on to this beat, hits it behind the wall. A 4-person beat there for Alcad. Psycho turning into the tank, but I think it's just about Johnny. Twisted Minds pushing up daisies on that third point as Alcad hold.
And Twisted Minds, they gotta be kicking themselves. Quartz dying early in the fight to the Symmetra turret. Probably just the final damage after some great poke from Alcazia. And then Funny Astro, dying 90% on the ultimate charge. Not unable to get it off in that fight. And Alcazia hold firm. But still though, if you're Twisted Minds, you gotta feel you completed the first point in overtime. Second point in overtime. Getting to third in itself. A bit of a feat considering the issues they had. And now they get an opportunity here on this defense with these high grounds accessible to them to set up their poke composition. See if they can tear this symmetric composition apart.
Nice lot of healing there from Psycho. I don't know if you saw that. A single point of healing. I think that comes from the Echo dupe. I think actually. Heals 1 HP. All right, they're going to stick with the same thing. So Psycho and Quartz, again, being able to just get away from these TP plays, that is the aim of this comp, just being able to get out of there. Have no one on your team that can actually get like jumped on. Simple, arguably you could, but catching a swift step timing is just so tough.
It's legitimately a tactic that teams look out for. Can you force a Suzu early? One of the more impactful abilities in the game. Can you force a Kiriko teleport? And then can you capitalize on that short cooldown timing? In this level of play, every ability matters. Every opportunity matters. And the teams look to capitalize.
Yeah, if you burn one of those abilities on the Kiri, you will die pretty quick. Oh, hello. Goodbye, Psycho.
Trying to get some energy. Looking to build that charge for the Zarya. As Psycho is wrapping around, looking to have his impact in this series. It's a ground teleporter for Alcazia, just trying to put pressure onto this card for now. Don't want to expose themselves to the pick potential of Twisted Minds. And now, with that card in the gate, this is when Alcazia go for the rotation. Will they flip the map?
Walk high ground, TP to window or TP down, yeah, behind the market stalls. But Twisted Minds, they're wary to this. Astro, though, super low. Simple gets picked off by Ziad. Ziad finds another. And a third, in fact. Okay, Ziad. TP up into the high ground now, but Johnny actually re-engaging against this comp is going to be so difficult. They might not even get another chance.
It's not like Alcazia's composition. They don't have the Symmetra. You can see them speed boosting, trying to get to this card, but this time, it's Alcazia in control.
It's going to be so hard to touch this. I mean, Quartz is off onto the sideline here, tries to get a triple tap, but TVNT just dies to the turret.
The Symmetra.
Yeah, and there's the cap. Nice shot from Lambda too. Impressive time bank for first.
And this is really a big issue for Twisted Minds now. This is their map pick, the third map in the series. Their outcome in this series depend on them winning a map like this. And so finding themselves on this defense with 5 minutes available for Alcazia to secure this second point. This is a pivotal moment in this series, and Twisted Minds, they're gonna have to start clutching things up, but they don't have the support ultimates just yet.
Again, maybe looking for Quartz to come up big for the team with the bowler shot. He's looking at Corehouse right now, taking care of those turrets. Siege checkmate, that's a good bowler, but Suzu is gonna make sure they all survive. There's gonna be a rush of duplication. Double Zarya is on the ground now, but this High Noon is getting pushed forward, but Quartz from the skies again kills Lambda. But unfortunately for Twisted Minds, Psycho's dupe is going to run out in just a moment. His checkmate, full beam, receives 2 bubbles. The support the Sim is getting is just insane from Alcad.
The grab!
Oh, and the grab on the high ground as well. Quartz and Funny Astro still come up with kills, and Quartz, you want to grab the backline here. You want to grab him. Stop him from getting away with these kills.
Could this be the start of another second point defense for Quartz? and Twisted Minds. We saw what he was capable of yesterday. And now, playing this Freya on this defense, he got free pickings. He got all the positional advantage he needs to come as big for his time. And that was Alcatia with the Soundbreaker, the Kitsune Rush. Now, Twisted Minds, they got the opportunity to shut down this attack as TVNT pushes in.
No, the TP's not available as well. There's the sound barrier. They're going to push their way into the courthouse. And again, Quark on this high ground. I mean, he's just got a free view up here. Barely took any damage. Just the team kill. It's just so quick, Johnny, because you're always grouped up. He's got another bowler shot too.
What are they doing here? Just poking a little bit, poking and prodding. TVNT has the Graviton Surge.
Touch the spawn door.
They want to force this Symmetra teleport early.
Wow.
The wall comes
Force
in.
the wall. Oh, the grab up onto the wall. TVNT is so low though, and Ziad takes that in his stride. Bowler shot connects. Labja trying to dance. He hasn't got his fancy footwork though as Psycho and Quartz. Quartz now trying to run away, but again, kind of ignoring him. It's been so hard to track him down. Now Ziad in the 1v1. Quartz is going to win it.
He's just winning this for them. Oh my God.
Someone kill Quartz, please! Eventually shut down, but it just took too much time, Johnny.
This is how Twisted Minds want to play the game. They pick you apart, surrounding you, and Quartz, with a massive individual play for his team, he shuts down the push from Alcatia. And now, TVNT over to the Hazard, going to be useful with the Hazard wall, the Jagged wall, to shut down the teleporter. Alcatia, they look to push this high ground with Lanos Kitsune Rush coming up.
Gonna try and peek the corner with this high noon. Oh, but funny, Astro shuts it down. A dupe into the Deadeye as well. This defense is looking ironclad right now.
They have come online on this second point defense. We talked about how important of a moment this was, and Twisted Minds, they're living up to it. Putting a stop to Alcatia's momentum on this attack. And now Labda swaps over to the Freya. He's taking the duel.
We want to be like them. Now's your chance. 1 minute and 20, Johnny. It's going to be an OT push at the very least here to the second point.
Trading back and forth.
Oh,
these take aims. Just look at them go.
Yeah, checkmate. Obviously on the Echo as well now. Bowler connects and it's big. Sound barrier though for the save as Checkmate takes down Psycho, and now Alcatia feel like they're in a little bit more control. Loud Quartz though with a double.
Stop.
They're both DPS dead, but Ziad's in a perfect spot to laser everybody down. He just needs to kill Quartz, who's now on the high ground.
I mean, it's just an unrelenting assault from Quartz, just raining down these.
He's gonna try and kill them from spawn.
Well, why not? Go get him.
Ends up hitting Kellex. Kellex with a taxi.
Just looking for a target here. Alcatia gathering below. They have a Graviton Surge here. Twisted Minds need to get those support outlets online.
High ground for Ziad, looking for targets. TVNT closing in on this ult as well.
Funny, Astro desperately needs the sound barrier. It's
Graviton
not in time.
Well, Jagged Wall, Suzu, everything thrown in as well as the rush. There's the downpour, misses. Later rush for Landons, they push on forward. Quartz trying to look for a target in the back line. He's got the bowler shot again. The duplication comes in. He's still playing in front. Not sure how he survived this whole time. Checkmate now with a free bowler, but Quartz takes down Labda. You mess with the best, and you're gonna die like the rest. Quartz in the sky, ends up getting lasered by Checkmate, but it's the final push.
Psycho finds a pick of the Checkmate. Funny Astro trading back and forth. Alcatia looking control here.
Ziad alive though, Johnny. He's so high energy.
Oh!
Kellex with a kill onto Psycho. And the supports and Ziad do it again.
TVNT is back though. Quartz coming back on the Sombra.
0.6 meters. They just got to kill him. Get this wrecking ball off my point, man.
And that will be enough as Alcatia, they cap the second point. 1 minute 30 to go in this third map of the upper bracket finals. Two rivals going head to head. Who can come out on top?
An awkward golden box of victory as well. Not exactly under the bridge, not exactly on a straight up corner you can hold, Johnny. They're looking for final fight.
TVNT to touch.
Jump into the backline, Jagged Wall, but Quartz ends up with another one. Kellex down, Labda to follow. 60 seconds. Alcad, they've got another attempt.
And again, patient play by Alcatia. They have the sound barrier coming up on the Graviton Surge. They know they just need one good fight, and they're going to be okay to finish off this map. Twisted Minds, though, they need to find a small miracle here, and Quartz has been the provider so far.
A Sisyphean effort required now. Pulse bomb available for Psycho, but there comes the sound barrier. They're trying to catch people off guard. The Graviton Surge is good. Lambda lays in the damage. Alcatia with 20 seconds to go. Quartz has got one, but can he survive? Psycho on the point, gets a final touch, but it's Quartz versus the world, and the world crumbles. Alcatia with match point. Checkmate to his feet. As they are one map away from securing a spot in the finals.
And you can see the relief, the joy on Alcatia claiming this third map. That was Twisted Minds' map pick. And now Twisted Minds, they will need to bring this one back. They have a couple of options up their sleeve. Is this the time to deploy the Symmetra ban? What do they have in store for the remainder of this series as we take a look at the stats? Quartz, I mean, a dominant 40-9, but it was not enough.
40-11 as well from Psycho. 20,000 damage from Quartz there.
Unreal. Just an unreal performance.
He might be the best DPS right now at the tournament with the performances he has put up. And that's saying something when we have some of the GOATs. Lip, Proper, he sang like some of the very best to ever do it. And Quartz is standing up to them, bumping their chest. Maybe it's his turn to take an international trophy.
He did it for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the Overwatch World Cup a couple of years ago. And now, carrying his team, trying to make the magic happen. But this time though, at a deficit, as Alcatia come out on top and now have a comfortable lead in this series. Just look at these Freyas battling each other with the bola shots.
I want to see more Freya on Freya, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, I'd love to. What a great matchup. Look at Tia popping off. They know that was a really tough map win, but they were able to make it happen. Wow. They haven't even won the series. You can see the relief.
Getting over a map like Dorado, Twisted Minds pick. That's a big mental hurdle there for TM. Only taking that control so far. We've seen a 6-mapper before between both of them at the mid-season. It is possible. Highly improbable though. Push, obviously, available, as well as this flashpoint, Johnny. So we'll see where they want to go, but we're expecting nothing less from both titans of EMEA. It's about time that gap closed. Get that phrase out of there. Chuck it out the window, it's done. Crazy Raccoon waiting in that lower bracket, of course. So we just give the teams a couple of minutes before we jump into the next one. Just a quick breather, and yeah, bathroom break.
Yeah, both teams just getting a moment here. Recuperate themselves, regenerate some of that energy. Of course, Twisted Minds, they want to take a couple of minutes here. Just have a bit of a strategic talk. What are we going to do for the rest of this series, Jaws?
Gather their thoughts. We're going to jump over to the desk. They can set us up for the next map.
Thank you so much, Johnny and Jack. We are back here with Avril and Necro to break it all down. Alcatia up 2-1. Let's go back to the beginnings here, though, because right when we saw the rosters on our screen, we got a little surprised there to see Psycho in the mix. They have been leaning so heavily into that UB, so clearly they were not willing to take that Symmetra mirror.
Yeah, I think what you're really going to see the difference between these two teams is Alcatia is actually, you know, of these two teams, the more favored Symmetra team. You heard in that interview between the two teams as well, but more importantly, team for Twisted Minds, they believe they have the counter to the Sim. As the team that has played Alcatia the most, I mean, they play each other so many times. You saw the head-to-head record there. the Symmetra is availably counted if you are the team where you can ban out some little Lucio, enable Funny Astro on the Wu Yang, which is one of the key heroes where you're available to sort of kite away from these Sim TPs. You're playing a bunch of this Freya as well. There's a real reason why Quartz has not really been seen on Soj so far, despite that being like his primary hero. You want to be basically playing a bunch of these types of heroes like Freya and Wu Yang to kite away from all the Sim TPs and not allow the Sim to have any TP targets.
I mean, Echo and Tracer as well from Psycho, I feel like that has also been kind of fairly anti-Symmetra, but you see Twisted Minds throw all of this at the Symmetra from Checkmate, and it hasn't been working out for them. At least it did, you know, on the first map, but now we have to see how they're going to bounce back.
That's right. And now you see Funny Astro stats. Love the aura. Keep it going, Funny Astro. Yeah, Funny Astro, obviously an absolute menace on that Wu Yang, so for him to be able to play that has been very big for the team.
It's one of the reasons why we eventually saw the Wu Yang banned out, right? You have to stop this guy from being able to enable the Wu Yang. And the other reason why Psycho's in is you have the Wu Yang Tracer combo, right? You have the capability to put the Tidal Blast on the Tracer, which is the best delivery vehicle for that ultimate. So this is also enabling those two players to work together. I don't think the Wu Yang would work as well if you weren't playing that much Tracer, which is, you know, part of the reason why you have Psycho. Rosie mentioned the Echo, another great hero to sort of kite away from the Sim TPs. So this really is, I think, Twisted Minds putting their foot in the ground, stamping it and saying, look, we're not going to be the Symmetra team. We are going to be the anti-Symmetra team.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, they are so familiar with each other, so you have to come out with those counters. Now we're looking at King's Row. Blistering attack here from Alcatia.
Yeah, it was a really great attack, and I think a lot of it you could just see how well they were able to play around the Symmetra. I think it made just being able to get around this core of the Zarya, the Mei, so much easier. You could also teleport yourself on top of players like Funny Astro. That Wu Yang sometimes can be a little bit diveable in that sense. And then, oh, this was so fun. Kelix actually got a boop kill onto TVNT, a very rare sight that we haven't seen so much of in the last couple of matches. But at the end of it, I think that was really what sealed the deal for Alcatia to be able to take the win.
It's a pretty huge map for Lambda as well, because you notice in these types of maps, after we get away from Ilios, there's a lot of the Zarya being played by both sides, but Lambda's leaning in towards the cast. He's, you know, top two heroes for him have been the Sojourn #1 primarily, but then also the cast afterwards, and that's a great pick into a lot of this TVNT Zarya that we're seeing, and that was one of the primary differences there as well. Quartz is still basically just going to be playing as much Freya as possible to get away from the Sim, but Lambda's saying one of the best things you can play with the Sim is going to be the cast. You can sort of TP the Deadeye around as well, which was also happening, and just putting a lot of pressure on TVNT primarily.
Let's actually take a look at some of the plays from Quartz, because in this series, he's once again popping off clicking heads. The aim on that kid is unreal. This is actually insane.
I mean, Quartz already showed us how good he is on the Sojourn, but now being able to play the Freya in just this really weird, you know, anti-Symmetra kind of composition, I feel like Quartz has shown up big. Even on Dorado, I feel like Quartz almost single-handedly kept that defense alive on Dorado point B and was like 1v5ing the team, all the kites around the high ground as well. You could just see that, like, Quartz, he knows how to play this Freya.
The only thing that's really concerning now is you have this sort of map with Twisted Minds where you enable the Freya, ban away the D.Va. Freya, by the way, is going to be much better situation where the D.Va's not going to be there. So the fact that Twisted Minds did lose their D.Va ban map is maybe a bit of a concern, because you're not going to be able to lean back into that. D.Va's also a very good primary pick to play with the Symmetra. You have the Symmetra TP forward. The D.Va comes out of that, then boosters straight into your backline. That's core to Alcatia's strategy. So this, to me, was actually a very important map in the series. And if Alcatia do win the series, you're going to have to look back to Dorado, because I think this is the swing map.
Right on here, some numbers. Quartz topping kill feeds left and right. Let's look ahead then in this series. Alcatia is up currently. Twisted Minds, though, still do have their all-important Symmetra ban.
Yeah, this is where we are going to need to see it come through straight away. You have push left and flashpoint left. Of those two game modes, I do believe it should be push. You're going to see the Symmetra ban come through for push. Push is going to be one of those maps where if you remove the Symmetra, the ability to close the gap for Alcatia is going to be extremely limited. If you look at the gameplay for Twisted Minds so far, Freya, Echo, mainly just looking towards Freya and Wu Yang being the primary picks here. Symmetra ban protects the Freya first and foremost. Wu Yang's already been banned, can't be banned again. So you're going to have this very heavy poke sort of style come through from Twisted Minds on a very long sightlines type of game mode / map like push. No Symmetra to close the gap. That's going to be a strong position for Twisted Minds.
I think it's like push or flashpoint. I think either one of those may be great to be able to utilize the Symmetra ban, but I also look at the fact that on Twisted Mind's roster, I don't know if we're actually going to see a swap to Yubi. If they want to ban off the Symmetra, I don't think Yubi's going to come into the roster, and the fact that they played with Psycho this entire time so far, I think they're going to kind of continue to play down those strategies of those anti-Symmetra flex DPS.
I do also want to say is the Freya ban is still on the table for Alcacia. They haven't used it. They're not going to get the chance to over this next map, unless Twisted Minds for some reason do not protect it with the Symmetra ban. Then Freya being banned on the next map would be pretty disastrous. You want to see Twisted Minds be able to keep playing that hero. It's something that Quartz has played a lot more than Lambda has. Lambda doesn't quite have the time on it. Lambda famously didn't really play much of the Freya when we even had a very heavy Freya meta, so he's still on the catch-up on that hero compared to Quartz, which looks much more comfortable.
Yeah, and I mean, also keep in mind, right, we're here in the upper bracket. That means the loser will drop down to the lower bracket facing off against Crazy Raccoon. One of the two teams have already taken them down. Can they do it again? Who do you think has the better odds when going up against Crazy Raccoon?
It's tough to say, because I think like you look at both of these teams being able to run the Symmetra, and if we do see Twisted Minds go up against Crazy Raccoon, I think that is where we would see Yubi actually get the playtime in the roster. Since the Symmetra has been so good, and we already saw how that matchup went with Alcacia versus Crazy Raccoon, I think that the Symmetra has to come back out from Twisted Minds as well.
I think they're both good into Crazy Raccoon. I think Crazy Raccoon are going to have to really run through the gauntlet today, going through both EMEA teams, no matter which way it goes. And well, if they can, I'll say this, if they can win against one of the EMEA teams, maybe they can win against the other. But right now, these two teams look on fire.
I mean, the good news for Crazy Raccoon is that they will be facing off against two teams with very similar styles, so that their prep can be similar at the very least. But first, of course, we have to find out which of the two teams will make it through into the grand finals and which will be facing off in the lower bracket against Crazy Raccoon. We are ready, I believe, for map 4. Let's send it back over to Reinforce and Jaws.
Yes, thank you very much, Sorry. Rose and Avril over on the desk. Twisted Minds now fighting for a map 5, Johnny. It's going to be their choice again. What do you think of Avril's point there, the Freya ban? Do you think it's going to be a bit of a protection here?
Yeah, like he said, I think it's a good point from him that obviously you want to utilize the Symmetra ban now. This would be the time where you can deploy it because you have your first ban. But it also does protect the Freya, of course, which has been a pivotal hero for them yet so far. Going into a potential map 5, though, that's where we're kind of wary of the rest of the series because Alcacia would get the first ban and pick, and so they could realistically first ban it that time around. Now, we're going to see new Queen Street picked here by Twisted Minds, and obviously this has implications for the rest of the series as well, because for a potential map 5, we'd go to either Suravasa or New Junk City. That would be Alcacia's choice, and either of those maps are fairly good there for Alcacia, but focusing on the fourth one first, it's going to be that Symmetra ban deployed for Twisted Minds. This is when their back is truly against the wall, and they need to bring out this super valuable ban.
They pulled that emergency level, like, okay, we need something now. The map number 5, like you said, being Flashpoint, and, well, with Checkmate not playing the sim, it's like, actually, don't forget, he's pretty good at Tracer. He's pretty good at a lot of other flex DPS.
He's a king of all trades.
Yeah.
He can play all the heroes asked of him. And we, seen these teams go back and forth. It was the Symmetra ban deployed, of course, for them on Blizzard World. They were so close in the mid-season championship, and so...
KSA in the back there as well. Swapping seats, okay. Some more mines added to the stew, and, well, with new Queen Street, you can add mines to the stew. I mean, makes sense, right?
I mean, they don't have a coach, but they're like all helping each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I just love this roster.
That's the point I brought up in the very start of this series as well. I spoke to Astro and was like, hey, you're going to have like a permanent full-time coach come. And he's like, actually, we're happy with the way we operate right now. And it's gotten this far. You don't really want to break anything. If it's working, don't fix it.
I mean, I think it's mad respect to the team as well, because even though they don't have a coach, they're cognizant enough to make these kind of substitute decisions for themselves.
Right.
They're not being selfish about their playtime. Hey, sub me in. I think I can win this map for us. Instead, they put themselves in the best position to succeed. UB when they need the Symmetra. Psycho when they feel like they need to counter the Symmetra. As we head into new Queen Street. And the amount of angles here that's really going to benefit Twisted Minds as they look to pick apart this Alcacia composition. But without that Symmetra deploy, though, you wonder for Alcazia, is this an opportunity for Checkmate to maybe bring out the Tracer we've seen from him so many times? Try to match the head-to-head against Psycho.
Yeah.
This map specifically will differ from the previous ones we've seen in this series.
He's a Tracer guy, man.
I mean,
and obviously joining Alcad is like, well, we need the Sim guy. We've got the Sim guy now.
Maybe a Flex DPS player who isn't a Tracer player.
The Tracer guy, yeah, that's true. That's true. The Tracer.
Like even Viper, who gets subbed in for the Genji for T1, just like, I gotta play the Tracer here. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. All right, new Queen Street. 4th map. Alcazia with match point. Can they make it to yet another international finals? They ended up losing 4-0 in the finals against Falcons at mid-season. So they want another chance, and they're so close. So the gates unlock. Looks like Labda and Checkmate. It's going to be Echo Sojourn, Ziad on D.Va, but Quart back on the Freya. If you're feeling that hot with it, Johnny, no point switching. 40 limbs in the last game.
Freya, never a bad hero pick, especially in the hands of Quart, but Labda now on his comfort Sojourn. The extra horizontal mobility, the railgun, is going to be deadly on this new Queen Street.
Whoa. Astra almost getting a one-tap there. Almost got a clean shave. Bot unlocked, but this is a better position here for Alcad. Twisted Mind's kind of fighting into them, trying to find an off angle. There it is, the speed boost. Quartz off angling, and Ziad's in trouble. Ziad's alone on an island. Alcazia sent him on his merry way, and unfortunately wasn't able to get to the stairs as Quartz finds 3 kills to open this one up.
And I know we're glazing Quartz here, popping off in this series so far, but I'm looking out for Psycho in this matchup specifically, as Alcazia rolled out on the Sojourn Echo. But Checkmate, he makes the swap over to the Tracer head-to-head, recognizing that he needs to match Psycho to protect these flanks, to protect these off angles, and set up his hit-scan player for success.
He's already got the polar shot as well. Just how fast you gain that with that passive. Oh, hello. And then just ends up TPing away. All good. Nothing going on here. Don't worry. Trying to take this mega health pack route. Oh, but Checkmate.
Here he goes.
There you go. There's the impact. Polar shot ends up connecting though in the back. They end up trading, but Checkmate has been forced out. Both Tracers forcing each other's recalls. TVNT is super low. Has to get away, or so close that self-destruct. Maybe would have got it online with a couple more shots, but Twisted Minds happy with the lead so far, with another recontest in the mid coming up.
And at this level, the fights, they deteriorate. It gets messy. The players scramble for individual picks and duels. As Checkmate comes out on top of that one, securing the first pick in the fight. Ultimate coming online here, Alcazia with double support ultimate, slightly ahead of Twisted Minds.
Checkmate wants to force him out. He's already done just that. There's the rush on the point as well. Twisted Minds trying to flip the map here. They've got high ground advantage. Checkmate retreats for the time being. Pulse bomb in hand in a couple.
But that's great value. Twisted Minds look to turn it.
Yeah, instant rush there back onto the point to try and get control of this spot. Kellex waiting in the wings with this down barrier. And Labda with a perfect angle here. The straightaway with this with the railgun. Ult didn't get too much, but that did. Soundbar ends up connecting with only 3 though. TVNT didn't end up getting that beat. Self-destruct near the box, and Labda gets another. Psycho goes down as Alcazia. They're going to be able to demech TVNT. No use using the self-destruct here, but they're going to be able to gain the lead.
And Quartz is taking the Sojourn duel, abandoning the Freya. And this is the pick we saw him on yesterday. The hero he had such tremendous impact on in that winning series. Can he stand against Labda, a former teammate of his? Going head-to-head now for the opportunity to qualify for the OWCS World Finals Grand Finals.
To checkpoint 2.
Oh,
Labda picks him off early. A right click and a couple extra bullets will do it. Any more picks here is really bad for Twisted Minds. Checkmate manages to get out of the way as Psycho falls prey to Ziad.
Alcazia, they might end the series here and now. 70 meters and counting. Landon's got an earlier Kitsune rush, and Labda's got the pressure on, coming up on that overclock. Alcazia, they're looking to close out the series right now.
Yeah, they're just gonna go. Just pile on the pressure, that's what push is about. TVNT has got another remake opportunity here, Johnny, with this self-destruct, but Quartz is in trouble again. Has to dash away. They know they want to get him down, or at least force him out. Self-destruct, close to the spawn. Remake comes in, but Funny Astro is dead.
Is this
Simple's closing in on this rush, but it might be too little too late, Johnny.
They're stomping them. Twisted Mind's got no chance.
Where are Twisted Minds, Johnny? They're nowhere to be found. And TVNT's going to get staggered. Is this just a full cap?
Is it over?
Is this all you've brought to the table, Twisted Mind? How can I going to get this full cap, Johnny?
Simple's got the Kitsune Rush, but he needs to make it there.
Lambda kills Quartz again. Simple takes down Checkmate, but Lambda is on fire. Psycho dies with Pulse. TVNT kills one, but Lambda needs to be stopped. Self-destruct high in the sky, and Suzu from Simple saves the day.
Funny Astro needs the sound barrier to stay alive in this series.
Oh, but Quartz, okay. If there's a time to come alive, it is now.
My goodness. 126 meters for Al-Qadsia. Just a couple away from outright winning the map. And now, Twisted Minds, they will have to do something historic in bringing back this new Queen Street.
Pulse bomb for Psycho. Wow, weaved that around the Matrix as well. Didn't end up getting the connection though, but here comes the push. Funny Astro with the sound barrier, looking at Ziad. Ziad super low. D-Mech. Yep, there you go. All right, a kill onto TVNT. Across the board, 4-on-4. A fair fight now. As well, it's going to be Lambda just jumping on it.
Okay.
With the support, I mean, the guy looks invincible right now, Johnny.
Just look at the rotations coming out from them. Kellex, Landon, they recognize their carry and the way they navigate this map with double support ultimate on the board for Al-Qadsia here. They once again push forward, looking to close out this map and series.
It's go time for Lambda. Astro has to respond with the sound barrier, but they're going to get one as well. They're hunting for Quartz, and Quartz goes down. Falls prey to Ziad. And with a post bomb from Checkmate killing Simple, Johnny, this might just be about it. Al-Qadsia making the final push on New Queen Street, making it to a finals once again. A 3-1 victory for Al-Qad in one of the most dominant push maps we've seen all tournament. The EMEA rivalry goes so far, but on an international stage, Al-Qadsia once again overthrow TM.
Who needs a Symmetra when you got damaged players like that? And Al-Qadsia, for the second consecutive major Overwatch Esports event, they qualify for the grand finals. At the mid-season tournament, it was them up against Falcons, that time taking an 0-4 loss. But now they overcome Twisted Minds in the upper bracket final with a dominant New Queen Street to finish it. Take a look at the stats here and just look at the teamwork. Ziad, 19-3, Labda, 17-3. Everyone contributing to overcome Twisted Minds, who were so dependent on their mechanical skill, their ability to pick apart their opponents. But that Dorado, it was all the difference. Maybe the nail in the coffin, as Al-Qadsia just came in way more confident into this final map of the series.
Sure, we placed him, but Checkmate still got a nasty Tracer as well, only dying a couple of times in that last map. I mean, that was dominant. That is a statement from Al-Qad, and like you said, second time in a row, making it to a finals. Their opposition this time, Johnny, is going to be different. We're going to have a new champion, a new World Finals. Could it be Raccoon? Could it be Twisted Minds? They've got to play also shortly as well. They're going to come in hot, but Raccoon are going to be no easy opponent.
So what's it going to be from Twisted Minds here in this lower bracket final? We're going to have a bit of a preview coming your way, but Psycho couldn't get the job done for Twisted Minds in this series. Or are they going to go back to relying on their Symmetra play with UB in the mix? The one thing, though, is you can't keep yourself down. You gotta take this time before the next match to recuperate, get that energy, the confidence back. You have the skill required. Let's see how they do in the lower bracket next.
Yeah, but before we get there, let's go down to Danny on the stage with the hit scan superstar, Labda.
Thank you so much, Jack. Yes, I 100% agree as well. I am here with the Hitscan superstar. Give it up for Labda, everybody. Fantastic job, fantastic job. Yeah, Labda saying thank you here. Say it into the mic.
So much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. How are you feeling right now? I mean, you guys came into the tournament as a second seed in EMEA and you guys beat down TM, who were the first seed. How does that make you feel?
Actually, I feel so happy since that we're losing like last stage and we lost against them in Saudi League. So I feel so happy. When we came to Stockholm, we fixed our mental. Everyone playing so perfect. So yeah, when we came to Stockholm, I feel like we can win everything. So yeah.
You guys could definitely win everything. And now, talking about winning, you guys are moving on to the grand final. Labda, who do you think is going to be your opponent for the grand final? Is it going to be TM or is it going to be Crazy Raccoon?
Actually, for me, I feel like maybe TM, EMEA on top always.
EMEA on top as always. All right. Thank you so much, Labda. Before we go, there's letters here. Let's read it together, okay? Okay? Starting with, here.
R. I. S. E.
What does that spell? Rise! There you go, everybody. Give it up for Labda one more time, everybody. Thank you so much. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Huge congratulations to Alcatia, who are finding themselves once again in a grand final. It's just been a few weeks since they took to the stage in Riyadh as the grand finalist, and now let's see if they can make it happen this time around here in Stockholm. Necro, Avril, let's break it down. I mean, they had an absolute speed run finish there, but I want to cycle back to where it all started. Looking at this series, we expected a close match. It was very like countery between the two teams, obviously regarding the sim compositions.
Yeah, again, I look back at the Dorado, right? I said that was going to be the swing map, and that one was a very important one that felt like Twisted Minds were in a great position to win. Diva ban gone. Diva very necessary for these symmetric type of compositions, but also on a very necessary map like Dorado as well. And had a situation where you basically had a spawn camp coming through from Twisted Minds, Psycho copying over towards the cast, Ban and hammering into the spawn, and you were looking at, okay, this is going to be a Twisted Minds map win. Going into New Queen Street, finally the Symmetra ban comes through, and then they lose the non-Symmetra mirror.
Yeah, it was just, you would think that that would be kind of the way that Twisted Minds would be able to turn the tide, but I think this entire series, you have to take a look at, you started off so strong as Twisted Minds, I think especially when you were able to just play with such a fast pace, that was something that did kind of set Alcatia back a little bit, but then as we move into the later parts of the series, we get to King's Row, full push from Alcatia, and then on the defense, it felt like they were just playing lights out, especially that boop from Kellex to send TNT off the drink.
It's just so dangerous when you look at the fact that now, okay, you've tried to be the sim counter team, and that, to be fair, has worked in previous meetings. Remember, Twisted Minds had an advantage over Alcatia in a lot of the previous meetings. This is now Alcatia finally kind of breaking that streak a little bit, but you get to the non-Symmetra map when neither team is actually going to be playing Symmetra, and we're looking towards what does Checkmate do now. We obviously know he's going to be a great Tracer player, so can also play towards the Echo, and when he starts doing that, it is so dangerous that Alcatia can prove that they don't even need the Symmetra and they can still beat Twisted Minds, and maybe they'll just win the entire thing now. They're in the grand final.
New Queen Street was just a roll. Without that Symmetra, I think it was just like a lights out play. Watching how that roll even happened, it was just a snowball effect. You're getting picks onto players that were just about to get their ult or were not able to actually send them off. Like, you know, Simple had the Kiriko Kitsune rush, got picked, couldn't apply that, and then Quartz was 3% away from being able to have an overclock at the end of that road. And it stalled a little bit, but eventually it was a full cap from Alcatia.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz eventually swapped over to the Sojourn, right? So somewhere midway through, I think when they were at 40 meters per team. And then I thought like maybe this can turn the tide, give them the advantage, because we've seen what he can do on that Sojourn, but not today. Alcatia closed that one very quickly, very swiftly, and now they're finding themselves in the comforts of the grand finals, and that does mean that Twisted Minds now do have to go up against Crazy Raccoon, a familiar foe as well for them.
Yeah, from mid-season, right, that's when they originally got that upset win, which at the time was a ridiculous upset win because that also knocked out Crazy Raccoon from the mid-season championship, given that was a single elim. So Crazy Raccoon didn't get a chance to go through the lower bracket. This is now the chance for Crazy Raccoon to go through that lower bracket, then get the mid-season and see if they can get a bit of revenge on these EMEA teams, and they're going to have to do it twice, because even if Crazy Raccoon do end up beating Twisted Minds, they still have to go up against OWCS again, which they did take map 1 from. We had that little sort of Rhine into Doomfist kerfuffle, which ended up working out for them. OWCS didn't quite have a response here, but otherwise, I think we've all agreed the other 3 maps that OWCS won in that series were so dominant that if you forget about the Busan, it was like a 3-0, because those 3 maps were grossly one-sided in some cases.
I think OWCS are going to win the whole tournament.
Oh, she said it. Statement. Clip it.
I mean, look at their dominant performance, though. Against Geeky was 2-0. It was decisive. Against Weibo, it was a 3-0. Also, very one-sided in favor of OWCS. And then OWCS do a defeat that not many teams can say that they've accomplished, which is that win versus Crazy Raccoon, one of the top teams in our Korea region. And they just beat their counterparts, breaking a 4-match loss streak against Twisted Minds. This team is feeling themselves. They're really set up for success this tournament.
I do wonder if Twisted Minds can be the team to take down Crazy Raccoon again, because then we get the Twisted Minds versus OWCS rematch, but this time potentially 7 maps, right? FT4 best of 7 situation. You have a longer series to play through. Have a situation where, you know, Twisted Minds learning some lessons going from that now just happening loss to OWCS, which closes out in a pretty embarrassing new Queen Street, where like 6 minutes and 26 seconds was how fast it required for OWCS to finish the entire map. So a lot of lessons from Twisted Minds, and kind of the difficulty here for Twisted Minds is they have to sort of now have a new team to prep for. Prepping for OWCS is one thing. Crazy Raccoon, a very different team.
Absolutely. And this one's for all the marbles. The winner of our next match will be moving into the grand finals, and the loser is out and will be going home in 3rd place. So we're going to head into a quick break, and when we are coming back, we are ready with our lower bracket final.
Ancora bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
Excuse me, do you have a pen? Cargo, we're at DreamHack Stockholm, and we need pens.
I'm on it.
we have our DHL drop winner.
Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here, okay.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Hey guys, we're here in the arena again with the DHL drop segment. It's the final day of OWCS Finals here in Stockholm, Sweden for 2025. I'm here with Cargo yet again, and I'm giving away 5 jerseys to some nice signs here in the arena. And once again, I have complete creative control, so I can choose whoever I want. And guess what? The best part, I've already pre-selected many of them, Cargo, if you could believe it. And our first winner, if you could believe it, Cargo, right there in the front, I see a buff white Lifeweaver sign. And I'm assuming you're a Liquid fan, correct?
That is correct.
Well, then guess what? I have a Liquid jersey for you right here for my helpful. There we go. And could you hold it up to the camera real quick just to show it off? It's signed from everyone from Liquid. North America might not be here, but their jerseys still are. There we go, first winner. And now I need to run away. I need to do many, many more. I think I've seen, is that a Show Lucio point of view over there? Now, I'm not gonna be able to get Cargo to you. Could you come to me? Because instead I can't get in there. Just come on through. Come on through. Now, I have a Katsia jersey for you, if you could believe it. Do I have it right here? And normally, I would say show it to the camera, but guess what? I have to keep moving, so thank you so much. I gotta keep going here. Let's see, I think I had one over here. Oh, Landon, my stat farmer. Now, guess what? I just gave away your Katsia jersey. I know that's very sad, but in return, I did promise you, what did I promise you? What did I promise you again? Falcons. I've got a Falcons jersey for you right here. Now, could you show this one to the camera? This time about everyone on Falcons. Just hold it up real quick. There it is. Woo! And then this one, this tugged at my heartstrings a little bit. We Miss You, Alarm. So I'm assuming you used to be a Fusion fan?
Yes, absolutely so.
Yeah, I know. And unfortunately, you know, we do all miss Alarm. He had a huge impact. But in return, I do have an SSG jersey for you right here. Thank you so much. Against in North America, they may be gone, but their legacy can live on via the jerseys. And I have to pick one more. One more. I gotta see here. I can't pick. Wait! Dilducks! Speaking of which, DHL Ducks. I love that one. Dilducks. You guys might not know, best team in North America. I love what they're doing out there. Are you a Dilducks fan?
Of course. Best team NA.
And I have one more jersey for you right here. I believe it's GK, a GK. Is it GK or GK? I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Either way, here's your jersey. Hold it up to the camera. Thank you guys so much. Oh wait, is it GK or GK? I don't know, but guess, it's GK? It's GK. Cargo, could you believe that? He does, he believes it. He believes it for sure. So thank you guys all so much. This is our last day giving away jerseys, but remember, !DHL drops in the chat. Have your whispers open so we can message you. I'm gonna send it back to the desk now.
Right now. Thank you so much, Cargo and Avast. Bye, Cargo. We love you, Cargo.
Bye,
also,
Cargo.
Avast, or to whom it may concern, no one knows if it's GK or GK. We literally asked the org themselves and the players, and all of them gave us conflicting answers or said, we don't know. So maybe this is just a, I don't know, choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not sure. You said you refuse GK, though.
GK for life. There's,
GK.
I was going to say there's no wrong choices, but now that I'm put on the spot, I'll stick my landing on GK there.
Okay,
I
we
think
have one
GK
GK.
sounds better, but also
Okay.
like geek. I get the geek,
yeah,
like the
right.
geek. Yeah, sorry.
Geek, I kind of like that. It has like the positivity. It's very sparky. I think I go with the GK just because it's the abbreviation as well. So even if,
True,
the,
like the
if the
letters.
full word would be wrong, I can just pretend that I went for the abbreviation. Either way, we're not here to talk about them anymore, unfortunately. We're going to talk about our teams that are about to play on this very stage. Let's start with Twisted Minds. They just had a full series in the upper bracket semi-final. No, not upper bracket semi-final. It was the upper bracket final, in fact. And they fell at the hands of OWCS. Well, in that match, they weren't busting out the UB Symmetra, which brought them so far in this tournament and in this season. They had Psycho in the mix. I feel like for this one, though, UB's got to be back in.
I agree with you. Psycho was really here to be able to play anti-Symmetra tech, and I think now that we have the Crazy Raccoons matchup, and we've seen just how good the Symmetra can be versus this team, I do think that UB will come back into the roster to be able to play the Symmetra, and I hope that the team can keep an iron mental through this one. They're going to have a long day if they win versus Crazy Raccoon. That's going to be 3 matches back-to-back.
It's a very different style that Twisted Minds has to go back to compared to what they were doing against OWCS. Although, you know, if they beat Crazy Raccoon and go back to OWCS, they'll have to sort of readdress how they take on that Symmetra again. Something that Crazy Raccoon has been spending all night, I'm sure, looking over. How do you beat this Symmetra? UB frontline right there, back into the starting lineup. No doubt UB is going to be very important. And by the way, there's only going to be one Symmetra ban available for Crazy Raccoon in a potential best of 5. So where they end up deploying that is going to be extremely important.
Sometimes versus this team, it's at the very beginning. UB ends up playing something like the Mei, get it out of the way early, but then that's the problem. You still have to learn to beat the Symmetra after that ban does come through, and that's where a lot of teams have struggled. Sometimes it just doesn't matter, and we saw that happen even just in our last series.
Exactly.
It will matter a lot, I think, for Crazy Raccoon, given that I don't think they have... they need to really be playing the Symmetra ban, in my opinion, on a type of map that has the longer sight lines, going towards the pushes, going towards the escorts. You don't want to be deploying. I even looked back at how they sort of use that in the mid-season. They use that on Atlas. They use that on a Flashpoint, which I just don't even think is that amazing of a Symmetra map compared to the other maps. You want to put UB onto Mei, rather force them onto the Mei as a Crazy Raccoon POV on a map where the Mei may not actually be that good. If you look at something like a New Queen Street, Mei probably doesn't really have that much value compared to many other maps. What you don't want is to give him the availability to play Mei on King's Row.
I want to clarify, I said it's not that it doesn't matter, like you don't want to use the ban. I mean it like, it may not matter at the end of it that you use the, like the ban might just not play out for you that way.
It needs to be guaranteed. When the Symmetra ban map has to be a guaranteed map win for CR. Like that's pivotal in this series.
Yeah, there's a lot going into the ban strategies when you're going up against a team that is so well known for this particular look. Now, if we're looking back at Crazy Raccoon's game against OWCS, they did win on control, busting out jump-ins Reinhardt, then Doomfist really throwing something at the opposition that they weren't able to deal with. Is that perhaps a similar approach we're going to see in this match?
Could be a reasonable look at for a map 1, but at the same time as well, I don't think that Doomfist is a great spot in this meta. I think OWCS were a little bit surprised by that one. Now that cat's out of the bag, Twisted Minds, they obviously saw that as the only map 1 by Crazy Raccoon in the OWCS series. I think TM should be very much ready for this coming back, if even it will come back. I just don't really see it the second time around. But map 1, if it's like an Ilios Diva ban, that's still a really strong start for a team like Crazy Raccoon. Typically, this is what these dive team do, especially if you are from Korea. You want to go towards the Ilios map 1 Diva ban. Sim is maybe obviously still going to be on the table, but at least you remove the Sim Diva combo.
And then for the rest of the series, we might see more Max. That has been a look that Crazy Raccoon have been a lot more confident in, especially during the OWCS World Finals. This tournament has really been about the off tanks, and what Max brings to the table is the Ramatra. Ramatra, Zarya, there's a lot of different looks that I think like this team can be very confident on, and they also broke their King's Road curse. They did end up winning with Max in the roster on that one more recently, and so I think you can have a lot of confidence with Max coming in.
This needs to be a Ramatra heavy game. I think for Crazy Raccoon, that's going to be one of the better shots. Shambali in that pool, it's going to be a better look for them to be able to play the Ram Mirror. Obviously, we are going to start out with Junmin because it is Junmin beginning. I'm sort of leaning towards the possibility of this being an Ilios. Obviously, they did do the Junbin Busan for the Alcatia game, but that was to sort of play with the Ryan, play a little bit with the Doom. I think go back to what Junbin's better at, go back towards the ball, go back towards the Winston on a dive-heavy map. The Diva's required, ban out the Diva.
I have to say, though, it's really been exciting in these World Finals to see pretty much all the teams relying on their sub-players as well. Seeing Spind in the mix here, we saw Max in the mix, and for other teams as well, they have been willing to play players that during the regular season have not seen that much playtime, but they really came here with different strategies for different maps, for different opponents. That's been really exciting.
Well, they're pulling out all the tricks because this is the time to do it. And I do love that that fact as well, because you're also giving these players that maybe didn't have any LAN experience prior to this that chance, and that's really important, especially if you want to keep investing in these players longer into the future. They've got to get their start here.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a heavy Lip versus Quartz battle, though, right? We have basically the GOAT of all of Overwatch right now, best hit scan in the world, traditionally speaking. Quartz looking to take that title from Lip, and this would be the place to cement his legacy over Lip. And Lip, you know, still questions about what he will be doing next year, questions about whether he'll be returning. He's still saying he's unsure.
Throw that out
he could
there.
be coming.
Don't
I am
put that
saying
in
this
the
may be the last
air.
time. Could be the
Don't
last
do that.
time we have seen Crazy Raccoon if they're knocked out. So it's a maybe. He's saying it's a maybe, so we'll see if he'll come back or not. But really what's important about Lip here is he doesn't play as much Freya compared to the other hit scans compared to Quartz. Freya very pivotal, in my opinion, to countering the sim as what Twisted Minds are trying to do to Alcatia. If Lip isn't comfortable on the Freya, could be a problem.
But he's saying could also play the Echo. I think that also, like, the Venture is not a bad pick to be able to bring out in this matchup, but it really is just about making sure that with those teleporter strats, you're not just going to get flanked, or you're not just going to get 180'd, and that's something that I think Crazy Raccoon, with the time that they have had between yesterday and today, you know that they're going to be hitting the books. They're going to have a strategy this time around, and they might have even gotten some help from some of the previous players that actually did play against this Symmetra strategy. I don't know. I think maybe Team Falcon's in the mix there.
They're colluding in there. I mean, they've all had their practice room on our floor, Avril, so we got the deep insight.
Yeah, you guys got
I'd be very surprised if Falcons are helping Crazy Raccoon. I'm gonna be honest.
Listen, sometimes you got to band together in order to like make it happen.
The region camaraderie.
Honestly, is that not a thing? I would say there is a thing.
Well,
I'm pretty sure. Like, okay, so like I'm just saying.
At least the North American fans, right?
Right.
All the North American fans are like, well, you know, all the NA teams knocked out, so yeah, landed. Woo!
There have been teams in the past, not to like throw out any names, who have been keeping like certain like regional strategies and just didn't want to give other regions like a rep against it. So like obviously for our sim playing regions, like they don't want the Koreans to get better at it.
Right. And you actually did hear from that interview before we went into the matchup between Twisted Minds and Alcatia. They're just happy if EMEA wins. Obviously, you do want to be the team to do that, but it's still great to be able to hear that they just want to see EMEA on top.
And there is a very high likelihood that that's going to happen. We might even be looking at an all EMEA final with Alcatia and Twisted Minds. We've had them in the grand finals of the EMEA region for every single stage, taking turns on their victories there. But seeing it here at the World Finals, that doesn't just mean a lot for them as teams. It means a lot for the region, and it also means a lot for other regions because the gap is closing. Now say it, everyone together. Yay.
I mean, at this point, I think the gap has officially closed, at least in my eyes. The question is, has the gap been overtaken? Because if EMEA get the top two spots, win number 1 and number 2, Korea, a lot of questions to be asked about where they are in the power levels of Overwatch currently in esports, because it's already pretty historical that you had all 3 Korean teams knocked down to the lower bracket, a double EMEA upper bracket final going into a guaranteed EMEA team in the grand final, potentially both of them. And then if you actually get an EMEA World Finals champion, it would be groundbreaking. I don't think in the entire history of Overwatch esports, at least least from the OWL era onwards. The last time a European team has won is probably when Johnny played, honestly.
I just think it's a little unlucky that we did have to have, you know, Crazy Raccoon eliminate T1, and then we also saw, unfortunately, Crazy Raccoon eliminate Team Falcons. You know, a little unfortunate how the bracket played out for that.
Yeah, they're very anti-Korean as a Korean team. Like, so, I don't know.
Oh yeah, okay, so maybe there wasn't
maybe
any
they're the
help from
problem.
Team
Like, I don't know. Yeah, but then again, like you did see the MENA teams, or rather the EMEA teams, they were the ones knocking the Korean teams down in lower brackets in the first place. So, you know, it's a taking in and giving, or whatever I was about to say there. Regardless, though, we are looking at a very exciting grand final and also at a very, very exciting lower bracket final here between those two players, or rather teams. Is there any individual you're most excited to see? Like, who's your player to watch out for?
If you need me to look at just one specific team, I think for me it really is going to be Yubi. I think I need to give Yubi a lot of credit for this upcoming match, and so when we take a look at our predictions, I actually did say Crazy Raccoon for this.
What? That's Admiral's script. Did you accidentally take Admiral's script?
No, I was stalling because I didn't know we were going next in the...
And here we are. Predictions. Huzzah. I went with Twisted Minds. It's a sim meta. Like, that's what it is. And if it's a sim meta and you're going up against the sim originators, if they're on and they seem on, like especially coming off of a loss, this is a team that they get more hungry. They get more like hyped up, amped up in order to like take it all. Like, I know this is gonna like put a fire under them. So I think they got what it takes to take this series.
To tie the points together though, I think if there is going to be a Twisted Minds win, I do think you do have to look at Yubi as like the initiator of all of that. Otherwise, I think Crazy Raccoon, they have been in this scenario before. They have made strong lower bracket runs to have the comeback into a grand finals. And so they're familiar with this territory. They know what it's gonna take to be able to get back there.
It's the first time that I genuinely think I'm going to have to go against Korea. Twisted Minds is going to be my prediction for this one. I think they're in a strong position to go to the finals. OWCS versus Twisted Minds grand finals. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. Korea's time might just be done for this tournament. EMEA look to be on top. I said I was all in on court, so I'm going to remain on that.
Okay. Looking at our audience here, Crazy Raccoon is still the favorite to win it all, but quite frankly, usually when you see a Korean team facing off against literally any other regionals team,
they're usually favored.
They're usually favored, so no big surprise. I do think 38% is quite a lot in that regard. But yeah, Twisted Minds, they're here to fight, okay? They're here to represent their region. They're here to show us what they got. This one is for all or nothing. The loser will be going home. The winner moving on to the grand finals. So let's meet the teams.
Thank you so much there, Zoe, and welcome back, friends, to the main stage. That's right, OWCS have secured themselves, booked a place in our grand final later on today. But I'm going to rename this main stage now. I'm going to call it the Colosseum of the Fallen, because OWCS have sent both of these next two teams into the lower bracket for this final. This has become a tale of vengeance, of redemption. The winner of this will get a chance at a second shot in that grand final to beat them, but who will it be? DreamHack, the question is, are you ready? I hope you guys at home are ready too. It's time to meet the teams in this lower bracket final. First up, please welcome back Twisted Minds! A team consisting of Court, Yubi, Psycho, TVNT, KSI, a simple and funny Astro. Will they manage to get themselves back on course for a world title? We'll have to find out. They're ready, and the fans are ready to make some noise, DreamHack! And facing them on the stage, please give it up for Crazy Raccoon! Winners of Champions Clash, an Esports World Cup title, but a World Finals has escaped their grasp thus far. Can the Korean #1s book a place in the grand final and make history? DreamHack, give it up for Crazy Raccoon! The fans are ready. It's spine tingling. Woo! I can feel the goosebumps are there. We're all ready to rock and roll. We hope that you folks at home are too. One more time, give it up for your lower bracket finalist, DreamHack. Make some noise and scream! Here we go. Let's get ready to rumble!
The last time we were graced with a Twisted Minds and Crazy Raccoon game, it was the mid-season, and it was a map 5 where Twisted Minds overcame Crazy Raccoon and knocked them out of the competition.
And this time, here at the OWCS World Finals, we're looking at a Crazy Raccoon roster that are looking at a lot of legends with plenty of accolades who are perhaps towards the end of their careers here, trying to make one final stand to lift that big OWCS trophy. Can they get over the hurdle though, Jaws? Twisted Minds, Alcazia, they have looked mighty powerful so far this tournament.
Yeah, big warm-up game as well, you'd want to say, against Alcazia. Waiting for them in the finals, and I think Adam put it perfectly as well down on the stage. Like, look, someone is going to get revenge here. Or maybe Alcazia just end up sweeping TM if they make it back to the finals. This series is going to be close. Korea's #1 versus EMEA's #1. We're going to Busan with Twisted Minds banning away Jumbin's Winston as Lucio ban for Crazy Raccoon.
Very much expected from either team here. Crazy Raccoon, a team that relies on their mechanical ability, their individual skill. Jumbin's masterful Winston is going to be impactful throughout this series. So Twisted Minds, because they come from the upper bracket, they get the advantage of first map pick and first ban. And like the desk touched on, UB back in the mix here for a Twisted Minds roster that faced a bit of a trap game here. They need to get back into this game with confidence, feeling energetic, and that can be difficult after just about missing out on the grand final. But this is where a team captain like UB, who is so great for the communication, the leadership of this team, to rally the troops, to get your head back into the game. Twisted Minds here. You can see UB so far in the OWCS Finals been pivotal for them, providing the Symmetra capable of taking down even the most powerful opponents. But Crazy Raccoon, they got more to worry about, because so far I can see Twisted Minds, they've been looking really good even without the Symmetra. Korea, they got a bigger uphill battle than just the Symmetra in this one.
And that's not really something we've ever said any time before. I mean, look at Overwatch League, and even Abra was talking about it throughout OWCS's history too. Korea has always been on top. Can EMEA upset that and rewrite the history books, or at least add another page? Now, even looking at Crazy Raccoon, Lip on the other side, you're not expecting him or Heesang to really permanently play something like a Symmetra. Maybe we see flashes of it. Of course, we did see Proper playing someone for Team Falcons, but that's not where their skill lies. That's not where their comps are really going to deviate. So we go to Busan. What do you expect we're going to see here from Jumbin? Of course, Wrecking Ball, it's been another massive hero pick for the tank player.
Yeah, Jumbin, one of the best Wrecking players in the entire world, and this could be a good time to pick the Wrecking Ball. Hazard, another good hero pick to try and deploy against this Symmetra. But when you compare the two Korean teams, Crazy Raccoon, they overcame Falcons yesterday. But Falcons, they rely more on the teamwork. They're capable of flexing over to a hero like Symmetra, and maybe they could have made it work here today, but instead it was Crazy Raccoon in a 5-map banger who took out their Korean rivals. And you can see going into our first control map, Crazy Raccoon, they are perfect on this map so far. I will say though, those upper bracket finals, they were sweeps. They were really good.
Yeah.
And so Don't let those stats fool you too much.
It's only control, man. It's all good. It's just the first map of the stage. It's all good. It's all good. Fraudulent game mode, of course.
I disagree, by the way. Love me at Lijiang Tower. Let's go. Not in the hero pool, not in the map pool for this event, but shout out Lijiang Tower. I appreciate everyone in ranked who votes for Lijiang Tower.
That's true. If it's up there, I'm throwing a vote that way.
Give it a B vote,
Yeah. All right, Lucio taken away from Funny Astro, but I think the Wu Yangs look very good for Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, the Wu Yang has looked spectacular for Twisted Minds, but that is obviously when they want to play a bit more poke-oriented, when they want to shut down the Symmetra we just saw from Alcadzia. Going into this matchup, sometimes we've seen the Juno Brig deployed when you want to play these more brawl-style compositions where everyone is clumped together. You want to maximize the area of effect healing that comes out. It makes it so much easier to top everyone off. Baptiste has been a great pick for Landon on Alcadzia in matchups like this. But going into a matchup like this, you gotta think Twisted Minds, they got a great game plan because this is their map pick. They've decided to go here. Crazy Raccoon, they know what's coming their way. We saw in the upper bracket matches how they deployed the bans, the Lucio, the Symmetra, the Diva. Came out against teams like this because they know what is coming their way. Let's just see how they've adapted overnight. See if there's any difference in play from them.
Seeing a lot of this from Shu too. This Ana. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Jumping can still rely on the Ram. And this backline from Chorong and Shu, look at that Falcons game. They were immortal on this pick. TVNT running out on the Diva though. Gates roll down, Bouchan. See Lip on the Ashe. He's going to be facing Quartz, who's had a heck of a game, or a heck of a day so far. Can he put up the same level here against Lip?
Junbin already poked back, taking a lot of damage.
He's going to die. He's just going to fall
dead.
over.
You're right.
Just WM1. He didn't have the support there at all, Johnny.
A bit of a positional mistake early on, and that's going to provide the Twisted Minds with the control of the capture point. But Crazy Raccoon, they need to get their head in the game here. Junbin's over on that Wrecking Ball, and Quartz finds another pick onto Hisang early. Crazy Raccoon, shape up.
Shape up or ship out. Lip's going to have a tough time getting onto this high ground too. You saw TVNT a little bit earlier. Go for the boop on the Ashe, making sure there's no easy sight lines. Here comes the slam from Junbin. But it's met so easily, Johnny, not only with a teleport, but whoa. Yeah, not only with a teleport, with a speed ring as well.
You can see the ping coming out onto the Brig.
Yeah, Chorong's really stuck here. Nice kill onto Shu though, I mean. And now Chorong is kind of isolated, kind of alone on the point. Lip trades one back, Simple dead.
Just look at how low.
A lot of pressure now.
Yeah, they gotta be scared here. They gotta back off and reset. Junbin finds a pick of the Quartz. That's a lot of damage taken away from Twisted Mind.
Oh, he needs to reload so badly, so desperately looking for the reload. There's the burn on the mech. But Twisted Mind stall out for a good 50%.
Yeah, that took a long while for Crazy Raccoon to get on the board. We're looking at a lot of individual playmakers here. Lip, obviously, is going to provide a lot of damage from afar on this Ashe, and you got plenty of high grounds to work with. Great sightlines on this initial control round. Hisang, pulse bomb in hand, but Simple's got the Susu. Look out for this Nano as well from Shu, as Quartz pop the overclock.
Yeah, instantly kills Lip. Puts him 10 feet under. Rally comes through from Chorong though. Nano boost on the Brick, but it's so low is Chorong. They just need to be able to secure the kill. Nade from Shu keeps him topped up. UB down means no wall. Now Hisang can try and get in the mix. Nice Matrix though coming through from TVNT.
There's the Orbital Ray. Twisted Minds looking to push the tempo.
They're trying to get to the point now as Force Crazy Raccoon's back, and here is the elevation for Twisted Minds, getting on that high ground real fast. And Quartz, using this wall, can just dodge this Bob pretty much. This Bob doesn't really do anything in this fight here. Not against the wall, and against UB too, it's just laser beaming.
But that was a lot of ultimates deployed for either team. Twisted Minds that needed the survivability tools to get them towards the point and claim capture of the point. And now Crazy Raccoon, we saw early on in this round how long it took for them to set up their pre-fight positioning. And Twisted Minds don't want to let him. Funny Astro goes down early.
Oh,
Great
what a
stick!
stick from Heesang. Where's that TP now, Yubi? Straight in front of him. TP away from the Kiriko, but now Simple's in trouble. Low HP. Same with TVNT. Did end up getting antied as well. Twisted Minds still in control of the point, but not for long.
And Lip opens things up. We talked about Lip being angry. Stirred up in the lower bracket. Now pressure's on to make some plays. No ultimates online for Crazy Raccoon just yet. Shu will get there with the Nano Boost in time. But Twisted Minds, they threaten this overclock from Quartz as they start rotating, wrapping around the point, looking for anyone they can punish with positioning. D.Va in the face of Lip here.
Yeah, pushing him off the high ground again. That's a lot of damage on the
Wow!
TVNT just gets the solo kill from... I mean, Chorong and Shu were like just kind of hanging around, not expecting Lip to get blown up like that, not expecting TVNT to go for a second dive bomb on the D.Va. Crazy Raccoon with 90%, but Twisted Minds finding the flip, and here comes the overclock. Straight down the straightaway. Chorong putting up the shield. A little bit of X-ray vision onto Heesang. Quartz still hunting for heads, but the heads won't find him.
But that was one of the scariest tools for Twisted Minds deployed. Crazy Raccoon feeling confident re-engaging here.
Yeah, no sleep dart available for Shu now, and he ends up getting blown up again. Both support ultimates down for Crazy Raccoon. And it all falls apart on this first round. That's not jitters. That's TVNT coming up in a big way for Twisted Minds. The perfect kills to lay Crazy Raccoon out. Heesang down, no more touch. It's Twisted Minds get round one.
I can't emphasize enough what a great play that was from TVNT. That fight should not have played out that way. Like you said, Crazy Raccoon, with the rally from the Brigitte, with the Nano from Shu, they had so much more to say in that fight, but shut down by TVNT's great D.Va play. And Twisted Minds, they clutch up that final control round. Yes, we saw Crazy Raccoon, they were competitive, they got plenty of picks. But Twisted Minds come out on top. Quartz, 12-2 already.
Yeah, 6.5k damage. It's like 3k more than anybody else on the other team. Jumping on ball now, Johnny. I mean, we're going to see this on Busan from Jumbin regardless of the stage. It's just such a strong pick, but do you think it really matches up against a D.Va on this stage?
It's such a difficult point to get value from the Wrecking Ball. You see, great Stuster here by Twisted Minds, but then the follow-up from the nade.
Simple manages to stay alive though, TP's away, cleanses 19 HP, climbs on the wall, but they've already found Chorong and Shu. I said the immortal backline, but them going down first is not what Crazy Raccoon are used to seeing. Live with the coach going back up, but Quartz is right there waiting for him, waves him goodbye as he plummets to his death.
Heesang gets one. They're still trading back and forth. Chorong with another, so Twisted Minds with control here. But Crazy Raccoon, they want a death match here. They want to find individual picks.
Got to find him first. I mean, the death match is being won out by Quartz right now. Heesang goes down, Astro.
Whoa. Okay.
He's a professional. Oh! TVNT. Can he get another boop on him? 1000 HP, that'll be a low ult charge. Yes, sir. Jump in with a double boot, but it's all good. Mobility tools of Funny Astro and TVNT's disposal.
And as Jonbin builds up to these mines from the Wrecking Ball, that is going to be really helpful in prolonging point control here, making it difficult for Twisted Minds to stack up. Twisted Minds, how do they utilize the mobility of this Symmetra teleporter to keep themselves safe from the surrounding threats of Crazy Raccoon?
Like a Christmas ornament, he's waiting on. Hey, oh, no one's gonna check. Slam. Mine's available. 1000 HP. So low at Twisted Minds right now, but they can use the teleport to great distance. And Lip's already dead. In a blink of an eye, they TP and insta-kill Crazy Raccoon. Jumbin basically up there like a statue watching everything happen. Couldn't react quick enough to Twisted Minds' TP plays.
Crazy Raccoon opting for the Ash here. It's going to be a great target to teleport on top of and punish the individual positioning. Crazy Raccoon here, they lose control, but they still have 5 ultimates online as the mines come out from Junbin.
But Astro just hits the shift like he's out of there.
Lip again.
Lip's dead again. Nano boost onto Chorong. Gets a bit of damage actually onto the break. There's the rally looking for the bash. Nice cleanse there. It's going to help everybody survive as Chorong has to just dip, has to get out. No overhealth for the rest of the team there. Using that third-person peek to try and escape the wrath of Quartz. But there's no escaping this Sojourn, nor the Diva. Twisted Minds, Johnny still in full control of this map. Lives dead again.
I mean, TVNT is just cleaning up on this map, getting the full support from the rest of his team. But the way he's punishing the backline from Crazy Raccoon, and Crazy Raccoon, they're going to make a wholesale change with Junbin over to Ramatra, Lip, some added point pressure from this mate. They need more survivability, not feeling comfortable so far here on Busan.
Quartz looking with the overclock on the high ground. The Ramatra now for Junbin, more staying power on the point. Lip on the Mei. Had enough of just perma-dying on the Ashe. Twisted Minds teleporting up to high ground, and Lip is dead again! Overclock from height, a bird's eye view, and he's picking them off one by one by one! Quartz continues to shut down Lip, shut down Crazy Raccoon. A 2-0 on Busan to start off.
And Crazy Raccoon are left pondering, how do we deal with this Symmetra composition? But it's not only Yubi who is threatening from this Twisted Minds roster. TVNT with a fantastic Diva game there. Lip, one of the most decorated hit scan players of all time, just had 0 impact. 8 and 9, that are not the stats that Crazy Raccoons are looking for. Complete dominance from Quartz, 26 and 2.
26 and 2 against the GOAT.
A passing of the torch. Lip, he is the GOAT. At this point, you can firmly say that Lip, he has been so instrumental for so many fantastic teams over the years. So many championships won. But in this series, just unable to match what Quartz is able to deliver on the Sojourn. If Crazy Raccoon are to stand a chance in this series, if they are to qualify for the Grand Finals later today, they need Lip to perform at their highest ability. And so far, it just hasn't been the case.
Oh, that shot was nice. Astro with a big smile on his face, warmed up. Talk about how maybe pissed Lip is coming into the series. Angry Lip. What about angry Twisted Minds? They want revenge on Alcad. They don't want to go down like this again. They want to be in the finals, and they want to take it this time.
It's been the storied rivalry so far, and Twisted Minds going into this tournament. They felt like they were unbeatable, like they had solved the puzzle of Alcadzia, like they were the team on top. But now, taking defeat earlier on today, they find themselves here in the lower bracket, taking on one of the best rosters of all time, Crazy Raccoon, this golden generation from Korea. But this tournament has been anything but for the Korean teams. Both Team Falcons falling yesterday in 4th place, taking a loss to Crazy Raccoon, and then in the lower bracket, Crazy Raccoon yet to win a map here in this series against Twisted Minds.
How are you feeling if you're... Obviously, we spoke about Lip already, but even with Junbin coming in through this tournament, we're swapping out Max in and out. Seeing Max come in, and not up until recently, like Max was coming in and losing a lot of his maps. Max is really, I feel like, improved as an off-tank player, and especially in this meta where you can play Zarya, Diva, even Sigma too. We've seen a little bit of sprinklings of that. How are you feeling if you're Junbin here? Do you want to continue to play Winston, Wrecking Ball, plays like this, and hope you can just be quicker than these TPs? Because we saw Junbin in that fight, he's kind of, you know, hanging around in the choke point, waiting to slam. It's like, okay, we slammed, but the TP was almost instant. But by the time he like rolled away to get a different angle, they'd already TP'd across the map and killed Lip. Like, it was that quick. And Ball is fastest character in the game.
Well, he's going to be given another chance here as Crazy Raccoon, they pivot to Dorado. Obviously, the Winston banned earlier on from Twisted Minds, recognizing the threat of the dive potential from Crazy Raccoon.
They're pulling it out now.
As Crazy Raccoon, yeah, they deployed the Symmetra ban early on here with their first opportunity, with the first ban going into the second map.
It's good going to Dorado too, because you remove Shambali Monastery. So not able to play that, definitely favored for those sim teams. So Dorado, yeah, makes the perfect sense for Crazy Raccoon.
But this is also a big investment. We talked about the various value you get out of some of these bans. And Symmetra, it's obviously the most impactful one in this series, as Twisted Minds, they look unstoppable on these Symmetra compositions. So Crazy Raccoon, this is very much a must-win map for their chances for the rest of this series. If you go down 0-2 in this series, clawing yourself back without the opportunity to ban out Lucio, ban out Symmetra, it's going to be so much harder. You need to make life easier for yourself by winning these important map picks and map bans. So I'm favoring Crazy Raccoons in this one. But Twisted Minds, they showed yesterday they're good even with that Symmetra remove.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Dorado has been the go-to, like, we've got to win this. Like, we have to.
That's the impact of this map pool. You can take yourself to your comfort zone. And we've seen in this tournament a lot of different teams. They have different playstyles, different types of comfort. Twisted Minds, obviously, they prefer the Symmetra here, but Crazy Raccoon, they are very much happy shying away from it.
Bit on screen.
Crazy Raccoon here. What compositions will they play? We'll take a look at their stats on the Escort map type at OWCS Finals, 2-1. Second best, apparently, to our stats guy. But again, this is a map that we've already performed on. We saw yesterday, I mean, Quartz just had unreal appearances on this map at that point. Playing the Sojourn, of course, and that is going to be a hero that is available to him if you want to take it there.
Do you think Lip matches then? Go Sojourn as well? Obviously, Ash is going to be a big playmaker here, but as well.
Yeah, but we also saw that Lip, he tried out the Ash, it didn't work out.
Went Mei.
He went Mei instead. And so on a map like this, you know, I love the Freya. I think the Freya provides so much when it comes to verticality, the ability to avoid the threat of the Symmetra, but with the Symmetra gone, yeah, maybe. The firepower that a Sojourn provides, the ability to one-shot people with that railgun, especially with the minor perk. The overclock is one of the more impactful ultimates in the game. And so this is very much going to be a duel, yet again, of the hit scam players as Quartz take on Lip here in the lower bracket final.
His backline's just got to stay alive as well. Shu and Chorong. Out of the two, Chorong, a newer face. As Shu has been around since Apex. Long, long time ago. Used to flex sometimes actually to Widow when that was you could as a support. That's ancient history at this point.
But that major title, it escaped Shu in the Overwatch League.
Right.
If you remember back then, it was Chorong who came out on top with Florida Mayhem, taking down the Houston Outlaws, featuring many prestigious Korean players at that point.
Checkmate.
Checkmate as well. He was on that Florida Mayhem roster. I believe Shu was on Houston Outlaws back then, so he knows. They've grown fond of each other and now find themselves in this Crazy Raccoon backline. But as much as we praise this Crazy Raccoon roster, they haven't showed that same level of lethal threat so far in this tournament. It's been all EMEA. Twisted Minds now head into this map.
And you're expecting Jumbin to roll out on Winston for sure if you're TM. You see Max, maybe some D.Va, but it's all Winston all day for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see that speed, let's see that tempo from CR.
This should be the moment where Crazy Raccoon step up the tempo, like you say. Where they show what Korea is capable of when they're playing comfort. And it's a Genji Tracer
classic dive. Like, couldn't be more classic. Maybe swap out the Kiri for an Ana. This couldn't be any closer to pure dive if you tried. This is what you want to see. This is the thing about the Korean region. It's always been the case. They play quick. They play fast. Don't play loose. They play fast. We'll see if Quartz can stand up to the might here of this dive.
So a bit of poking back and forth. But here goes Crazy Raccoon.
Simple's so low already.
Angling for a
Simple's
dive
just
angle.
getting chased by Heesang. Wow, over the rooftop. Didn't even attempt to look round and maybe even tool him out there, but it's all good because as quick as Heesang got that kill, Twisted Minds pounced. Choring and Shu already dead as Yubi cleans up on the point. Not normally, obviously, the Tracer play from Yubi. Don't see it every day. Normally, Psycho comes in, but he's got a mean Tracer on him. Not enough, though, to take down Lip. Astro trying to get away. Another veteran of the Overwatch League.
Quick reset here from Twisted Minds. They will get one more attempt. But Crazy Raccoon, they want to hold these doorways. They don't want to provide any sightlines for Twisted Minds.
Looks like Astro's going to be able to get the team back in, but they're carrying in this small little corridor here. Jumbin, Bubble, a little bit too far backwards there. Can't really pressure the corner. Oh, Pulse Bomb. TVNT super low, but stay with Jumbin, to be fair. Backline's getting dove right now. Heesang looking for resets. What a slash. What a dash from Heesang.
Okay.
Hits a reset. Thanks to Choron. Straight into Astro. Oh, the pulse. Dodges, all good. Team kill comes in. Twisted Mind sent back to spawn. Does Crazy Raccoon get the cap?
And this is the scary moment for Twisted Minds because Crazy Raccoon, they are coming online. They will swarm you with the pace brought out by a Genji player like Heesang. Lip, we talk about his hit scan player. But he started his career on the Tracer, matching some of the finest players in the world. And Shu.
Wow. Nice boot. Blade for Heesang's already used that deflag, but looks like Twisted Mind still wants some of this. There's the rush. Down barrier comes in for Astro. Only hits 3, but it might be enough. Primal Rage on the high ground. Main man is going to be Quartz here. The juggle from Jumpin is good, but the peel is better for Twisted Minds. They get Quartz out of there.
Wow.
Jumpin escapes with 37 HP as the blade from Heesang still sheathed.
The blade is looming here. Overclock from Quartz.
He's deflected already.
Heesang.
He can't go in.
That changes everything.
Nice little drop down as well. Should be a fairly easy cleanup now. Crazy Raccoon's going for a reset.
And so Twisted Minds, they hold this high ground. As Quartz finds another onto Shu. They don't want to let out this hit scan less composition for free. There's no real long-range threat for Crazy Raccoon here. And so Twisted Minds, they can feel comfortable poking and prodding very early on here. Maybe force an early Kitsune rush and then disengage.
Yubi's trying to find an ang here. Liv forced a recall early. I heard a Suzu come out too. Yubi down. Went for an aggressive push again. Shut down by another support. Self-destruct from TVNT. An attempted boot from Astro to try and kill Lip. He's chasing him. He's trying to get on him. Lip low. Forced a recall. And now TVNT is in trouble without a ult available. Blade from Heesang. Dashes to the skies. A Suzu. Not enough to save the mech.
And Crazy Raccoon, they're going to wait here for a little bit. Twisted Minds losing their diva. They're going to think better of and disengage here. They want one proper push. But falling behind in the ultimate charge for their supports, Crazy Raccoon, they're going to up the tempo once more as Shu will drop this Kitsune rush.
Can Yubi actually find a place to put this pulse? Wants it on Choring ideally.
Oh!
It's like I called it into existence there. Yubi, a double with the pulse. Not only kills Lip, but kills Chorong. It's a full reset from Crazy Raccoon.
And you saw Shu kicking himself in the camp. He has the Suzu that needs to be the protection from a moment like that, from the pulse bomb. That completely flipped everything on Crazy Raccoon's head as Twisted Minds now able to build those support ultimates. They can continue to hold here on second.
Woo. You only trust from the GOAT with that, that's for sure. There's the Kitsune rush. Quartz, though, dashing straight into Jumbin. Yubi ends up finding Lip, but here comes the sound barrier. Hits a 3-man beat. Astro connects with his before, but a later sound barrier might be good enough. Jumbin dies with the Primal Rage as TVNT pushes towards the spawn. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Johnny. But look at the payload. It's been inching back this entire time.
Crazy Raccoon running out of time here. And they're going to swap up their damage line from the very high tempo Genji Tracer to an Echo and Sojourn instead. It's going to be tough for Twisted Minds to navigate. They need to rely on Quartz with this overclock.
He's got the overclock, but the bubble's enough. Quartz has got a slide in it. Jumbin disappears. Same with Heesang. Looking like Houdini. Getting out of there. Duplication available. Now Quartz in trouble. Dashes straight back in. Super low. Primal Rage in bank. And they've robbed them of their lives as Jumbin both assists and kills on Quart and Yubi. Free rush there for Heesang with the dupe onto the Kiriko as they push on to second.
And that should be a point cap.
Should be.
Twisted Minds, there's
a chance.
Posing a little bit as the touch comes in from Yubi. Quartz pushes forward here.
I mean, they're on it again, Johnny.
They are.
Bubba's going to come down, but Lips on a nice little angle here. Has to dash away from the D, but doesn't want to get too close to TVNT. Self-destruct and Pulse Bomb available for Twisted Minds. Oh, but Yubi goes down. Pulse Bomb as well. Probably cancelled, actually. Didn't hear that. Even connect with the floor. Shorong finds Funny Astro. Okay. As close as you can get to an OT push. 1 minute and 30.
And Crazy Raccoon's composition puts a lot of pressure onto Yubi here. Because the damage coming out from an Echo and a Sojourn, it is overwhelming. You need someone to get into the backline, shut these players down. Quartz is trying his best on the Cassidy. But all eyes on the support players here with the ultimates coming online. Crazy Raccoon looking to finish Dorado here on their own map pick.
Quartz on a Cassidy of all things now. I mean, the range definitely nice. On third. Double rush, high noon for Quartz is going to waylay the push from Crazy Raccoon. And he's saying, pops his little head out. TP away from Shu, but this might just be enough. I mean, where are they right now?
Uh-oh.
They're in the old spawn, Johnny.
This is a lot of time lost for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds, they're going to push in here.
This is horrible if you die here. Sound Barrier connects with 3 again. Astro comes in with a later one. Shu chased down. Crazy Raccoon. A push to the very brink. Again, final fight.
This is an awful spot to be in. The Primal comes in from Heesang. Crazy Raccoon, they're doing their best here to really brawl, to find picks, but
he's gonna die.
They're not
Johnny,
getting value.
Heesang ends up getting eliminated by Quartz, but there's no value there, there's no space. And we've got 10 seconds to go, and Chorong is getting pushed to the very brink. Yubi traces down the Lucio, and someone needs to touch. Someone's got to get there. There's 3 seconds. Jumbin's on the Doomfist. He has to go for it, but can't quite get there.
That high noon just messed up everything for Crazy Raccoon. They decided to retreat away, but then found themselves in that lower basement area. It was the wrong position to rotate to, and it didn't allow them a full push to get back towards that payload. Losing the sound barrier like that, Shorong just hitting 3 people with it. No damage players were with them down there. And so it's just a wasted ultimate. The sound barrier is so critical to get across that hurdle. And so Crazy Raccoon probably thinking there, that was a missed opportunity. We made one rotational mistake. Oh, and look at that pulse.
That, like you said, Shu kind of kicking himself, but feels like you can't really blame anybody there. That was just a good play by Yubi. That was just a perfect stick.
Yubi coming on clutch here on this Tracer. We talk about the Symmetra. Theoretically, Yubi should be no match for a player like Lip in this one. But Yubi showing the nice, well-timed pulse bomb. He still got what it takes to have impact in this roto.
Bonjour.
Quartz going to take a shot out of the gate. Yeah, no pure dive for Crazy Raccoon now. Heart skip the beat. Chorong pointing to the sky saying thank you there. Thank goodness that wasn't a headshot.
And so even though the Symmetra is not in play here, we're looking at a Twisted Minds composition that will prefer to stick together, pocket Quartz on this Cassidy, enable your hitscan player to get picks. TVNT, he's the bodyguard on this Diva, utilizing the crucial defense matrix.
Please pay attention to Quartz. Someone forced him out. Yubi in the backline, playing it stealthy. Oh, trying to kill on Jumbin. Highly unlikely you're going to get that, but puts pressure on the backline at the very least. Suzu comes out from Shu, saving the team. Yubi still slinking around.
Crazy Raccoon here, they're just trying to keep this payload contested. They like to fight in this kind of an area, but they need their damage players to find pick. Heesang, you need to get active on this Echo.
They flip the map. If the map are complete, this is a better spot for Quartz to be in, Johnny.
They're running out of time here on Crazy Raccoon. They need to go for a play soon.
Yeah, they do. They can't let this one go away for free. The payload is moving at light speed.
And Simple coming up with the Kitsune Rush. Twisted Minds have the whole advantage here.
They have a High Noon as well. Crazy Raccoon, you got to do something. You got to get Feral up in there.
They just capped.
High Noon.
They just capped.
Straight underneath their noses. I mean, that cannot happen. It cannot.
Crazy Raccoon, they just got nothing going for them here. And now they're fighting in Twisted Minds spawn. I mean, this is a Crazy Raccoon roster that is hesitating. That isn't making the plays necessary to shut down Twisted Minds. We know what this roster is capable of, but they're not showing it just yet. On this second point defense, the ultimates will have been generated. So they should have a pretty good win condition going into this next fight. But we need to see a Crazy Raccoon roster come online, repeatedly win fights with the mechanical ability from Heesang and Lip.
Railgun for Lip. Yeah, you want Lip to be a playmaker here. You need him to go for something. Sound barrier. Okay, now they're pressing the tempo. Funny Astro goes down, holds on to his own beat. No Ajax is here. Not at least for now. TVNT has still at least killed Shu. And the longer they stay in this fight, the worse it is for Crazy Raccoon. But the cleanup is swift. Self-destruct, dodge. Jumbin cleans up the Baby Diva.
But that was the easy fight for Crazy Raccoon. Now begins the tough path of holding Twisted Minds here on second. Funny Astro's going to have the sound barrier advantage. Crazy Raccoon though, a lot of playmaking to be made with this overclock from Lip. Shu with this Kitsune Rush.
They might just go again, they might just go fast. Rush over the edge. Yo. You be taking a body shot.
Watch your head.
There they go. They're going again. Gonna go with the Primal Rage this time around. High Noon's gonna get popped. Jumping out. Slowly but surely. Moving around the corner is Quartz. Cancels the High Noon. Now Jumbin looking for something to right-click down on the low ground.
The longer this pre-fight goes on, Twisted Minds are gonna build a Kitsune Rush. These are the two crucial ultimates needed to keep things going here on second.
Heesang needs help. TVNT just finds the solo kill on him. And now they're gonna try again and push the back line of Twisted Minds. Lip goes too low though, and that overclock barely finds a scratch of damage.
There's no value. No value. Twisted Minds are happy that ultimate came out. Here they go for their cohesive push.
Oh, there's the rush on the high ground. Sound barrier as well. Double support ultimate available for Twisted Minds. They're just gonna run and gun. Crazy Raccoon. They're just gonna get torn apart here as Yubi is cleaning on up. Look at those assists as well. This is not close, Johnny.
Make no mistake about it, Crazy Raccoon, they're getting dominated here in the lower bracket final. Twisted Minds look unstoppable. Who needs us to Medra?
Doomfist coming in for Jumbin. Probably the best Doomfist in the world right now as the sound barrier does connect. Oh, a nice little dodge there from Quartz, but booped up in the air briefly. Half a meter-ish to go as Quartz is shut down. TVNT not choosing to self-destruct. They know this fight is done.
We have the opportunity to get a second look on Doomfist. Who would have thought?
Oh, yeah. Give me more of that, fella. More Doomfist. I mean, Jumpin is the best Doom in the game right now.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be tough against this Cassidy, obviously. A buff to Cassidy's Hinder recently. But this caters to the playmaking playstyle. Maybe this will help Crazy Raccoon to get involved, to get in there. Make space for your damage players. It's going to be very volatile on this Doomfist, but you can make plays.
They got a touch. Jumbin's already in, hasn't got the ult, so he's going to be vulnerable after this block runs out. Lip is already down, he misses the punch, and now he's got to find a kill. He's got to find something, and they're not going to give it to him. Astro takes down Jumbin. Payload is going to get capped. And that time bank is ticking up. Crazy Raccoon living on borrowed time, and the time is ticking faster and faster.
46 meters is all that Twisted Minds need here on the third point. And they're coming up on some big ultimates too. Crazy Raccoon, they've had no answer so far for EMEA in this tournament.
Post bomb from Heesang. Door closed. Trying to get it past this Matrix is going to be tough, but he's found a way in. Spots the backline. TP, rush, Heesang low, forced to recall, Meteor Strike, and Shu's already dead.
TVNT again.
He just keeps on coming up big. Meteor Strike gets nothing, sound barrier there. Twisted Minds haven't lost a single player yet. Chorong and Jumbin low. And it's all over, Johnny. I mean, you can't much. You have to ask for a miracle from Eastang, but that miracle is not gonna come. Twisted Minds on match point. On the verge of making history. Will this be an all EMEA finals? Because Crazy Raccoon right now looks like their heads are no way near the game.
We are seeing history in the making, in front of our eyes, as Alcatia, Twisted Minds, they are showing Korea what this region is capable of. Something unprecedented in the long history of Overwatch Esports. And just take a look at the stats. TVNT 23-6, been so impactful on this diva, both in Busan, but also on Dorado. Quartz, 16,000 damage, rocking that Cassidy. Crazy Raccoon, they've had no answers.
0, Johnny, 0. Peep this pulse.
Hello.
That's Suzu timing from Shu there.
It's been a Crazy Raccoon team that have always felt a step behind in this series. Obviously, they're reliant on a lot of big players coming up for them here. We're used to seeing Lip just color the kill feed with his big impactful play. Heesang as well. We talked going into this tournament, oh, Heesang is looking great. I mean, he's dominating proper. But he hasn't had that same level of impact in this series.
Dorado is the must-win map. It feels like every single series we've seen so far, and they lose it. They lose the dive map. The sim ban is off the table. We're going to a third. Crazy Raccoon. They need to buck up here. They need to find an answer to what TM are bringing, because you know what they're bringing next map. They're bringing that sim back.
They're bringing the sim back, and with Dorado out of the mix, it gets more difficult for Crazy Raccoon to force something that is comfortable. You could have made the case, perhaps, that banning the Symmetra and picking Dorado at the same time, it was too much of a commitment of resources available for Crazy Raccoon here strategically as Max gets subbed in. That tells us that Crazy Raccoon, they're going to play more of a ground-style tank here. Max hailed for his amazing Zarya play coming out of Korea. But is that really going to be the key for success here? As Crazy Raccoon will need to reverse sweep Twisted Minds, a Twisted Minds team that now for the rest of the series, taking a map loss here, they'd even be comfortable getting the map pick for the 4th, the 5th map, the first bans. Crazy Raccoon, they got the whole deck stacked against them for the remainder of this one.
Yeah, and that is the scary thing. If they do end up low, we lose this one, sure. Map pick, ban, insta, win, it feels like, for Twisted Minds. KSA in the back there, of course. I mean, look, not subbing Psycho in either. They're happy to play these sim comps against Crazy Raccoon. Maybe we see Psycho in the finals if they make it there. But, Johnny, like, is this really how Crazy Raccoon go out? In a 3-0 like this?
I mean, this is a Crazy Raccoon team that is looking for answers at this point. They gave it to Roland Busan. Dorado, it's extreme of a map design you can possibly ask for when it comes to the verticality, the high ground, that theoretically should enable the damage players of Crazy Raccoon to pop off. And so now pivoting to Max, you're going to get a completely different compositional look of things. And maybe they got a solution to whatever Twisted Minds is bringing, but even so, you gotta demand excellence from this roster moving forward.
And that's what we expect. I think that's the expectation too with even Team Falcons. You expect excellence every single time they click play, log in, join the server. I mean, like, you're expecting highlight reel worth of clips. But we're not seeing any of that. We're seeing that from TVNT, especially. While Jumbin and Max, fairly new in the grand scheme of things, if you look at like all the way back in Overwatch League, they did play at the very tail end of it. But TVNT, he is the next generation of world-class tank players. And if he wasn't already, he definitely is now.
I mean, we spent the entire year talking about Siad and how awesome Siad has been for Alcatia.
Sure.
But I think TVNT in these recent months the impact he had in stage 3 for this team, I think that TVNT has rivaled some of the performances from Siad. And you can see throughout this series how he just pestering the backline of Crazy Raccoon. He drains those cooldowns, the teleport, the Suzu from Crazy Raccoon, and that just makes the rest of the fight so much easier. He comes up in the kill feed, but it's all the work you don't really see in the kill feed either. Just draining the resources from a Crazy Raccoon roster that is so reliant on the mechanical abilities of their players. And so it's going to be a D.Va ban here from Crazy Raccoon as we head into King's Row. This is going to force a bit of a Ramatra matchup or the Zarya if Max chooses to go there. As we take a look at the top banned hero so far this tournament, and you can see D.Va, the most banned hero so far. That is obviously something we've seen a lot on Ilios, because you ban out some of these ground tank players. That's going to make things difficult for them when it comes to adjusting to the Winston. But even in a matchup like this, you get that defense matrix out of the equation. That's less protection for someone like Quartz, who's been popping off so far. And it's going to force a bit of a different compositional matchup here.
With TVNT on the Ram, though, against Max, who has looked really good throughout the stage. Do you think TVNT is going to be able to stand up to this? Because this is another kind of ban that they can pull. Like, we know TVNT's D.Va is his best hero.
Yeah, we can talk about the tank players in this one, but the head-to-head is going to be lopsided because one team has a Symmetra.
And the other team does not.
I very much doubt Crazy Raccoon will bring out the Symmetra in this map because it would be essentially admitting defeat. We don't have the answer. We don't have the solution to what EMEA are bringing. As we take a look at Quartz and TVNT so far in this series, 48 eliminations from Quartz, that's no surprise. He is the designated damage dealer. But TVNT, I'm so amazed by the level of his performances so far. It's a tank that just, a player we haven't really discussed. And now just providing whatever is necessary here in the crucial moments.
Look at map 1. Go back and replay that map 1.
It's amazing.
On the high ground, pushing Lip off, going for like solo dives on Lip, killing him over and over and over again on the Ashe. But like, you can't ask for much more than that from your D.Va player.
They closed it out the initial round by TVNT killing the backline of Crazy Raccoon, shutting down the rally.
Yeah.
The Nonoboost, they didn't even come out from Crazy Raccoon. TVNT was just in their face, harassing Crazy Raccoon. And so the impact can be witnessed in the kill feed, but also, like I mentioned earlier, the abilities have been flawless from this Twisted Minds roster so far. So I mentioned, of course, the Symmetra is going to come back into the mix here. And the Symmetra, there's so much damage coming out from a Symmetra, especially close range, as if you generated the charge on that beam. And so if you're Crazy Raccoon, if you're Max here, yes, you're going to play the hero of your choice, whether it's the Zarya or the Ramatra. Oh, already displaying a little bit of confidence here as we head into the third map. And why shouldn't they be confident? They've earned themselves that opportunity to be confident going up 2-0 in this series.
1000%. I mean, even losing a map, right? You're still like, well, we kind of crushed Dorado. Like, we crushed Control as well. We're happy with this. We know we can take Crazy Raccoon. We know we can take some of the gods of Overwatch to their very brink.
I mean, in many ways, the weakness for Twisted Minds so far this year has actually been that they're forced to map 5 so much because they end up losing the maps where they get banned out, where the enemy team target bans them and they are unable to play at their fullest potential. So when you start off a series 2-0, you know that you patched that up, you've solved things that you were previously struggling with. And so Twisted Minds, they've earned themselves that opportunity to feel a little bit of relief here. As we take a look at the bracket of the World Finals so far, it's been 5 days of play for these teams. Take a look at the lower bracket here in Crazy Raccoon. They run through it as they took down T1 in a 3-0 fashion. Last night, the last match of the day, Crazy Raccoon, they overcame the second seed in Korea, Team Falcons, the previous reigning world champions, for an opportunity here in the lower bracket finals against Twisted Minds.
And Falcons, why do they end up in the lower bracket? Well, Twisted Minds 3-0'd them. The Korean Slayers. Both the number 1 and number 2 seed being put to their test. Max with a small little wave there as we jump into King's Row in just a moment. Diva ban for Crazy Raccoon. Down to the wire with a potential couple more maps to actually be played. I mean, Twisted Minds, if they 3-0 here, what a ridiculous run. 3-0ing Falcons, 3-0ing Crazy Raccoon, only being beaten out by Alcad to land in this lower bracket finals. Our third and potential final map here if Twisted Minds keep up this pace. Crazy Raccoon needs something special.
This is something that Korea, they're unaccustomed to. Their dominance in Overwatch Esports. They have reigned for so long. And now heading into a third map in the lower bracket final, we're witnessing perhaps the final chapters of their legacy.
A pretty obvious affair, like you mentioned, with the Sim. But we have seen Sigma on this map played a little bit, Johnny, on defense.
It's a good first point defense. Secure that high ground. A lot of options here for Crazy Raccoon.
See what Twisted Minds start on. Just a ram, as expected. And now Max, a fresh set of eyes, a fresh set of ears too, to come in. Not like I'd expect Crazy Raccoon in any way to be crumbled mentally, but still a fresh approach needed, something different.
And Moon has talked about, the coach for Crazy Raccoon he's talked about, he didn't fully trust Max. But obviously going into a map like this, in the recent weeks he's talked about, he fully trusts his Ramatra player now. As we roll out on King's Row, Crazy Raccoon, on their last tournament life, need to force a reverse sweep here.
Chorong Mercy, they're going Farah Mercy. Their answer, maybe, to this ram. Of all things I didn't expect to see, this is definitely up there.
I've seen it all. I have seen it all. Oh, uh-oh. Okay.
They're like, did you guys choose the right hero, or you already played Mercy, or what?
UB maybe having a bit of a mic issues.
Now we have seen it all.
They got a look on the Mercy composition. Twisted Minds now. How are they going to adapt as they face a Farah Mercy composition? And like you said, a hero we never see in competitive Overwatch. That damage boost, I mean, you've seen it in ranked, folks.
Folks, too much.
You've seen it in ranked. It's good for some extra damage output, trying to find those picks, but that puts even more pressure onto your damage players. But it's also a pick that usually isn't selected because of the lack of mobility. This should be a hero that Twisted Minds can look to punish.
All right, we're back in. All right, he's saying, what you got? Chorong, got to be careful. Stay with shoot. Take it to the skies, though. Oh, nice little boot, but Quartz. Slide take there, looking real good. Ended up TPing. Oh, TPing back. Lip doing a little 180 there. Still looking for these off angles are the hit scans. There's a Chorong and Heesang in the skies currently, and he chases down Funny Astro. Okay. Heesang eventually shut down, but Lip on the high ground is going to get the damage boost now. After they heal up the front line. Should be able to get the res too. Hello, Quartz. Good night.
And you can hear the Korean fans roaring as Crazy Raccoon secure this first point cap. This is their last hope, their last chance, the Korean fan base, to cheer on one of their representatives here at the OWCS World Finals. But that was just 1 point, Crazy Raccoon. They have plenty left to go. How do they operate this second point? With the benefit of Heesang's Far as he comes up with that barrage.
Perma-flank, hide on the roofs. It's going to be the aim of the game. Not many angles here for Heesang to fire down, so Quartz is going to be able to check a little bit easier. They're actually just going to try and rush. It's a 3v5 on that cart right now. Crazy Raccoon. The rest of the team just has to survive, Johnny. But Shu's already dead. The TPs that close the gap don't give Heesang and Chorong enough time to respond.
It's an amazing response from Twisted Minds. They see the two people behind them and they push forward to punish Twisted Minds. And now, knowing that Hisang is up there, you could always teleport, you could always threaten that mobility to punish even more individuals. Lots of ultimates on the board here, but UB goes down early.
No more TP, Astro gets booped in, Bob deployed. Going to be doing a fair bit of damage here with Lip. Yes, okay. Choke point secured.
That was a great nade there from Shu onto the backline of Twisted Minds as well. Hisang, obviously going to put in a lot of damage on this Pharah, but if you can force the Susu early, it puts Twisted Minds in a difficult spot, and Shu can really abuse the effect of the Biotic Grenade. That anti-healing, so effective at killing targets.
Now you can insta-pop people as well. If you land an A, then land a damage-boosted rocket, it's GG.
It's too much.
Okay, odds from Crazy Raccoon here. TP. Alternate angle. Here. Oh, he's thanks Barrage. Drag straight back down though. That Ravenous Vortex was perfect. A resurrection onto Hisang, but Chorong pays for it.
It's not enough. You can't go for one kill barrages. Chorong back on the Lucio as he tries to get back here. Twisted Minds, they are gonna contest this one. TVNT coming up on the relation, but they step off the cart. Crazy Raccoon, completely uncontested as they push the payload forward.
You can't let that happen. Happened to Crazy Raccoon earlier on, but time for a little bit of revenge. Annihilation for Max. Yeah, punches UB's lights out. It falls in the fray, but they're all good. You got the res.
That's commitment. The swap over to the Lucio. Hold on, we won. I'm back on the Mercy, folks. The Annihilation used, though, for Max as a great survivability tool for that card present. So now the big question is, how do you keep Max alive in a situation like this? Twisted Minds, they have the Kitsune Rush. That's come to amplify the amount of damage coming through here.
That amplified dynamite damage is dirty. Bob stabs Simple into the ground. A double kill for the Bob. It's still ults ready for Crazy Raccoon here, but they're going to be able to build them up pretty quick. TVNT, you need to come up with an answer. Widowmaker for Quartz, checked instantly. Oh, and Hisang didn't even see the rocket coming. Lip finds another, and this is the Crazy Raccoon we were promised.
Crazy Raccoon, they're not finished just quite yet.
On a mercy of all things.
On a mercy. You can see the conversation ongoing with Twisted Minds. UB not happy with how that defense went. And 3 minutes now in the time bank for Crazy Raccoon as they push that payload to that third point. Taking a look at the stats. 0 and 1 for Chorong. He's a Mercy player. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
13 damage. No! He shot one, like, left click, like one little pistol shot. Yeah, there was no chance they were playing this on defense, but still this backline on the defense is still scary for, I mean, Shu is putting up some nice numbers the other day on the Ana. That headshot perk, by the way. Thank you, Scott Custer Kennedy. Doing work for a lot of the Anas.
I mean, you become an extra damage player, essentially.
Yeah.
If you can land
if you
those
weren't
Ana
already,
shots,
to be fair.
Yeah, well, it is an Ana.
Yeah.
They tend to get punished because their kit is so valuable. But that extra headshot perks makes them ever so more lethal. So Twisted Minds now. They gotta focus on this round ahead. Can't linger, be thinking about the Mercy. They gotta do what they've done already so far this tournament. Play this Symmetra to perfection. It's going to be TVNT over to this Zarya. Twisted Minds likely to contest for this high ground now. As they rotate up the stairs, they want to clear out this high ground, remove Shu from his advantageous positional high ground. But you gotta be wary of these rockets coming in from Hisang.
Yeah, just downtown, sitting in that window, like, what do you have to contest that window? You have to wide swing if you're Quartz. UB can right click, of course, but Maybe this is the plan. A little flank.
Oh.
Well, that's how you did. Well, it looks like he just wide swung and double hit him. So, well, that answers that question, Johnny.
A lot of threats on this server. Quartz is one of them.
Shu, don't peek him. Only headshots on Shu. Only headshots. You got to touch at some point, though. If you're Crazy Raccoon. Eventually made their way down to the point. TBNT pretty low. He's going to run out of bubbles pretty soon. Nemesis form already used. He's just impervious to damage. Like, no one's looking at this guy.
Oh.
Eventually, Heesang's going to come in, 25 HP, but you got to kill him. Eventually, the Cassidy falls.
You got to touch.
In amongst the chaos, Max in the front line. Couldn't stand up to the rush.
Max tried to buy enough time for his damage players, but it was a little too late. And Twisted Minds, they endure on the point, forcing the objective. That is what the symmetric composition does best here. So just a tiny bit of time removed from the clock here as Twisted Minds, they march forward. Crazy Raccoon, though, they have this nano boost. He's going to control the skies on this Pharah. It's just a matter of finding those picks and breaking down Twisted Minds' composition before they get too much card push.
They've got Barrage up with a couple too. Nano. At least you can move with the Barrage now, you know what I mean? But realistically, you're still going to get blown up. High Noon pushes them forward. TP. Going to back up. Pop through.
Uh-oh,
Shu. Whoa. A little bit sooner there. Maybe Shu gets caught out. But luckily, Shu escapes with his life.
So that's that push shut down for Twisted Minds. Chorong's coming up on a Kitsune Rush, but Funny Astro should be able to trade it with the sound barrier.
Looking like he wants to give Nano to Heesang, maybe. Although sustaining the front line might be more important. Looking for a nade. Okay, there's the rush. It's a backwards rush.
The disengage.
Disengage is perfect from TM. Nice timing.
That's so well done. But Heesang!
Oh, straight from the skies. They need something. Nano boost on the fire, but Chorong goes too far. And Funny Astro hits the beat too. A boop onto Max. Still Nano on fire. It's going to eventually dissipate. But Twisted Minds, I mean, they still got this grab. High energy Zarya. Max is getting bullied. Heesang kills Astro. Grab lobbed in. Bob to help. But can they actually finish this off? Lips Bob.
Lip?
Just carrying the fight.
No way, they turned this around?
The sick man.
Unbelievable comeback from Crazy Raccoon. As Bob shows up big time. The alternate angle that Bob provides you, and Heesang, the poke damage. It's all about enduring these fights. Trying to get this poke in. And Twisted Minds, they lost so many ultimates. That was their ultimate economy. Gone. They traded it for Crazy Raccoon, but Twisted Minds are so much more reliant on it.
For the High Noon, that's about it. They can try and be tricky with it, but I don't think Crazy Raccoon are going to fall for these. Not anymore. TP behind, little bait maybe. There's the High Noon, a little bit too scared. Heesang. Half the ult built up. Yeah, there's just no shot you're falling for that.
And guess what? Shu has already built another nano boost here. Watch out for this rotation though.
Nice boot. Silver bullet. Oh! You can't let him get away with it. Oh, nice flashbang there from Quartz. Hinders Strong's movement.
And that's actually a bad trade for Crazy Raccoon. But they have the nano and the barrage to go here.
Yo, what's going on up here? Oh, Lip! Woohoo! That's why he's one of the best. Hitting headshots like that at close range.
Are you feeling the tide shifting a little bit here as Crazy Raccoon? They start to hold firm here on second point. 2 minutes remaining for Twisted Minds here.
Hello! Hello, Stu! Yeah, the confidence is back. I think ult's coming up as well, Johnny. Rush, Annihilation, coming up soon.
The crowd is getting involved for Korea here as well. Seeing their team, finding some momentum, starting to look comfortable here. This would be a massive map to get things going on.
Oh, look at the nades from Stu! Again, fighting another flank angle.
The headshot.
God, he's so good.
Oh!
Slams the desk a bit there, a bit frustrated with himself. Losing that high ground position of Max. Used Annihilation to stay alive.
That's the thing. very expensive fight for Crazy Raccoon. And Twisted Minds now with 5 ultimates coming up here. They should have all the ingredients required to cap out this second point. Heesang, a lot of poke from behind. Twisted Minds, they're going to drop the Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush basically on the same frames Heesang is dealt with. Sound barrier for Funny Astro as well. You haven't got that capability on Crazy Raccoon, but Twisted Minds invest 2 of their 5 to get this payload going. However, there is a touch available. Chorong, Lucio speed ring from Juno, get everybody out the spawn doors. Kiri to TP, min-maxing to get back to the point.
But the worrying sign is that Crazy Raccoon, all the members are in front of Twisted Minds, and the High Noon comes out.
Bob Quartz dodges it. There's the wall. Quartz needs an angle though, can't find it.
He's got the barrage here. Needs to come up big time.
He spots him as well. Quartz in trouble. Still dodges though. He's staying low. Dared not peek. The rest of Twisted Minds who are also healthy. Max is so low as well in this front line. Barrage from the skies. Kills 1, kills 2. He's staying with maybe a third. Overtime. He's staying just demolishing Twisted Minds. We're going to a map 4. We knew Crazy Raccoons had more.
Korea, not out of it just quite yet. Earn themselves a little bit of relief as the players go backstage. Give themselves a bit of a break. Take a deep breath. This series is not over.
Of course it wasn't going to be a 3-0, Johnny, of course. We knew that, everybody knew that. Crazy Raccoon determined to make it to that final. There will be a new champion, whether it's an EMEA team or a Korean team, yet to be seen, because this right here was domination on something that looked a little bit different. A Mercy coming out from Chorong. He sang on the Farah, 15k damage, 29 limbs as well. I mean, that barrage, it looked almost hopeless. Look at the health bars on the side of Crazy Raccoon in that last fight. They were all sub 50%. Heesang goes for the miracle barrage, gets a couple, and clutches it out for Crazy Raccoon. We're expecting the very best to come out here today, and that's exactly what we've got.
And we talk a lot about the impact of Heesang on this Farah. He's making the plays chew, lip. But Max being able to stay alive for so long on the cart to buy that time necessary for the health to regenerate. For Heesang to get back to the fight with this barrage is a team effort for Crazy Raccoon as they make things happen and Chew. Finally, a reason to put a smile on his face.
Looked like a little bit of relief there as well.
They found something. Crazy Raccoon, they found something here on King's Row. Still, now they're going to face Twisted Minds, 2 future map picks. And so, Crazy Raccoon, they're not quite out of it just yet.
That's the big thing. We talked about that after this second map, Johnny. Was now you have to face Twisted Minds on their own map pick. Not once, but twice if we go to that map number 5. And where do TM pivot? Oh, they're not going to ban the Farah, probably not, but where do you think we go from here?
I mean, you look at a map like New Junk City, and you consider the first point. The only Farah player I've seen made it work is Labda for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the Overwatch World Cup. But Crazy Raccoon, they got an uphill battle in front of them.
They need 2 more wins here to lock themselves a spot in the finals, but Twisted Minds will not go down without a fight. We're going to jump over to the desk, give the players a couple, so we'll see you in a sec.
Thank you, friends. The desk is back with Avril as well as Necro, myself as Zoe, and let's chat about the match. Heading into this, as we were setting it up, you guys did say that you're going to expect to see Max in the mix just to counter that Symmetra. However, we didn't get to see Max up until map 3. Let's chat about the first 2 maps and how Twisted Minds got the victory there.
I see this a lot more as, eventually we'll get to the map 3, but Max is more coming into play the Ramatra. I think the Ramatra is the way to go. But in the first couple of maps, Jimbin playing, I think on the Busan, a little bit surprising for me. If it was Crazy Raccoon picking first, I can understand. Start Jimbin, go to Ilios, ban the Diva, play your dive. But actually, it was Twisted Minds picking first, higher seed here, going to Busan. You have all this Wrecking Ball coming through out of Jimbin, but then you go to map number 2, and he's still staying on the dive, and they're really trusting, okay, Dorado ban away the Sim. It's going to have to force Yubi onto something else. Can't really play much Mei on the Dorado, so he moves over towards the Tracer instead, and then TM still win that dive mirror-ish on Dorado, which is crazy to me. Yubi actually performed on the Tracer as well.
Yeah, that's such a surprise because, with the Tracer from Yubi, that's not something that I feel like has looked the most comfortable for this player. So the fact that you brought it out and you beat one of the best teams in the world with it, I think that just shows how much Yubi has leveled up overall. But then we get to King's Row. Everything that Crazy Raccoon had thrown in the way of the Wrecking Ball, the Winston didn't work, even with the Symmetra ban. And you go to King's Row, you bring in Max, and then the He's Saying Pharah comes out, and that was so fun. With Pharah, the Mercy fans are rejoicing right now to have seen Mercy actually see some play in professional Overwatch.
I love moments like this where you just quickly have to check your calendar to see what year it actually is. And I mean, they made that work, right? Like, they did win with that Pharah Mercy composition. TVNT in the first 2 maps, of course, doing a lot alongside Quartz, but we've been chatting about Quartz like all day, every day, as one should, given the performance he's putting up. But TVNT has been lights out as well.
He's so good with the defense matrix, too. I think that's the thing that is really required of tanks right now in Overwatch 2, is you can't just do damage, which you expect to see from an off tank, but you also have to make sure that you're mitigating the damage so that the rest of your team can actually function. What did you see?
The shoe sign, like the shoe train. Anyone right there? It just left the station.
The shoo train?
The shoo train.
He had a good map on Honor there as well, which, we've got a couple of highlights coming through on his Honor plays, the sleep darts onto Quartz, some of the headshots. Obviously, when we saw that headshot perk coming in for the major, we just knew, okay, that's going to be Shu all day. I do want to really touch up on one important thing here. Crazy Raccoon winning that map number 3. Obviously, they're not out of this game, but it was looking pretty dangerous. Part of the setup for winning King's Row is a couple of things. Number 1, Diva ban is going to enable the Pharah. Pharah, I do think, is sneaky good versus the Sim. Obviously, the Sim is never going to catch in terms of the composition, not just Sim the here, but Sim TPs, you're not catching the Pharah at all. Concussive Blast is going to really put some problems on you. You're stacking as a team going through TPs as well. That's going to just be a lot of AoE damage coming through from the Pharah. But moving into the future, I don't know if this is really going to be available anymore. You've already spent the Diva ban, and you don't have that many good Pharah maps. King's Row is uniquely a pretty good Pharah map on the first and second point.
Yeah, and you can see the stats here for Funny Astro versus Simple. I mean, both of these players have just been amazing standouts for the backline of Twisted Minds. And, Funny Astro with the Lucio play, we did see a lot more Wu Yang, but I think in this particular matchup versus Crazy Raccoon, you just need that speed, and especially when you're going to have a more greedy backline coming out from Chorong and Shu, the Lucio helps you kind of navigate around that. But it's been amazing to see just both of them play.
Absolutely. I mean, Twisted Minds definitely are not messing around today. They do want to move back into the grand final and take on OWCS once again, just for like the millionth time this year, it seems. And right now, it does look like they have a good chance of doing just that. Now, if you are the opposition, if you're Crazy Raccoon, what are you taking away from your last map that you just won? Are you keeping Max in the mix?
I think Max,
I hope so.
Max is very important here. Again, I do really look towards the Ramatra being the way to go for this team. I don't think Jimbin's Hero Ball is going to be enough for Crazy Raccoon to bring this one back. I already sort of spoke about the fact that Pharah is a question mark. Pharah does work, but you kind of need the Diva ban first and foremost as a very strong choice, but you also kind of need the maps as well. I just don't think there are push maps or flashpoint maps in the pool that would really enable the Pharah. Could be a bit of a problem there.
But we also need to, I think, talk about the fact that you still have an Echo from He's Saying that can work against the Diva, but I think if you have the Ramatra instead of the Winston, as we saw in Dorado, maybe that does actually work a little bit better. You can even see the Zarya come out from Max, too, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what the teams have in store for us. They're still getting ready and set up to go again. And quite frankly, like, think about what it means for Twisted Minds. If they're winning this one, then they gotta have 3 matches in a row to play in the grand finals. A massive disadvantage as they're going up against OWCS.
Yeah, it will be a little bit tougher, but I think this match is not over yet. There's still things that Crazy Raccoon can pull out of the bag of tricks. One of which, by the way, we have confirmation. Crazy Raccoon has played every support hero in the book now as a part of this World Finals alongside every other team. With the Mercy being pulled out, we've seen Lifeweaver pulls from Spawn. I'm going to count also the Moira rollouts. Of course.
Throw his hand in there.
Not? Yeah, so all the supports have been played, just like not even just from Crazy Raccoon, but I think also just from just all of our teams here. I love how diverse our meta has been. We've seen almost every single tank as well, except for Roadhog. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, some teams didn't make it through, you know, looking at a few specific ones we had throughout the regular stages. But yeah, honestly, I think this is what makes this so exciting. And I also think that makes it probably one of the most competitive grand finals or world finals that we've ever had, because so many different compositions are viable. That also means that you have to prepare against so many different things. You have to be so much more flexible than ever before in competitive Overwatch.
I'm a little concerned moving forward for some of the bans for Crazy Raccoon as well, because they've already taken away some of the key bans in this matchup. Lucio's gone, Symmetra's gone, D.Va we already talked about as well, but you know, the Sim ban I talked about the fact that going into this game, the Sim ban map is a very, very, very important map for Crazy Raccoon to win. Now, thankfully, they won their D.Va ban map, but you really needed the Sim ban map as well. But now that you don't have that one, Sim is available for the entire rest of the series. Yubi's going to lock that one in. Moving forward, Push is still going to be a very good Sim game mode. Flashpoint, not as much, but still going to be within Twisted Mind's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried, because I think you would have liked to have the Sim ban for both of those modes, and the fact that you don't have it anymore for even one of them, I think is going to be really tough for Twisted, for Crazy Raccoon to deal with. So, got to look out for things like the Echo, just any more anti-symmetric tech.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out very soon what they got for us as we are ready for our next map. This is match point for Twisted Minds. Can they close it out and move on to the grand finals? Let's find out and send it back over to our casters.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. Will it be an all EMEA finals, Johnny, or is Crazy Raccoon going to start the reverse sweep or continue the reverse sweep? They got 1 point on the board, but like Avril said, you know, the Pharah, really good once the D.Va is banned. Probably not going to see that again. We're going to see a whole lot more Sim. Crazy Raccoon still need an answer to that comp specifically.
Yeah, we talked about it, obviously, because Crazy Raccoon lost the Dorado. They now face a situation where everything is just stacked against them, and Crazy Raccoon here, they'll need to find an answer that perhaps is a little bit different from what they played on King's Row. Twisted Minds, they are going to take us towards Runa Sapi here. Obviously, I still think that he can flex around on this map, try to find some answers, a hero we haven't seen so far. Okay, all right. I mean,
the level of disrespect.
Okay. It just broke me on my tracks. That's just a legitimate Mercy ban.
Protecting the supports, you could argue.
I mean, that
but is... well, you know, we're choosing the map, so we ban first. Ramatra ban for Crazy Raccoon. Normally the troll ban, I mean, you saw Falcons do it, but it's like, yeah, whatever. It's a throwaway. We want to protect support. Want to leave the pool pretty open, but after what we saw in King's Row, maybe it was real.
What I wanted to say was that he hasn't really played the Venture so far, and it's been a hero that we've seen plenty of teams on having great success. I'm thinking back to Cest on T1. He had one of the best performances we've seen so far this tournament on that Venture. Just picking apart the Symmetra compositions. And when you are Crazy Raccoon in a situation like this, you need to rely on a few individuals stepping up, trying to find some answers here to what Twisted Minds are throwing their way. And we'll see here with us, Ramatra out of the mix. What kind of tanks do we cater to? As the blur is caused by a pause, someone's having a slight issue on the stage.
Won't be a moment. Don't worry. Get all these out of the way as well, just to make sure Grand Finals is as smooth as possible. Psycho in the back now. And min-maxing the people in that chair, have you noticed?
Everyone should get stage time.
Yeah, definitely.
You got a good view.
Yeah, the perfect view, some would say. VIP seats, to be fair, behind them.
Yeah, the VIPs are almost there. They're almost on stage.
Like a couple of meters away.
First-hand experience of seeing the monitors from the players.
Yeah. Nice little point of view. So you're expecting, with the Ramacha ban here from Crazy Raccoon, I mean, Twisted Minds could just go, well, let's just play D.Va again.
They could. I'd say Twisted Minds are quite likely to play that if they want to, but Zarya's quite efficient here too. What I think is so important for Crazy Raccoon from that King's Row is the fact that they were synchronized. They were on the same page.
Yes.
That timed aggression we saw between Heesang on that Pharah and Max being able to survive in the front line, that is one of the more difficult things to get right if you are one of these teams that you want to extend these fights, you want to poke and prod, you want to buy enough time for your damage players to get those picks. It's a very hard thing to get right, but it felt like Crazy Raccoon, they just clicked on that King's Row. And if you can continue to channel that energy, even without the Pharah in play, Crazy Raccoon at least have a map's worth experience to build on things, to keep that energy going, and feel like you know that you are capable of picking apart what Twisted Minds are throwing their way.
And this map, along with New Queen Street as well, like the long straightaways, we speak about how Symmetra breaks the game in a way where, well, we haven't got mobility. I haven't got mobility cooldowns, but I can just be teleported. And UB and the rest of the MEA teams, they make perfect use of it.
That was something we didn't hear on King's Row, Jack.
It was a little quiet.
It was a little quiet. The Korean fans now behind their team in Crazy Raccoon as they roll out. Yet again, facing a tournament elimination. Heesang's over on the Genji this time.
Oh yeah, that's a pick. You want to see someone play Heesang on Genji. Definitely one of the scariest Genjis of all time. Very quickly trying to pressure in this front line here. Nice teleport away though. Look at that, synchronized, boom. TP down, instant flip of the map.
The one thing I'm worried about here from Crazy Raccoon is Quartz. The sightlines, unbelievable here for him.
They are good, but they're getting pressured again. Nice TP. Got to be careful though. Lib taking a large chunk out of it, and TVNT trying to escort the team away. But a snipe from Lib takes care of Yubi.
Lib, one of the few Sojourners in the world that can battle with someone like Quartz. We saw yesterday the unbelievable impact that Quartz had on that hero, but here is Lib, the greatest of all time in Overwatch Esports. Facing elimination, this is when he's at his best.
Oh, Heesang goes down though. Disruptor shot. And Lib's in trouble too. I mean, look at the amount of players descending on Lib's postcode right now. Ideally here for Max, gets out alive, should be able to. A lot of energy still conserved.
So we see Lib there. He got the better in the first fight, but Quartz, he punches back in the second fight and finds another on Heesang.
More space, more time. Don't give him another one, please.
Ultimate's coming online here for Twisted Minds. This overclock is going to be lethal.
Yeah, and you can chill down here too. Teleport back if you need. You've got so much space. Covering the gap here from Crazy Raccoon is going to be tough. Speed ring needed. Orbital Ray online in 2. Teleport. Oh, Lib's in trouble. Nice bubble though from Max, but can he actually survive? High ground control for Quartz, but he needs to land these directs. He only gets another one off. As that Graviton Surge, a swift end to TVNT's life. But the blade is going to get popped from Heesang as well, just to make sure they guarantee it.
Crazy Raccoon, they fight back. They're committing the Orbital Ray and the Graviton Surge. But it's a fairly late Dragon Blade by Heesang there to secure the fight. TVNT's mech had already been dispensed with. And now Twisted Minds, with this Sound Barrier in hand, they can go aggressive if they want.
Man, they are fast.
Overclock.
Sound Barrier, boom, hits the floor. That was lucky he didn't get bashed there. Trong, I think, got a 3 or 4 player bash, but it didn't matter. Shu ends up going down to Quartz. Quartz looking for the next juicy bit of prey. TVNT used that shield wall to get out of the mix. Heesang going down as well, as Quartz is so well protected. Now they're just going to chase down Max. I mean, Chorong had a beautiful timing there to maybe upset Astro and get the Ajax, but they're just going to chase all the way to the spawn.
That's checkmate. Or checkpoint, rather.
He's
For Twisted Minds.
He's
Checkmate in the finals. He's chilling.
He's chilling.
But Quartz has just been on fire so far. Crazy Raccoon need to find an answer for the Sojourn player here of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they do. This checkpoint's so not. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wow, the TP bomb! Shu ends up going down. I mean, it looks like Yubi's in trouble, but just like the Hydra, you kill one player, you're gonna get replaced by 4 more carries on the team.
Twisted Minds, they continue pushing this bot forwards, pushing forwards for a spot in the OWCS World Finals Grand Final, taking on their rival Alcazia. Simple, with this Kitsune rush. Are they looking to push the pace once more?
Lips 1 HP, man. Already, Quartz looking basically for Lip. This guy's got a magnet attached to his chest for those railguns.
Here they go.
There's the rush. Heesang with a very short dash there, but Quartz takes to the skies using that dash, and now is an amazing sight line. Luckily, though, Crazy Raccoon, get out of there. But still, free push.
This Zarya, such a big threat for TVNT here. Heesang coming up on this Dragon Blade.
It just
Nice
TP's to the high ground.
Yeah.
Hello. And we have control of the bot as well. Or at least it's not pushing in your direction. But they've got to just keep tapping it now.
Here it goes.
Going to get in. Bubble, Blade, onto the high ground. She already dead.
Neat
and
pick.
Heesang lost. Bro needs a GPS. Chorong and Shu are already down, Johnny. Heesang's Blade looking blunt.
The movement is just too good from Twisted Minds, the way they navigate that. And now over 100 meters on this Runa Sapid with less than 5 minutes to go for Crazy Raccoon. They have plenty of ultimates, but Crazy Raccoon need a lot more than just a single
bot.
fight here.
Hello. Not going to fall for that one again. Nice rally bash. Okay. Stabilizing now a Crazy Raccoon, but they cannot afford to lose more. Oh, what? With a bunny blaster? Come on. Chorong dead. Okay, Simple down. They're making it scrappy, Johnny. And the most important thing here as well, draining that clock.
That's the way to come back on a push map like this. They will need to force the error out of Twisted Minds. When you have a lead like this, it's so comfortable for Twisted Minds. They can drain the resources from Crazy Raccoons. Trade these fights back and forth. They're gonna drop the Kitsune Rush once more, and Max fallen already.
It is like watching an F1 car versus like a Vauxhall Corsa. It is just speed for Twisted Minds. Crazy Raccoon cannot keep up. Another quick re-engage on mid. They win the fight. Crazy Raccoon have got ults, Johnny. But Twisted Minds, they got the positioning.
Yeah, no progress made by Crazy Raccoon. They're just trading fights back and forth. Lip here, boot the overclock.
Trying to find the flank, but look at that. Cognizantly aware of Twisted Minds. Quartz is gonna maybe do him one better. Heesang dashes out, instantly dies to Astro, but they're still gaining meterage, Johnny.
Twisted Minds still in control here.
Nice
Max
kill, nice
finds
kill.
a couple.
Okay, but Max needs to survive. He had Grav in his hands, and Twisted Minds have the numbers.
They're gonna keep pushing this spot forward. Crazy Raccoon, they'll need to regather for one last push here. Dragon Blade in hand for Heesang. Goes for a bit of a contest here. Wants to control this choke point.
They're not out of this just yet, but this is almost a 100-meter lead with a checkpoint in tow as well. Dude, they're going to TP bomb again, I fear. Heesang trying to bait out CDs, dashing in with a bubble. TP, high ground. Yubi with a backline shot onto Heesang, chunking him out. Here's the blade. Yubi in trouble, disappears. Heesang looking for more. He's found him eventually. It's taken multiple slashes to kill. A blade for one, but Heesang's gonna get just decimated in the high ground. However, with Crazy Raccoon still stealing the bot, maybe, just maybe, they can get some pressure on their own barricade.
Realistically, the comeback needs to start now. Chorong pops the rally, in trouble.
Yeah, he's gonna go for this bash. Nice Suzu, sound barrier connects. TVNT though, he's gonna get caught in the grab, and that is just stupendous. But Max, can he actually finish people? Oh, looks like Heesang gets there in time. 3 resets for the Genji is enough. But Johnny, look at that difference. 126 to 33 with a minute and a half.
We have witnessed some amazing comebacks on push. But can Crazy Raccoon deliver once again? facing elimination here against Twisted Minds.
Orbital Ray might just be what they need, but they're actually just going to twin this up with the rush. In the background right now is Yubi just lasering people down, but Funny Astro with a kill. Oh, Quad. The world's his oyster when he uses that OC. They're contesting this bot, but you've got a minute left, Crazy Raccoon, and you barely got 15 meters out of that push.
That was Crazy Raccoon's best chance at a late comeback. The Orbital Ray deployed by Shu makes the swap over to Kiriko, and Max, he's on the Junker Queen. This is what Crazy Raccoon may go down with.
The Queen of all things. I didn't think we'd see the day. Not in this meta. Maybe it's what they need. But TPing and actually getting on top of it was Queen is almost impossible. And Quartz finds yet another kill.
He's gonna keep making the rotation. Keep putting in this damage as Crazy Raccoon, they're split right here. Max away from his team with Shu.
Lib just can't land a shot.
Max, he's caught.
Max goes down. Shu to follow. And bots on Crazy Raccoon's side of the map. Johnny, there's 15 seconds to go. It's in desperation. What a boot from Astro too.
These are the final moments for Crazy Raccoon. Twisted Minds in complete control. Lip has the overclock, but this is the only thing going for them.
The GOAT Lip has to come up with something big here. Receives the shout. The bomb, the TP, into the back. Max low on the point, desperately hunting for heals. He needs something, but he falls. And Quartz puts him 10 feet under. The Korean gods of Overwatch return to their mortal shells as Twisted Minds rewrite history. An EMEA versus EMEA Grand Finals.
History has been made. A grand final at an OWCS major event without a Korean representative. Twisted Minds, they get their chance, their opportunity for revenge against their EMEA rivals, OWCS, in the grand final of OWCS Stockholm.
Revenge is what they're after now. OWCS put them in this position. Twisted Minds with a historic series win against Crazy Raccoon. It looked like the tides were turning on King's Row. The Farah, the Mercy even from Chorong came to play, and it was fairly dominant too from Crazy Raccoon. But as soon as you go to a map where the sim works, it is almost impossible to understate how good this team is on this comp. I mean, even look at this. Heesang with 29-6. This, I believe, is King's Row scoreboard. So we'll ignore that one. But regardless, history has been made, Johnny.
History's been made indeed. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, Jaws, but perhaps a last glimpse of some of the best Overwatch players to ever grace this world in Crazy Raccoon. So many legends on that roster here, ending at third place at OWCS Stockholm. But this moment, it's all about Twisted Minds.
Chance of revenge in the grand finals. Twisted Minds with a heck of a day as well. This will be their third match they've played today. Exhausted, maybe. Ready, absolutely. We're going to jump down to the stage with Danny and Astro.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, I'm here joined by Funny Astro after beating Crazy Raccoon. I mean, fantastic stuff. You guys beat Team Falcons and then now CR. Funny Astro, how are you feeling?
Feeling amazing. After coming back after a loss like that, it feels great to win and beat all the Korean teams.
Talking about beating all the Korean teams, though, there's a lot of talk about, the gap is closing. Talking about the gap. If you think about it, your team, Twisted Mind, beat T1 and then Falcon and then CR, all in that order. So, Funny Astro, what do you have to say about that gap?
There is no gap. There's a new gap in town.
What's a new gap?
Well, EU's better.
Love that answer. All right, one final question. You guys are now one match away from becoming the world champions. You guys are going to face off against OWCS one more time. What can you guys do differently in order to win it all?
I think we know what we need to change from the first match. We've got a few things we're going to do differently, and yeah, you'll see.
I'm very excited to see that. All right, everybody, give it up for Funny Astro one more time. Thank you very much. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Always great to hear from Funny Astro as well. He's obviously delighted with the performance the team just put on display. And they're moving on to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first ever all EMEA Grand Finals. And of course, that has to happen in Europe as well here at DreamHack in Stockholm. I am thrilled. I am so happy. And I also want to talk about the very dominant fashion within which Twisted Minds managed to come out on top here. I mean, honestly, at the end of this series, it just looked like Crazy Raccoon is throwing things at the wall, trying to see what sticks.
They just couldn't beat the Symmetra. It was so tough for them. Even when they banned it out, they couldn't beat it. They ended up beating it on King's Row, but that was where that ended.
And largely it was due to the fact that you ban away D.Va, play the Pharah plays super well on both King's Row and against Symmetra, but you can only do that one time this entire series, which is why I said, look, if you can then maybe also win the Dorado, which you ban the Symmetra, that would be 2 maps, leading us to a map 5 where, who knows, maybe go to the Flashpoint, could have been a different story. It just, you're right, so you look at what Crazy Raccoon were doing on Runasapi, and Max going Queen towards the end, he is absolutely out of ideas.
And then Shu on the Juno as well, that wasn't really a hero I feel like he's stood out on throughout the course of the season. And so I just think there was a bit of discomfort there that you really showed through on that Runasapi map. But even before that, Avril, I feel like they were running into a couple of problems, even just on Dorado. I feel like the Echo didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to, even when the Sim was banned out. And then just kind of going into that Runasapi map with a couple of just suspect choices.
And the suspect choice that I have to highlight here is the Ramatra ban. CR banned their own Ram, and I just think that's a mistake. To me, Max should be relying on the Ramatra as the key vehicle to get them across the line. He trusted Zarya instead. He wanted to make sure that Twisted Minds were going to be forced on the TVNT D.Va, which I'll give it the credit. Zarya and D.Va, pretty damn good. However, I think we're in a Ramatra meta, and the best I've seen out of Max, the best I've seen out of Crazy Raccoon to attempt to do something against these types of teams is when he's on the ramp.
Yeah, and then the Genji from Heesang as well just fell flat. That was a pick that I was really hoping would be able to punish the backline of Simple and Funny Astro, but that backline has just been so solid. We saw the stats heading into that 4th map. They've looked really amazing together as a team, and you heard from Funny Astro, and maybe I have some hope here that going back into that grand finals, they may be able to get that win over OWCS at the end of it.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds got it done there in the end, making Crazy Raccoon look so uncomfortable. Even throwing in the Mercy bed at the end there that low-key sent me. But hey, listen, Pharmacy worked out the map before, you know, might as well get ahead of it. But here you see the final score. The number speak for themselves.
This is the reason why I went for Twisted Minds in the prediction, right? Because I actually felt like for the first time, one of the few times, Crazy Raccoon, Korea in general, were genuinely the underdogs. Twisted Minds, the favorite to win this particular matchup. EMEA, the favorite to beat Korea. I didn't think I'd ever have to say that. Didn't think that was going to be possible in the modern era of Overwatch, setting this up in the pre-match. The last time that EMEA were on top of Overwatch was when Reinforce was still playing Overwatch as a professional. It's been so long since then to see now, and see what Funny Astro said on stage as well. The gap is not only closed, now I can truly say it's been overtaken. A new gap has been created. EMEA is on top, and EMEA looks to be the best region. There is no Korean team in the grand finals of the World Final.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's brackets are still alive. Most of them actually went up in flames, like somewhere halfway through the competition. This was the journey of our teams here at the World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm. Listen, we had some really, really fantastic games throughout all of it. Which one stood out to you?
There's so many to choose from. I think immediately what comes to mind is the fact that we saw Varel take a map off of Falcons. Just the fact that we got a chance to see Alari really shine from Slay. I think that was a really big moment for me.
I got to highlight this Twisted Minds T1 game on that second day, upper quarterfinals. First of all, that was when we first started getting into the FT3BO5s again, but more importantly, Twisted Minds reverse swept T1, and it was the first of our EMEA beating Korea games that we had. And as a reminder as well, when you look through this bracket, guess what happens next? TM 3-0 Falcons. Now they 3-1 against Crazy Coon. Twisted Minds have actually beaten every single Korean team, so you can't even say it was a fluke. You could have said maybe mid-season was a fluke. Oh yeah, they beat Crazy Coon, but can they really do that again? Yeah, they did it about 3 more times actually.
Proving it in this tournament as well is just absolutely wild, especially when one of those ends up being in the lower bracket where this is the final chance. You're either out of the tournament in 3rd place or you're moving on for a shot at that grand finals.
I also love that it is a bigger sample size. Usually you have like one team from one region beat the other team from one region, and then you can't really make a statement of like, well, this region is clearly better, because it was just 2 teams. This time it was 3 teams from Korea that went down at the hands of our EMEA teams. So we do have very worthy grand finalists here waiting for their turn, waiting to claim our crown, our trophy, the title, and all the honor that goes with it. That will come up very shortly. First, we still have a show match to play to get you a great first look at Vendetta in action, played by some pros that are here in the venue. And also, right after a very short break, we do have a developer talk and the voice actress of Vendetta who will be joining us on this very desk to chat a little bit about you know, like all that goes into voice acting a character of that magnitude. But as I mentioned just before, show match is gonna come down as well. There you have it. We're going to see Vendetta in action. You at home can play her too right now, so make sure to hop into that Vendetta tryout weekend. I feel like she's one of those heroes that I'm going to take to very quickly. It's like, you're in there. You're in the action.
I love that.
Up there in
You're
the
swinging
front.
a big sword.
Yeah.
What's not to love about that?
Exactly, yeah, get to run down some enemies, throw the sword at them, do all the rest. 5 strike on a DPS, we love that.
I hope she's really good too. I love the heroes when they originally come out because they're always just so fun to play. And you know, before we kind of get the balances worked out, so I hope she's strong.
Well, I now, in the meantime, have peeked at the rosters for our show match, so I know she will be in very good hands indeed. All of that is coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
Ancora a bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
Excuse me, do you have a pen? Cargo, we're at DreamHack Stockholm, and we need pens. I'm on it. Bar, let's do this.
We have our DHL drop winner.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo, a whisper, a calling home.
It welcomes us, not as wanderers, but as its kin.
In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities.
A place to unite.
To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseo. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time.
Hello and welcome back to the OWCS Finals at DreamHack Stockholm in beautiful Sweden. A trophy is up for grabs today. Two teams are waiting in the grand finals for their chance to win it all. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here on the desk with a man who needs no introduction at all. It's Aaron Keller. Aaron, thank you so much for joining us once again. How has the time been here at DreamHack?
Oh, it's been amazing here. And hello everyone. Hi everyone watching at home. This is really great.
Yeah, I mean it's been a great tournament. It's been a great event. Have you had a personal highlight thus far?
You know what? It's the scariness of Symmetra here. It's like absolutely terrifying watching what these teams can do with her.
Did you expect Symmetra to like just turn into the meta pick and like the one pick that like dominates our World Finals?
No, but it's like now that you see it, it's like wow. It's like I guess like should we do something?
It's like, do we need to do something about it? A few calls home. We'll see if they get it sorted for next year. But yeah, what some of the teams can do with Symmetra is absolutely outstanding. It's been a really fun year. Like, the competition has been so competitive, right? The meta is in such a fun spot with perks, stadium being added. Like, there was so much going on. What's it been like for you and the team?
God, it's been like 2025 has been pretty amazing, you know. And we announced perks and stadium earlier this year at our Spotlight event. And like Stadium itself, like we've been in development of that mode for years, and it's pretty amazing the way that it can just like transform the way a hero's weapons and abilities work. And then perks, they let you sort of like customize the way your hero plays over the course of like a quick play in a competitive match. And what we love about these modes is like we get to do all this experimentation with what heroes can do. We can kind of like double down on their hero fantasy. And we even get these like extra levers that we get to like pull each season or add to the game over time to just like shift the metas. And so to us, this is us like, you know, we have this philosophy that we want to be experimenting with what Overwatch is. And so we're really happy with these two systems, and we're really excited by players' reactions.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. It's just like another different way to play the game, like do some math there as well and some theory crafting, which is just always so exciting.
Yeah.
But Aaron, I know, and I have it on good authority, you're not here to talk about Stadium and perks.
I am not. I am here to talk about our latest addition to the game, Vendetta. We just revealed her earlier this week. And for those of you at home, you can jump in and try her out right now in her hero trial.
Can you maybe explain a little bit to the people who haven't done the research yet? Like, what's the way to play Vendetta? What kind of hero is she?
Okay, yeah. So Vendetta, you know, she's our newest hero. She's our 45th hero in the game. And she's a melee DPS hero. So you want to get in close to the enemy team. And I mean, it doesn't have to be that close because her sword is big, like really, really big. And she also has like a ton of mobility. So she can throw her sword and then like launch herself at it. She has this whirlwind attack or ability where she propels herself across the map. She can even do it in the air. She can cross gaps with that ability. And she's this like high skill ceiling, high risk, high reward player. But you always want to be like planning out your attacks with her and those attack routes. You know, she can use her block to help close. She has this projectile that she can throw to maybe finish an enemy off. But you know, sometimes with Vendetta, you just have to commit. And you just want to go in and you want to start swinging. And
this is so good.
Isn't it amazing?
The Muscle Mommy Showdown, the fan service, guys, the fan service.
Yes. Yeah, she's so powerful. And I think, you know, like for a player, like if you're the type of player that wants to get a really high kill count, or maybe feel like you're carrying your team a little bit, but you aren't afraid of a few deaths along the way, then I'd suggest you log in, probably join Open Queue, and start playing.
This is the first time we have like a melee kind of DPS like that. How did that come about?
Yeah, so I mean, there's other characters, especially like DPS with melees in their kit, but Vendetta is the first time where it's like her primary fire weapon is melee. She just starts swinging that sword in this 3-hit combo, and it is a challenge. It's a challenge for the team to get that to feel right in first person. And we want her to be able to get in. We want her to close. We want to make it feel like she's doing damage and that she can secure kills without feeling like she dies too often, or on the other hand, being too tanky.
I'm super excited to see her in action. I unfortunately have to work this weekend, so I didn't get an opportunity to play her, but we have players on this very stage waiting to get their hands on. Aaron, what do you want to see in this show match? What would be a big surprise?
Okay, I want to see like a full team wipe just with her ultimate. It's pretty amazing. It's this new mechanic called Sunder. It goes through barriers. It damages through overhealth also. So it's like, it can have massive impact. I want to see what pros can do with it.
Well, you probably don't have to wait long, because I'm sure they're going to show us the full kit on this play as we're sending it over to our stage with the first ever show match featuring Vendetta.
Thank you, DreamHack. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the main stage, and we welcome you here. We've got ourselves a grand final coming your way a little bit later on. Al-Qadsia versus Twisted Minds. How is it going to go? We're going to find out very shortly. But ahead of then, we thought we'd give you something to whet your appetite. A little show match here on the main stage for you, made up of creators, streamers, pro players. Have some fun and to celebrate Vendetta, the brand new hero in Overwatch as well. I think it's time we meet our teams and see what they have in store for us. DreamHack, are you ready for a show match? Are you ready to have some fun? Good. Because I am too. Let's meet your teams. First up, please welcome Team Romulus. Made up of Zera, Soon, KSG, Gala, and Arns. We welcome them to the stage. Playing as Team Romulus, both our teams named after the ancient Rome mythological twins. We see Romulus take their seats and get themselves ready for action. Their opponents, would you please welcome your other team? It's Team Remax! Made up of Taniki, Zorro, Hawk, Avast, and Rakatak! They blow their kisses to the crowd. The crowd are loving them. You can come and stand in that line there. Enjoy it, fellas. Enjoy your moment in the sun. They've gone rogue and just gone to the front. That's how they roll. Let's see if they can take it through to the gameplay and see if they can make it count as well as we get ready for this one. Woo! Love me a show match. This is going to be a one-mapper. Let's see which of our two teams will come out on top and get a chance as well to enjoy seeing Vendetta in action. For now, though, it's over to our illustrious casters, Matt and Jake. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam. And Matt, I am excited to get one of our first glimpses of Overwatch's newest hero, Vendetta.
Yeah, I mean, I know the playtest obviously goes live, while we are here. We don't have a great opportunity to do so.
Come on, Blizzard. Come on.
Around our schedules. No.
Right, for real.
Yeah, but no, and we've just really been experiencing it through lots of the clips that we've been seeing online. Me and you in the back have been watching just crazy, short form content of all the crazy Vendetta clips going on. It'll be fun to see our pros pilot it.
Yeah, some of the combos you can pull off, and I think seeing some strong players pull it out is going to be exciting here in the show match, and I'm just wanted to get into the action and see what they have in store for us, what kind of combos they've cooked up. And we've got some legends on the stage, too. I mean, Ons, he's playing support this time, but I was thinking, like, little headshot perk on it, maybe a little of that classic Ons action.
I noticed how you said legends and you just said Ons. What about Avast?
Also a legend. Former
Overwatch League legend.
You talking trash right now, Matt?
No.
Talking smack?
No, I have been frequently taking over the Avast co-stream for a little bit. Ans has been hanging out with us and Danny the entire time. Excited to see him get back on the stage and play. So it'll be Zorro piloting the Vendetta for one of the teams, and then it'll be Zera, one of the best players at some of these flex, hyper-aggressive type of heroes on the other side.
I mean, Zera, what a perfect player to pilot the Vendetta and show it off in this show match.
SG is...
He's dialed.
He is
locked
moving
in.
you cannot really get much closer to the monitor than
Look,
that.
he's moving. He wants this dub. This might be a show match, but he's trying to get a win here.
Hey, we get Soon on the stage too, right?
Little Soon.
The Team Peps fans have been
there you go.
Here supporting all tournament long. It'll be Coliseo, just one map. We did flash up that Alcatia TM Grand Finals. Can't wait to get into that.
Oh,
Gonna have to wait a little bit.
And those teams waiting in the wings. We are going to crown a new champion here in OWCS today. Just a little bit longer now. But first, Vendetta. I'm excited for the potential flash in the competitive scene that Vendetta might make.
Yeah, one of the awesome things with Vendetta is we'll probably watch a lot of the new hero during this match is that onslaught passive, right? So when you end up striking enemies, it gives you increased movement and attack speed, and that stacks up to 5 times. There's a perk that lets you get it up to 8, so we'll see if that kind of comes into play. But, you know, with some melee heroes in the past, right, you didn't have that kind of buff that keeps you in the fight, but Vendetta does.
You have that, ability to ramp up your damage, ramp up your mobility, and playing around that is, I think, going to be crucial here for our players in the show match. Crucial also for the folks at home that may want to test out Vendetta for themselves.
So we'll see as it'll be Team Remus versus Team Romulus. Support 2, that is a Vast. He's just trying to hide the fact that it's him there playing next to Rack on the stage. We get Rack in the mix. Things will open up. So Jake, we have 2 looks here right away. So one team going with Vendetta with a Doom Fist, it looks like, for a little bit more aggression, as you're going to have the Zarya here for KSG, as you see the mobility there from Zera getting right out of the spawn.
I like the idea of this Zarya. I mean, being able to bubble Vendetta. She seems like a character that really does want to use it. On board with Taniki here, taking that first contest, bubble in on Zera, putting a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, as you see that Whirlwind being able to use as like a mobility and then also to get in, do some AoE damage as both teams, that is a huge slash there. The critical damage of the overhead slash there on the KSG.
Brings down that overhead slash, but Zera has already gotten to the back line, already found his man. 3 for the young gun.
As I mean, they picked a great player to end up coming in. Pilot, the Vendetta is getting up to the high ground already, getting that overhead slash right after, but soon takes out Taniki.
Team Remus, what can they do to regroup here? Zoro goes over to the Freya, maybe thinking that some verticality could help him evade. Vendetta, of course, does have that tool, allowing her to get up into the sky and maybe take on some of that challenge.
I mean, you see that overhead slash does a ton of damage as the bot gets closer towards that checkpoint, doesn't get it exactly just yet. Also, the kind of overhead slash counts as a headshot, as you see in the kill feed. That Zarya bubble, I think both teams have figured out. This could be a pretty nasty combo, as you see the stacks here sitting at 2, trying to always kind of get to that 5.
Definitely waiting to see these thundering strikes come out. Dive in here from Zoro, making a lot of space over the top onto Ons. But On stands tall, gets the defensive bubble, holds the line for now. 2-0 with a nano boost. Oh, he's reaping that.
That is a combo that you are going to see time and time again, as, the mobility here from Zera, crazy. Using the soaring slice into the whirlwind dash there, just trying to get a little bit of extra mobility. And you get that nano boost, you are really healthy, able to take those fights, and then you start building up the stacks of the onslaught, right? So you get more movement speed, more attack speed. It is so difficult to take you down.
And Zera almost has that Thundering Blade. Excited to see the ultimate come down. He's into the backline now, holding it, charging it, but Hawk stands tall. Not enough damage to charge up in time. The high energy Zarya cuts him down. You do have to watch out for that. Even on Vendetta, you're not invincible. Far from it, although kind of feels like that when you're getting these Zarya bubbles, right? Just dashing in.
Yeah,
melee.
The sleep tries to come through from Ons, but a nice bubble there on Zoro as Hawk now. You are in a spot where you have that big ultimate, right? That Sundering Blade, and you can combo with a grab. That could be quite filthy.
Yeah, we could be seeing that Hawk. Grab deploy from KSG. Looks like it went wide. Avast is alive, but soon it's found a bit of damage, though. With Zoro down. Maybe without the Vendetta, Team Remus will like to just go for this regroup. Zera senses some weakness, probing here.
And you can see players still getting used to Zero, almost overshot it there. It'll be a grab from Hawk. sound barrier here from Avast. Only connects with 3. We won't go on him too hard. You know, he's been in the pack. He's been co-streaming. He's out here with DHL all the time, and we love DHL. I mean, Avast, it feels like he's been everywhere this weekend.
Staple member of the community. Solid beat. No Ajaxes here.
I mean, Avast coming back to the stage and Ajaxing in a show match.
That would go too crazy.
Be a sad way to go.
Don't just speak that evil on him, Matt. You gotta be careful. Your words have power here. The caster curse could be real.
Oh, here's another sick combo. You're gonna have the Kitsune rush here.
Oh, the attack speed gets so crazy in this combo. Dude. Oh my
Goodbye.
God. He saw that one coming. There's nothing he could do.
Yeah, it's not able to kind of connect with any of those long-range projectiles. You can actually turn some of the Onslaught passive into those projectiles, shoot around the corner. So you see some of the players trying to go for that. And when players are on the exit.
These leaping strikes are amazing, really, just giving so much mobility, and the armor really makes Vendetta pretty threatening. Diving in on these squishy backliners, they're not so eager to take some of these one-on-ones.
Yeah, not many times they're forced into the warding stance, right? Having to kind of like go a little bit more defensive. You see it used here at times, almost like toggled a little bit on and off there. It is very difficult. You see Zera getting some pressure there onto Hawk. Doesn't exactly want to stand and trade with the Vendetta as Vendetta gets stronger.
Ghosty comes out. Taniki, can he find more here? The Nano again onto Zera. Zoro finds one, but the trades could come in. Nano boost, you don't want to tangle in that one-on-one.
So you see he takes the perk to get a little bit of that extra onslaught. So if he gets up to 8 stacks, so that is a lot of attack speed.
He's so fast too, the movement speed, full stack.
I mean, yeah, it looks like he's had some decent time. I mean, look, Team Liquid's been out for a bit now, so maybe he's had a chance to get some practice in. So he looks pretty awesome on the new hero.
We need to see an enormous Sundering strike here. The ultimate from Vendetta, Sundering Blade rather, coming in over the top rope. Everyone's hoping for those trailer moments. Can Zera find it? Team Remus don't want to give it up easy.
Teams at the start, both of them going over towards that perk to give them some more onslaught as the blade does miss there from Zera. It does put down some splash damage though, so does a little bit here for Team Romulus, but Kitsune Rush comes on through here from Rack. They're actually going to be able to keep everybody alive here, even though KSG used the grab, so Team Remus trying to bounce back.
Romulus finding some trades though, and they do have the advantage on this push map. So it's Team Remus who will need to make this happen. Avast, got to get out of here on the Lucio. Played a very stable, patient game so far.
Look, if Avast is playing for content, this is like a violent, you know, wall ride Ajax just coming in here.
Just Ajax off the top rope for no reason. And Zera, oh, little sloppy.
All right, so maybe he hasn't gotten as much playtime as I thought. That one, not able to make it over the roof.
Bob comes in.
Oh, he was so close.
Oh, man. Risky with that one.
He tried. He tried.
He tried to give the people what they want.
I mean, he used his beat directly going at the Bob and able to get it off. It'll be a grab that comes in here from Hawk. Looks like just follow up from him on the KSG is... Oh. Little stun there, knocked down as... See, Hawk, he is all charged up there. You lose Zoro, so a lot of kind of those good bubble targets out of the equation is... See, nice dash, gonna get that overhead right away. Almost just one-shots Avast there.
Hawk wants his taste of victory here. His pound of flesh. The lead has been taken now by Team Remus. He need another one of those nanos onto Zera. What can he do?
You imagine it's gonna be the nano here from onto Zera, and we're gonna see something wild. Gets into the sky. Goodbye, Avast. Whirlwind dash there, Hawk. He will fall as well as the nano on Vendetta proven to be pretty strong here in our show match.
Yeah, and it's that upgraded Whirlwind dash as well, right? Able to hit multiple times, build up more damage in a big AoE. I mean, it makes those initial dives so potent. Yeah. It really threatens you. If you try to group up and just focus down this Vendetta, she could really get a ton of AoE onto that backline.
Yeah, that seems to be the perk combo that both are going for. So it's Relentless, which gives you those extra stacks of that onslaught, and then that Raging Storm. So allows the Whirlwind Dash to kind of keep hitting a little bit, you know, more times, 3 times to be exact, you know, for a little bit more AoE damage.
I like that move from Zera in this fight. Kind of shades of a Tracer, right? Diving in, going to the backline. blocking it up, pulling the damage back to him, and that makes space in the front line. I mean, with that warding stance, you really can tolerate a lot of damage in the flank and pull a lot of attention to yourself, showcasing kind of this option play style.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about the warding slash is it blocks like all of melee damage. Like it, you know, it kind of reflects it. So something that a lot of other Overwatch heroes do not have is via Bob here. Bob will go away rather quickly as Nikki, nice shots there with the OC.
Soaring strike, Avast cannot escape it, but Zoro trades it out. So Team Remus seeming like they're gonna hold on to the lead here. Surely Gala on the Juno. Oh, could be getting slammed, pulled to the ground by that overhead slash. Powerful utility there.
Yeah, and being able to kind of get up in the sky and then come right down with that overhead slash, land that crit straight away, especially on some of the squishier targets, like a Juno right there. It is going to be a nasty combo there with the Zarya, as we have a pause in a show match. Is this the thing? Who's allowing this over there? It looks like we do have a pause, so we'll figure out what's going on. Looks like it came from Zoro and that team's POV, so we'll get things sorted, as I believe it is Team Romulus up right now. As Vendetta has proven to be pretty strong here, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm really excited to play some Vendetta. This hero seems kind of right up my alley, Matt. So on a personal note, man, kind of stoked to get home and to start getting some games in.
Well, I think we could play together, and I think you could play Zarya, and I play Vendetta.
I'll play Zarya for you.
Yeah. I mean,
for you, Matt, you're like a born and bred Zarya. You're different on the Zarya.
I mean, I am.
Maybe you could play Ana.
That is true.
Give me the nano boost.
You know, I don't know if I have.
How about a Mercy? A Mercy pocket me around?
I'm not sure I have that hero.
You don't have the Mercy in your pocket like that?
No, I haven't unlocked that one yet. I feel like
but you need the Scarlet Flare bundle.
This hero feels built for me though, because I could make one play out of 50 that looks pretty good, and then the others are just kind of, loose throws for content. So
I mean,
this
guess
like
which
it's
one of the
great...
50 is going on the social channels.
I mean, probably not the good one, to be honest. the kind of little bit of a throw will get more from me. Who's getting ice cream after this? Says Drag Attack. Avast has no perks. Can we get on with Avast? And okay, he does have perks. He does have perks. So that is one where maybe Hawk is going to throw some shade.
We gotta check the
back
VOD.
at Avast.
We gotta check the VOD there.
That time it's a big Sundering Blade, right? Connects with 2. So that is a grab combination with it. So we've already seen a lot of Zarya here. I imagine, once we see Vendetta into comp, that could be another really strong combo, right? I know. Not exactly a one-to-one kind of Genji replacement, but feels pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely exciting when we see some of those projected edges there, putting out some real spam pressure on the back line. Team Romulus needs to make a comeback here. Flank being marked by Ons under a ton of pressure. But Zira holds the off angle, and we got a fight on our hands. Romulus gonna get the advantage here coming into overtime.
Yeah, they have a nano boost to work with here, does Zira, and Ons not able to get it off onto him, so gonna lose the Vendetta here, just maybe trying to keep his team alive. As nice bio grenade, but soon gonna get into the mix, clean up a few players. So Team Romulus still alive in this one. You're gonna get Zira back off the spawn. Vendetta with that crazy mobility, gonna get back pretty quick.
Graviton Surge on the cards here. Hawk over to the Diva. He's gotta desperately look to eat it. Look to deny. This advantage swinging back towards Team Romulus, but they're coming into the meat grinder here. KSG, grab on the choke could be deadly. Zoro's already found Gala. So with one support down, advantage for Remus here in this final fight. Hawk finds another. Avast the solo beat, but KSG's grab eaten Hawk. The tank gap on the server saves the match for Team Remus. What a beautiful showcase here of Overwatch's newest hero. Available to play trial mode, man. I need to get those games on.
Yeah, Vendetta looks like a ton of fun here. Team Romulus, even with Avast going with that solo beat, still able to come out on top. Some really nice movement there. I know, from Zera.
Avast hits a one-man beat, and then Hawk eats the grab and kills 2.
And the crowd
They've asked about how to equal impact.
Yeah, about equal impact. And we do not know that if Avast had no perks for ages. It looked like him and Hawk are in a...
We're going to need to review the VOD on that one,
that's for sure. In a heated argument over whether that is true or not, which we'll have to go back and look at the VOD. But excited to see Vendetta into the mix here shortly. Obviously, the trial, I think, going on till the 1st, so make sure you guys jump in a game, check out the newest hero, you got to make sure that you kind of keep spam queuing, right? You want to be that only one to be able to get in.
You got to plug in the SSD. That's the trick. Load it quick. Matt, you want to know the ultimate trick here for the folks at home, folks watching the broadcast?
Yeah.
Go into the practice range, figure out exactly where Vendetta's hero select is on the screen. And be quicker to get to it when you load in. I'm telling you, if you prep like that, your first match, your odds are better. Your odds improve.
I mean, that's like back in the day where you used to put like tape on your monitor and like draw like a little dot. Like, yeah, okay, now you're hovering over where Vendetta is. We can take a look here at some of the stats. It's Vendetta's on both sides. No, obviously trying to play really aggressive, getting in the mix, but I mean, Zera, 25 and 11 with almost 9K damage. That's a wild game.
Very respectable damage for a hero that also pulls a ton of attention to herself and really demands that attention considering the threat she poses to some of these backliners. I mean, it's early days, but I'm really excited to see what Vendetta ends up looking like in competitive play. I mean, I was wondering about that as a melee character. Obviously, there's a question mark here.
No, you see players constantly with that overhead slash, right? It counts as a crit. And they're able to kind of, obviously when you're doing it here, right? When you have the full stacks and your attack speed is kind of maxed.
Comes out fast.
I believe it's like 5% attack speed per stack. So you're actually able to kind of get these overhead swings, these crits off pretty fast, but then kind of coming down, you know, when you use the movement abilities and get up in the sky and then land with that overhead, you know, you see the devastation it does right there to Soon. I mean, there's no way you can live through it.
Yeah, it hits so hard. And I mean, it looks like a ton of fun to play, especially with friends, right? I mean, look at these enabling characters around it, the Ana, the Lucio, the Zarya in particular, right? And I feel like you're able to take this character to the next level. So it's going to be super fun to hop on the duos. I know, Matt, you've confirmed that you will play Zarya, Mercy, and Ana for me and give me all resource. I know that's committed to on this broadcast. So,
well, here,
I follow up with your promises.
I think that's a sick idea. But I think you should just change your BattleNet name today to Matt Mr. X.
Oh.
And then just hide your webcam so I can take a lot of those clips and say they were mine. As KSG looked like he was having a ton of fun up there. It's Varel. Really fun to see them here at the event. But I mean, Vendetta really shining there in that show match.
I'm pretty impressed, actually.
Yeah.
Because these are strong players, and I mean, I think a lot of the community were saying, like, you know, where's this character going to fit in? No one knows. Like, we haven't seen a character like this in the DPS roster in Overwatch. It's completely fresh and new, and yet it just feels really perfect. I'm just impressed again and again by the devs' ability to kind of slot this incredibly unique style into a beautiful cast of characters.
Yeah, and I mean, you can imagine, like, you see somebody like, you know, Proper or He's saying, right? You know, Zest to get their hands. There's some of the other Genji players, even like Spin, right? Get their hands on this new hero. It's going to be awesome to see. But let's go to Danny up on the stage with Zoro for the thoughts on Vendetta.
Thank you so much, guys. Danny Lim here, joined by Zoro, and we're going to talk more about Vendetta. Fantastic stuff. I mean, I have to ask you, though, like, you had a Vast on your team, and you guys still clutched out a win. Like, how did that happen?
I mean, honestly, like, Avast, he didn't even need perks, and we still won. Like, he didn't even know that he didn't pick any perks. I mean, honestly, he carried the comps as well. Like, Avast was great.
He's just too good. He doesn't even need perks. He's too good. All right, let's talk about Vendetta. I mean, you were on the stage, you were playing Vendetta. What was your first impression? What did the hero feel like?
Honestly, I think the character is very difficult to play. I think once or twice I misclicked my cooldowns and he died. But honestly, I think she can work really well in team play. Like, she's super strong.
Okay, super good in team plays. How did it feel to use a character? I mean, I was just watching it. It seemed like you were having fun. It seemed very fun to play. Was it fun to play?
It was very fun to play. She's very satisfying.
Very satisfying. All right. And also, because you are a pro player, Zoro, do you feel like, what are some of the heroes that would pair well with Vendetta?
I think Zarya, because of the bubble, like his bubble Vendetta, she goes in, one-shot someone, and there you have it.
One final thing. Do you feel like we would see a lot of Vendetta in pro play?
I actually think so. I think so, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, Zoro, thank you so much for the interview. Everybody, give it up for Zoro. Amazing stuff. All right, let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Danny. That was so much fun. It was so exciting to see Vendetta in the hands of our pros and in action. Lots to take away from that first look as well. And if you at home want to get your hands on her as well, you can still do so. The trial will end on December 2nd. So make sure to get a few games in. But first, make sure to stick around because, as you can see, I'm not alone here. I have some very special guests who will be chatting with me about Vendetta. I have Jude Stacy, the senior narrative designer. We have Kiara with us. She's the voice actress of Vendetta. And of course, Aaron Keller is joining us once again as well. Guys, I haven't had an opportunity to catch up with you. How has DreamHack been for you thus far? Starting with you.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, I was here last year and the energy is so wonderful every time, but I'm really happy to be back.
Yeah, and this is my first time here in Stockholm at all. So yes, I was so glad I got invited. So this is a great opportunity for me. Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to see a little bit of Stockholm as well?
Yes, a little bit. Yesterday evening. Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Yeah,
I
it really is.
Yeah.
Everyone's just swooning over Stockholm and over Vendetta as well. So let's dive in. Let's chat Vendetta. Where did the idea of Vendetta come from?
Yeah, I think early on we were sort of ideating on who Hero 45 would be, and there were a couple pitches floating around. And it came down to two. There was a hero pitch and a villain pitch for what this gladiator might look like. But there was really no contest. I think the villain pitch was really exciting to everyone. The idea of this woman that was like totally empowered by her rage and ambition was really compelling to the team. I know I've wanted to write a villainess like that and like Vendetta for a really long time. And I think that we'll see her anger manifest in a lot of really cool ways, in ways that pose a real threat to our world. I actually pitched the idea for what would come next for Vendetta to Aaron at DreamHack last year when we were here for Hazard's launch. Do you remember that, Aaron? We were waiting for a table at a pizzeria.
Yeah, I do. No, okay, no shot. You pitched Vendetta at a pizzeria.
Not Vendetta.
That's a bit on the nose.
No. We already had the idea for Vendetta, but it was just sort of what she might do with her power that we were talking about more.
What did you think of the pitch then?
Yeah, it was, okay, fun conversation. And I don't want to give away too much here because there's a lot of spoilers in what we talked about with that. But yeah, like Vendetta, she is connected to our world. She's connected to the lore, and we want to keep revisiting that. We want to really see where she's going to go and how she's going to affect the state of things. But players are just going to have to wait a little bit to find out how that all plays out.
Yeah, those connections to her lore, though, were really fun to draw on. I mean, there was the sort of immediate point of recognition when we harkened back to Retribution. And, I mean, the team felt it, and I think the community is feeling it now, too. There was that moment of like, wait, Antonio? Like Antonio from the Retribution mission?
I had that moment. I tweeted and he was like, hold on.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, it was so fun to answer yes to that question every time. And it never gets old. And I think everybody on the team was so energized by that. And it deepens our lore, too, which is really great, right? Like, the consequences of Blackwatch's actions really matter more when you've got Vendetta on the scene. She's making it personal and real. And the way that she's sort of come up from nothing after the events of her hero trailer are really inspiring. You'll see more of that as we reveal more story for her, but yeah, it's really cool.
If you have a character like that with so much lore tie-in, I mean, especially this one, this isn't just like, oh, I know a guy who knows a guy. It's like, one of the main cast killed my father. Those are some hero interactions, I believe. That's going to be a difficult challenge to like channel that into the voice acting, Kiara.
Yes, I mean, as you might have noticed, Vendetta does have quite a few enemies. So yeah, actually, it was the most fun I had during the whole recording process. The part in which I was recording the interactions with all the other heroes and all the other characters, especially when I get to hear the voices of the other characters in my headphones. That was really great because I felt really there. That was amazing. Also, with me being kind of a people pleaser, getting to act as someone who doesn't really care about what others think about her.
I love that.
She is so, yes, she never asks for permission. She never apologizes. So I think that was kind of therapeutic in a way.
I love that for you. Are there some parts of that where you're like, I'm gonna do that in IRL now too? Like I can learn a little bit of what Vendetta does?
Yeah, and I'm like, I should be a little more like her. Maybe not too much because
that's a fine line.
Yeah, the killing part, I'll avoid that.
Fine.
I'll try. I'll do my best. Thank you.
Can you give us more of a rundown of who she is? I mean, we know the lore tie-ins, but what else is there to Vendetta?
Yeah, absolutely. As we revealed last week when her trailer went live, Vendetta is the daughter of former Talon boss Antonio Bartolotti. And when he was taken out by Blackwatch, namely Gabriel Reyes, or Reaper, as you most know him by, she sort of lost everything. I don't want to spoil too much about how she gets there, but as you can see now, she's fought her way to the top of the Coliseo, and she's become their champion, La Campionessa. And now she's got all these years of rage and ambition lighting this flame within her, and she's ready to take it out on her enemies. There's a lot more detail to her backstory, though, which you'll see in her motion comic, so just keep following us on socials. It'll come out then.
Were you familiar with Overwatch as a whole, or with video games? Were you involved at all in video games before you voiced her?
I was familiar. I mean, I'm a gamer myself, but I'm not really a multiplayer online kind of gamer, but I have a lot of friends who play Overwatch.
A cozy gamer?
Yeah.
I don't know why I got cozy gamer.
Okay.
Nice.
I gave out that vibe. Yeah, I get it. But I tried playing Overwatch, but it lasted like 2 days. I was a Junkrat main because I really love goblin characters with chaotic energy. But yeah, I was really, really bad at it. So eventually I went back playing Animal Crossing. Yeah.
Was playing the game part of you finding the right voice for her?
I mean, I don't know. No. I tried the game, but many years ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was already familiar with it, but I didn't get to play in the last months or years. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, as far as finding the voice for Vendetta goes, I've told this story a lot on the team, but I don't think at least from our perception, it didn't really seem like there was finding the right voice. You just had it right away. I mean, we all heard your audition, and it was just perfect. I think Kiara was really able to capture that duality of Vendetta, sort of the drama, going from the sophistication to brutal in just a second. The original monologue that we had to cast her, she was addressing both her audience in the stands and then just her competitor down on the ground after defeating him. And it was sort of a tricky thing to deliver, you know, like to switch between those audiences and switch your tone and how you're addressing them. But Kiara just nailed it right away.
Stop.
Thank you. And you're too kind.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seemed like to me, Kiara. I don't know about you.
Yeah, well, actually, finding the voice came pretty naturally to me. But I think that's because Vendetta has such a particular trope about her that you can understand what the character will be like just looking at one image of her. I think that's also because the artist did such an amazing work with her design. So you instantly get that she is so tough and prideful and ambitious. But I also didn't want her to look one-sided. So I really tried to not go for a one-note performance. And yeah, I really wanted people to get to see multifaceted side of her.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the many faces of Vendetta and hear them as well. Aaron, how does the thing go about when those auditions are being done? Like, how many people are involved in like listening and deciding?
We have a whole crew there. There's a lot of the narrative designers, a lot of the audio people, even the hero designers are involved with that. And we'll kind of get together and listen to all of them and comment on like who felt appropriate. And Jude really told it. It's like as soon as we heard Kiara's voice, we were just like, that one,
That's the one. Yeah. That's the one. When you're pitching ideas for characters or characters itself, are you like acting it out for them to like better understand? Like, what's your process?
No, they don't want to hear that. But I've got a lot of written pitches that we share with the steering team and sort of give them a sense of different stories and directions we could go for. And then after that, we sort of narrow in on personality, figure out what are those like key pillars of how they act and who they are. And for Vendetta, it was like that rage was so much a part of her, and I think Kiara really nailed that immediately.
Yeah, I had a lot of rage in me.
Don't we all? It's been a tough few years, so I love to hear that channeled. Any final thoughts you guys have on Vendetta?
Well, I've never felt as badass as watching the hero trailer and the gameplay trailer. That was actually so empowering for me. And yeah, I also getting to see the reaction of the community to Vendetta. It was amazing. Yeah, really.
Yeah, seconding that. The community response has been amazing. I mean, everyone on the team has really loved Vendetta for a long time, and it's really exciting to see the fans pick up on that energy and love her too. I mean, the team and the fans are all for Vendetta's rights and wrongs, you know? We're really here to be there with her vengeance and follow her mission.
Any final thoughts?
Sure.
Vendetta.
I can give some
And
final
anything- yeah,
thoughts
final
on
thoughts.
Vendetta. Yeah, and you know what? It's really, I think, about the game, too, the way that Vendetta slots in. You know, I talked earlier about 2025. It was an exciting year for us, releasing features like perks and stadium, but there was so much more to the year. We had systems like hero bands and map voting and new progression systems, along with all of the other things that we build, heroes and maps for the game. And so we've talked a lot about how we want to take risks with Overwatch. We want to experiment with the game, and it's all because we want to evolve it into a bigger and better version of itself. And so I think when we hear from players, and I've heard from a lot at the show, they're telling us that we're doing the right thing, and they're telling us that like Overwatch, it's in the best state that it's ever been in. And we love hearing that as a team. It means like we're really aligning around that philosophy of pushing the game. And so I think Vendetta, you know, she's not just a new hero. She's a bit of a capstone to this year. And even more than that, she's like this signal of where we're going. You know, so 2025, it was an exciting year, but it is coming to a close. In 2026, it's just around the corner. And it's going to be incredible.
We have a lot to look forward to, I am sure of it. Guys, it is such a challenge to, you know, take a beloved title like Overwatch with such a beloved cast of heroes and then add new pieces to the mix, tell the story, but also, you know, have the gameplay to back it up and make sure that this is all like synergetic, right? And you guys have done such a phenomenal job. We've enjoyed her on stage, and you at home hopefully are enjoying her too. Now, before we are saying goodbye, I have one more thing, the most important thing. Can you hold on to this real quick? Thank you. Happy birthday! It's Vendetta's birthday, everyone! So make sure to head on over to the socials. Wish her a happy birthday. Give it up here in the crowd. Thank you guys so much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear more about Vendetta. And we're not done for today. When we're coming back from this break, it's grand finals time, so stick around.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseo. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage. And I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me! This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
This camera, we're gonna win it this time for you.
I start? No, he starts first or?
Hello everyone, this is Psycho. I play DPS for Twisted Minds.
Hello guys, it's Labda headscan for القادسية.
And for all our Saudi fans out there, we're gonna win it for you guys this time.
Welcome back to the OWCS World Finals and welcome to the Grand Finals. Months of competition for our players. Countless highlight-worthy moments have all led to this. And one EMEA team will be walking off that stage today with a trophy in hand. Welcome back to our desks over here, joined by Necra and Avril. And we're here to once more talk about Twisted Minds in Al-Qadsiya. We literally just saw them play a few hours ago. So this is going to be the rematch happening in our grand finals. Twisted Minds fell in that first bout. But what do they have in store? Do they have more in the tank? Something else up their sleeve?
I mean, the comeback versus Crazy Raccoon was absolutely insane. So if there's anything that they can gain from that match, I hope it's confidence to be able to pull out something new for this Al-Qadsiya matchup.
I mean, we'll say this much, Twisted Minds will definitely be warmed up 3 games in a row now, Grand Finals, FT4 BO7, by the way, so it could go even longer, which means very likely to start running out of very important bans because that's going to be part of the story for this particular Grand Finals. I think Al-Qadsiya, they're in the driver's seat for me at least as the premier Symmetra team. We saw Twisted Minds in the upper bracket final. They wanted to shy away from the Sim. They still may want to be the Sim counter team.
And they did that off the back of this Psycho player coming into the roster, Echo, Tracer, Mei, kind of some of these picks that ended up actually being really great as anti-Symmetra tech, but also Quartz picking up something else outside of the Sojourn, going over to the Freya, and it's both of those DPS roles that I feel like we're trying to deal with the Symmetra, but fell short at the end of the day.
Well, I do have a little bit of news to share. UB is in fact going to be starting for Twisted Minds, so that immediately changes things in my mind in terms of how this is going to flow. Upper bracket final, they tried to be the anti-sim team with UB coming in for Twisted Minds. They will now be in a raw Symmetra mirror with UB also piloting that here. I think this is the change-up that may be expected in the sense that, okay, well, TM, they already lost a counter scenario. Now, can they maybe just be the Symmetra team in the mirror instead?
Yeah, so then I'm wondering, do they actually end up pulling out a Symmetra ban at any point? Does Psycho actually come into the roster if they do want to try to execute on something like a ban? But I think, yeah, Symmetra versus Symmetra, you should definitely expect that. Expect more of TVNT and Ziad going up against each other. I mean, this is just a clash of two incredible EMEA titans. They have finally overtaken the Korea teams, and it's just going to be a major showdown today.
Of course, Twisted Minds coming into this with a little bit left in the tank, right? They now have to play their third match of the day, and this one is going to be a first to 4.
It's going to be a longer series, and I think that's where Avril and I were especially really excited to see how they were both going to approach this. With more maps on the table, it means that you have to be even more strategic about your bans, and you also need to get off to a good start.
I also think if you're the Twisted Mind side, you can still play in towards the potential Symmetra counter, right? I think Sim ban will still be on the cards for them, not expecting OWCS to ban away Sim at all. So given that it could be a longer sort of series, you are going to have some limited opportunities to ban exactly what you want. If you are going to see the Sim ban in terms of countering the Sim again, that now needs to very much be a map with similar storyline in terms of what we talked about, OWCS versus team in the upper bracket, but then also team versus Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket. Your Sim ban map has to be the map that you win.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Twisted Minds here as we're rewatching some of their hero shots as well. I, by the way, love our hero shots.
They're so good.
They're so good. Players get to show so much personality in those, so whenever we can roll them, let's roll them. This is the Twisted Minds squad that has been fighting their way back into the upper bracket, back into the grand finals. And they are so hungry to get that victory today.
And what's crazy about these two teams playing up against each other is that Twisted Minds have actually gotten the better of OWCS 4 times in a row leading up to the World Finals. So the fact that OWCS were able to take that match in our winners bracket, and now we're going to see this repeat in the Grand Finals, I hope that Twisted Minds, they can kind of bring back that star power that they had towards the end of the OWCS Stage 3.
I think I'm a lot more confident though in OWCS now, looking just towards the fact that Checkmate really started to convince me of the extra flexibility coming into play. New Queen Street, the 4th map in the Alcad versus Team Upper Bracket game where, you know, you essentially had a full cap out coming through from OWCS in very fast time. Banning away the Symmetra, Checkmate just goes towards Tracer, and that's all you needed. The fact that you have to have more substitution happening on the TM side of things does make things more difficult.
We also saw in those clips earlier, which was Twisted Minds match versus Crazy Raccoon, Yubi, a player that we've often seen when the Symmetra is banned out, going towards something like the Mei, played the Tracer to great effect. We hadn't seen the Tracer too much from Yubi, or when we saw it, it wasn't super inspirational, but the fact that Yubi has a lot of confidence in that and was able to best the Korean team on the Tracer, I think you also cannot count out the flexibility that Yubi could bring starting in this roster today.
Also, we have to talk about Yubi also being basically their coach, right? Like, so him being subbed in means that he subbed himself in, essentially. Obviously, he humbly does agree that it is a team decision, but like the back and forth between him and the Psycho, that is something where it's very much like one of the players is just really feeling it, and it's like, hey, like, sub me in, essentially, and like they're just rolling with that.
I think the call probably comes through from the fact that, okay, they beat Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket. They're feeling where the direction with UB being in the starting lineup is giving them. That's what they had throughout the entirety of this tournament so far for the World Finals. They sort of fell short with Psycho coming in, although I still do think there are valuable maps where if Twisted Minds want to lean into the anti-sim again, ban it with a sim, and then in the same map, bring Psycho in specifically to play like the Tracer or the Echo, that could still be valuable as a bit of a, you know, ace in the sleeve, perhaps what Twisted Minds will lean into. But I think it is good to see the fact that Twisted Minds are willing to lean into the Symmetra mirror instead of wanting to try and counter it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this one is so difficult, right? Because I feel like in the first match, they already tried everything, right? They did play the Symmetra mirror, they tried other stuff, and it just didn't really work. And it was, in the end, the more one-sided affair than they would have probably liked. Maybe that fueled them, I don't know. There's not much time really to like come up with something new.
Yeah, but you heard from Funny Astro in that winter interview after Twisted Minds beat Crazy Raccoon. You heard him say, maybe we do have a couple other tricks up the sleeve. Maybe we can actually bring a strategy that will be able to beat our kind of Achilles heel in this particular tournament. But I do hope that they'll be able to bring out something special, and they have been able to play a variety of different comps. TVNT has a lot of different heroes available to him. It looks the best on the Diva, but it's still world's the oyster with TVNT in the starting role.
Either way, it is a special moment because one of them will be our world champions. It'll be an EMEA champion in the OWCS era, but even the post-Overwatch League era, right? We haven't had an EMEA champion. I'm sure they both really want that, both with a bit of revenge on their minds as well. So everything's kind of themed around Vendetta, themed around revenge, and well, for Alcatia, right, they had the opportunity to maybe win the mid-season, fell short in the Grand Finals. They're back in the Grand Finals. They don't want to fall short again, and for Twisted Minds, having beaten Alcatia so many times recently, they want to make sure after losing to Alcatia, they get their revenge match as well.
What's the head-to-head now? With the most recent one?
It's very close. Before we saw them face off in the winners finals, we did see Twisted Minds have a bit of a lead. I believe it was 10-9 or Alcatia was 10 wins and Twisted Minds was 9 wins. And so, you know, Alcatia do extend the lead just a little bit with their win in the winners finals, but it's been 50-50.
Right? Who's counting?
It's been 50-50 this entire season.
Yeah, oh man, this is a tough one. I actually hate that we have to make predictions for that. Alas, it's part of the show, so here they are. I always fall to recency bias, so naturally I should be picking Alcatia, but you know what? Not today. Today's not the day. I'm going to give this one to Twisted Minds. I think if they can ride the momentum from that victory in the lower bracket, and that was a big victory, a convincing victory, I think they can just ride the wave and take this trophy home.
I love that. You had a lot of inspiring confidence.
Thank
and
you.
also to give people, I think, some hope that Twisted Minds can take this. But for me, I think it's got to be Alcatia. They've looked amazing in this tournament. They have had basically a flawless run throughout this upper bracket, and it's not going to stop here.
I gotta say, looking at the upper bracket final, Checkmate is what convinced me. This player is so flexible, is so good on this team, so smart. The Symmetra plays, but then the Trace and the Echo after that, they tried to ban away his Symmetra, and then they just completely rolled through New Queen Street on map 4 anyway. Yeah, I think when it really comes down to it, the swapping in and out situation with Twisted Minds may end up costing them a little bit, whereas for the Alcatia side, they know exactly where they're working with. I've got Alcatia as well. Checkmate leading the way.
All right. Do we have the chat?
Ooh,
okay.
It's 50-50 basically.
Now it's much closer though. Like the first time around, was that the case as well? I can't remember.
I think it was a little bit
brain.
more one-sided, but this
one
is
let's just go
very,
with it was
very
one-sided
close.
because no one's going to fact check us anyway, so all is good.
Well,
all is good. It's going to
like
be a close
60-40.
series. Like
Yeah.
if history is an indicator, these teams are playing it close.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, because we could have the potential to go to 7 once we finish 5 maps. Map 6 will be a reset on the map pool, so you can go back to any other map that you haven't picked yet. You get to pick from any of the game modes. You just can't repeat the same map, but the entire map set opens up again, so that's really exciting. And whichever team sort of has the possibility of actually being able to pick map number 6 could find themselves in a really winning spot. Map 6 advantage is huge in this type of scenario.
It's going to be a good game, that's for sure. And speaking of good things, Stockholm, the time has come. The first ever live performance of OWCS theme song, Hold Your Ground, performed by Rachel Gillespie.
Remember the time when our hearts were synced and our thoughts connected, expanding our size. We can clear the cache, burn it all to ashes, plan attack. Our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let all your fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, keep your unity loaded. While the world is burning, keep your head held proud. When the cities crumble, scream their name out loud. When the world quakes, hold your ground. Fade into black, a new scene starts and the stars we're charting, defining the map. When we pull the trigger, plan attack, our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let all your fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, keep your unity loaded. While the world is burning, keep your head held proud. When the cities crumble, scream their name out loud. When the world quakes, hold your ground. Oh, when the world quakes, hold your ground. Oh, hold your ground.
Would you please put your hands together for the magical, the marvelous, the brilliant Miss Rachel Gillespie? What an introduction! It is time to meet your 2025 World Finalists. It's Alcatea and Twisted Minds! Your hit scan, DPS Labda! Course! Your flex DPS checkmate! Yubi! The tank, Syed! TVAT! Your flex support, Landon! Simple! Your main support, Calyx! Funny Astro! The gauntlet is set. The gladiators are ready. Your world final is here. One more time, please, DreamHack, give a huge round of applause to your world finalists, Alcatea and Twisted Minds! Who will make their way into the history books? Who will become legend? DreamHack for the last time. Please let the world hear you roar!
We got second place in EWC. This time I feel like it's going to be our time.
I think we've played Katsia maybe 25 times, so it's just another day in the office.
So just holding S. Unbelievable amount of coordination. Baron proper getting up hills, but Quartz getting up.
He wants to find this rally, wants to get that connection. Here it comes. Just away for a moment. It's a Baron.
In this tournament, our team is so good, our mental is so clean, so I feel like this time we're going to beat everyone.
Wavins are coming in onto the payload. Good move! An insane move from Kelly!
They're making it happen against all odds.
Twisted Minds right now is looking unbeatable.
We are so ready.
DreamHack 2025 here in Stockholm, and one thing is for sure, we will be crowning a new champion in OWCS. The trophy on the line. Center stage, it's so close. And yet one more series left to play.
You know, these teams have played each other so many times throughout the year, whether it be OWCS, whether it be at the MSC, whether it be like the Saudi E-League. And I think, you know, when I interviewed them a little bit earlier in the week, because I interviewed both at the same time, they were like, oh, it'd be great, you know, if one of them makes it, you know, the other will cheer for them. There was also probably a little bit of hint that, like, there's a chance we both make it and we want to rip the other's hearts out here. It's Alcatia. They have gotten close before making it to the finals of our mid-season championship. TM, they've been great against all of our Korean rosters, you know, here on the international stage throughout the entire season, but still that's not enough for them to get it done. One will finally kind of climb that mountaintop. We were talking to Johnny. It's been like Apex Season 1 envy since like an EMEA team. It's kind of won an international event. I mean, that's
before my time.
Yeah, that is before your time.
We're talking ancient history here, and so this is the beginning of a new era potentially for OWCS, for Overwatch.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see. I mean, these two teams, you know, I was kind of looking through, is Nepal will be the first game. Now, I've watched these two teams because me and Mitch have had the you know, fortunate, you know, covering EMEA really for a lot of the year. 8 times I've been a part of these two matchups, but it's happened like 20 plus throughout the year. Alcatia has a slight advantage as of now coming into our finals as well. They get that first map pick.
Okay.
They take it Nepal. This is probably to just protect a tank, and then the Lucio gone on the other side.
Intelligent, I think, from Junkbook, coach of Alcatia, opens with a tank protect, but one that he won't be likely to need later into the series in terms of the ban. And TM respond with the Lucio ban. This has been something they've used time and time again against Alcatia, utilizing Funny Astro for his incredible flexibility and testing that of Alcatia's backline.
Yeah, putting the pressure onto Kellex. And Kellex has been really good at this event. Teams have constantly gone to that Lucio ban against Alcatia, and they have been able to kind of fight back. Kellex playing the Brig and be able to come out on top in some of those matchups. And, you know, when we just had these two teams up here a little bit earlier in the day, and we saw that match kind of play out, for me, it was really Ziad. I mean, Ziad was
what a game.
He is just such a sick player for Alcatia, especially now. It is most certainly clear that D.Va is the go-to in the meta. And, you know, TVNT and Ziad, both fantastic on the hero, but Ziad knows how to push the D.Va to its limits.
Absolutely, and I mean, what a meta for Ziad, for this young player bursting onto the scene with this incredible talent in peak form. And Matt, the lights, they don't get brighter than this.
Well, and also Alcatia's been here before, right? They get absolutely wrecked by the Falcons at the MSC. But, no, having kind of played in one of those big international finals, I mean, that environment there was crazy, right? Because you have Falcons versus Alcatia. I mean, the place was just going insane for the Falcons. You know, they won't have that same kind of like fire, you know, on the other side in terms of everybody kind of cheering against them, so to speak. And then also the first finals for some of those players, right? So for Alcatia, you're a little bit more comfortable now. TM, there is something to say though, Jake, about constantly playing here throughout the day, right? They've had a few matches here today. This will be their third one, so they've been a part of every game we've seen here. And some people look at it as a good thing, some people look at it as a bad thing. I always think like the adrenaline's going to carry you through this type of moment. You've actually been playing more Overwatch and probably feel a little bit better here at the moment because they tried Psycho earlier in this matchup and it didn't work out all that well. And that's something they've gone to against Alcatia numerous times, right? Playing Psycho, playing some of this really counter sim comp. It doesn't really work there. Yubi puts himself back in the lineup here. And you imagine Sim Tracer gonna be all we're seeing here from Twisted Minds.
Very likely. Will you take that sim mirror? Will Alcatia be the team that elects to back off and try to find that compositional advantage? That's been something that's given them edges against many teams in the past. Checkmate has been this incredible leader for the team, an incredible versatility as an individual player, but also as a leader for the team, finding the right strategy for the moment in the highest pressure situations. I mean, he's lifted trophies before.
Yeah, and you see here the control stats for these two teams throughout our World Finals. And honestly, outside of the slip up from Twisted Minds against Alcatia, they've been awesome all tournament long. I mean, a 3-1 against Crazy Raccoon, 3-1 against Falcons, right? No, they barely get by T1. T1's actually one of their hardest tests, right? A game 5, it goes all the way down to the wire. A reverse sweep on that flashpoint in game 5. But other than that, they have, to deal with Crazy Raccoon in Falcon in that type of fashion, you have to feel great, even coming out of lowers here for Twisted Minds.
It just goes to show that it's any given day, any given performance that could make the difference. It's up to these players on the stage to find that form. Players like Quartz peaking at the right time. I mean, some of these highlights we've been seeing from this tournament, they've been downright inhuman from Quartz. I mean, playing on the next level, and you've got to imagine that's top of mind for these Alcatia players as we load into Nepal.
Game 1 of our World Finals about to get underway. EMEA number 1 versus EMEA number 2. But that has been flip-flopping all year, right? I mean, since, right after Champions Clash, really, right? When VP kind of falls off a cliff. It has been these two teams in EMEA and everybody else. I think, if Twisted Minds gets that type of performance out of Quartz, it's going to be really rough here for Alcatia, even though they took care of them earlier in the day.
I keep thinking back to those moments Ziad had in the upper final, though, taking over the game, seizing victory from the jaws of defeat, forcing his will upon the match. Both teams loading up on the sim. Village is our opening stage.
Yeah, and to remind you guys, it is a first to 4. So most likely with these two teams, EMEA, they were going all the way down to the wire. We may be here a bit, Stockholm, but we do not mind. As it opens up, it'll be Alcatia running that Sim Diva. Pretty standard for them here with Landon piloting the Juno with obviously the Lucio gone here. It'll be Juno Brig.
Simple on the Kiriko. Very high skill option, one that could make a difference. Flanked as well by Quartz's Freya. You've got so much on your plate right now, Ziad. Can you manage this pressure? Kelix's Brig, though, giving them that stability in the front line. Two different visions for the match. Who will reign supreme here on this opening fight?
Yeah, I mean, TVNT getting in the mix of the Ram just runs down Kelix. You're not having that speed to get that Brig out of the way. Quartz takes some shots. He is finally finished off by Labda, so a lot of that pressure that's going on to Ziad is gone, but Ziad's at a mech.
Labda's still in this. Has found 2 kills in the fight. Surely they don't have a way back into this. Sojourn can't quite get any more done. And TVNT frontlining on the Ramatra. Gonna be a difficult tank for you to dislodge here, running that Brig Juno. Landon and Kelix have to live to fight another day, but, well, this comp looks amazing for Twisted Minds. I mean, they've got such a durable frontliner, so much poke damage.
Well, especially for TM here, Jake, you're actually able to use the Juno's speed ring with the Ramatra and just run the Brig down, right? Brig does not really want to kind of stand there toe-to-toe versus the Ram, so we'll see how Alcatia decides to play this. Next fight kicking off, it'll be Labda getting control of some of this high ground.
They put the Brig on the high ground here, taking some space. Labda senses an opportunity to go deep, but Checkmate's already fallen. The Diva dive in, not finding anything here from Alcatia. Twisted Minds holding strong. Kelix does get into the action, but once again seems to be favoring Twisted Minds here as things get scrappy.
Ziad just trying to make it interesting there. Piling the baby diva form is Quartz and Co. still strongly in control of the point. Alcatia has not been able to get anything really going thus far. Next fight here though, Jake. Yubi has been so aggressive here. Simwall plus Rush, and like those have been, you know, essentially always win fights for TM. Let's see if they decide to do that. So it looks like Checkmate just trying to figure out where Quartz is. Maybe you can get on top of the start hit scan.
So board ultimates still a few percentage away. Twisted Minds, will they go aggressive? They're content to hold this down, run the clock out, force Alcacia to get aggressive. Here comes the rush, finally out of Simple, pushing the aggression. Responsive orbital ray from Katsuya, keeping Kelix alive, but just barely. Twisted Minds fighting this brawl in Quartz is good for one. Can he find more? And this is his last fight, no chance to reset for Alcacia.
Yeah, I mean, much different here than our first game between these two teams. Ziad flies on in, takes out Quartz, so not done just yet.
May have turned the tide. That's Checkmate's wall deployed now. Getting energized, Ramatra up in his face. That TP not far enough away, but he's dancing well enough.
Annihilation, they're gonna go in with the orbital ray.
It's all in here. Both teams heavy committing. Labda with the OC. Huge threat, very scary to walk up into this. Simple, TPing out now on the Kiriko. Labda really firing on all cylinders, and that's gonna get the kills that Katsuya needs. Ziad, though, out of the suit, pops the self-destruct, but the bullet shot to the face overwhelms him.
And they still have TVNT alive and both support, so they're gonna go back in here and fight this. As Simple finds Labda. You do have the rally here for Kelix. You almost have to think about investing it. You back up a little bit, you might end up giving up the checkpoint. He's gonna have to use the rally.
Yeah, rally keeps him alive, but not for long. Quartz hunts him down. And it's all Twisted Minds here in the feed. Opening round of Nepal, secured.
It's a great start there for TM. Not taking that Diva head-to-head here against Ziad. Going to try and make his life a little bit more difficult by playing the Ram. And I also think having the Lucio gone really is impactful here, Jake. You know, it makes it, obviously a little bit more uncomfortable for Alcacia in that back line. And I mean, Astro and Simple just so good at maneuvering and playing a bunch of different combinations back here. As we take a look at some of the stats, TVNT deathless there in round number 1.
Yeah, we saw Kelix, I think, just struggling in that round. A really difficult position to be on breaking that matchup. I mean, who can you go for? Incredible mobility in the enemy team, and now Kelix over to the Juno, landed to the Kiriko. So Katsuya taking the option to slow things down a little bit, give themselves more of a fighting chance in that poke battle. But no matter what you pick, it's going to demand that you go toe-to-toe with one of the best to ever do it in Quartz. Labda, is he up to the test?
I mean, Quartz clearly climbing up the ladder in terms of hit scan players in the world, maybe sitting at the top at the moment. As TVNT shield off to the side, TP in front, they're going to try and take some of this space away.
TVNT putting the screws now to Katsuya. Ziad steps on the point, but is already low. Has lost that armor. This Him turret's annoying, but he's still putting a lot of pressure down on the point. The heals are very good from this Katsuya backline. He can't quite get the cap flip.
Well, I think Twisted Minds is fine with them taking that position on the point, as they do find Checkmate. Finally, a TP comes in and they try and get aggressive. But Alcad, you have to go down there and try and take point. As Ziad, hold on, he finds two, he makes it out.
How does he do it? He's dancing with death and just coming out the other side. Ziad soloing this fight very nearly, and TVNT left alone on the point.
TM should not lose that fight, Jake. They get Checkmate first, right? They get kind of what they want. They have this like a little bit more pokey style of play. They want to play off to the side, over on the bridge, force Alcad to the point, put some pressure on down, and then follow it up. They get that first pick, especially on the Checkmate. Takes all of that sim damage and mobility off the table, and somehow Alcacia pulls it out.
Feels like an absolute battle of wills right now between Quartz and Ziad. Katsuya pushed back for the moment, not wanting to take that frontline trade into Ramatra. And Quartz with some open firing lines here, putting pressure down, but it's not enough for the flip just yet. Katsuya happy to play this one slow, patient, not giving any opportunities to the superstar hit scan. Now he goes in deep, but a rail to the face will dissuade him for now.
Yeah, I think they were looking at maybe trying to get in there, connect with a bolo shot, capture a player or two.
Shot out of the suit. He's going to be going down here. Surely TVNT has him dead to the right. Quartz has found Labda in the meantime. So Twisted Minds, the raw death matching gets them right back into position, and it's huge for them that they're able to win that without deploying any ultimates.
And already, Jake, we were talking a little bit about in the pregame, like Ziad just ran rampant in that previous matchup. They are not letting him get away with that now. as you are seeing time and time again, in situations where Ziad would be able to make it away, they are punishing the diva of Alcatia. Alcatia, though, going to be having all 5 ultimates here coming up shortly.
Quartz is ready for that, put some damage down. Ziad has the Mega to work with, though. Pulling a lot of resources here. Does Viking messes up, Ziad! Fell off the map. A rare mistake from a young superstar. Lab to Pop's OC, not going to find anything at all with this.
Yeah, and it looks like Ziad actually tried to like take his mech up into the sky and then kind of come down and land on top as they push the spawn. I like this move from TM. Just kind of stagger out Labda even longer. You know, he just doesn't clip the side of the map and land back on. That's brutal, especially because you have the OC running on the other side. It looked like Labda was going to try and have some railgun shots into the back of Twisted Minds, and now TM set up quite well, Jake. They take the lead. They can get aggressive with all these ults.
Coming through these chokes against Ramatra, so difficult. Can see it take it wide. The stim wall providing healthy cover from the touch the point, but the TP forward from Yubi. He's taking this fight head to head here. Battling on the objective with a stim wall of his own. Ziad somehow finds Funny Astro, taking down one of those key healers, but Quartz strikes right back. The self-destruct from Ziad. Center of the point, TP forward. He's back in the suit, but Twisted Mind still fighting, still in control of this point. Yubi on the Symmetra, maybe doing just enough, and with checkmate falling. Ziad out of the suit as well. TM holds strong in what could have been a terrifying situation. That's all of the ultimates out of the field now.
Everything dumped in from both sides. But at the end of the day, the later rush with the Annihilation on the point, no way Alcad is going to be able to fight on through that. Checkmate over the Tracer here, just wants to get a touch. Send us into OT. It's Twisted Minds on fire here to kick things off.
Tracer can get the touch, but can you win the fight? Someone's got to get on. Ooh, Checkmate playing it to the limit. TVNT finds Kellex. Fight already turning against him. Someone needs to get that point again, but they can't. Checkmate just out of resources. And map 1 jitters for Alcatia. Twisted Minds locked in. It's been a long day of Overwatch for them, but man, they look so sharp right now. It doesn't seem to be getting them.
Yeah, but sometimes that's good to continue to kind of keep playing, right? You get in a groove.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the amount of confidence that they must have gained with how they handled Crazy Raccoon, right? We do not see teams handle them in that fashion. Alcat, they've been kind of sitting on the side for a little bit. And also, to remind some of you guys, you know, before the Alcatia kind of beats Twisted Minds here today, the most recent matchups have been going in favor of Twisted Minds. Although the overall kind of yearly series, Alcata won. Most recently, though, it has been Twisted Minds getting the upper hand. A lot like how they did here in map number 1 as we take a look at some of the stats. TVNT, just 1 death here in our first map. UB obviously coming in, kind of locking down that sim.
Quartz is just, he's in a stratosphere of his own. Look at that damage. 9,000 damage in 2 quick rounds of control.
And we have seen this from Quartz, you know, being able to take over these games now at the international stage, not just against, you know, players in EMEA or players from North America, like getting the best of the, you know, players like Proud, players like Merit, players like Proper. I mean, Quartz really kind of ascending to a different level here at our World Finals. They're almost like double the damage of Labda, who's a fantastic player in his own right. And look, when you have Quartz on the Freya and he's able to just kind of play at range, never really feel like he's under pressure. I mean, he barely misses when he's under pressure. I mean, if he has that much time to just kind of free fire, it might be a quick one.
I will say, despite that map looking very dominant for TM, I think they just found the better strat there. I think the Ramatra able to just slow the game down. UB Symmetra, so difficult for Ziad to play around. I mean, it's unbelievable to me that Ziad finds so many crucial kills across that map. I mean, one notable mistake, sure, but in many of these fights that just look unwinnable, it's Ziad, tip of the spear, finding the backline, punishing them, making Twisted Mind think twice about some of these greedier map picks.
Yeah, and we'll see what Alcatia decides to do here for our second map. Obviously, map selection in first ban will go over to Alcad. You know, if there was one team that would ban the sim in this series, it would be Alcatia. Checkmate obviously a little bit more flexible here than UB. UB really Tracer sim May, you would say. Probably the heroes in his pool that you feel comfortable with him going to here in a World Final.
Yeah, but I mean, he just beat down on Crazy Raccoon in a Tracer mirror. I mean,
yeah, that was wild.
Like, you could have, in the past, I would have agreed with you, questioning his flexibility. Does he have those other heroes on that level? But he took it to the lip in that last series. I mean, well, and questions asked, questions answered, Matt.
And everything out of Alcatia, from, you know, kind of interviews and up until this event and, you know, everything here has been, we are the best sim team here. We know how to play it against everything. We are going to continue to play it. It would be a little bit of a sign of kind of, you know, breaking from that logic to obviously get rid of it. But as we take a look at Alcatia, potentially, are you looking at King's Row here? Both these teams love King's Row. It was basically the entire time during EMEA, we would see them go to that map. Potentially one they go to here.
Big moment for the coaching staff of Alcatia. How do you respond? Twisted Minds have pulled a 180 from that upper bracket final. The style they ran, going with Psycho, playing these high mobility comps, trying to outplay the Symmetra. It didn't work in that match. And so they come back with a new and revamped look. Yubi in the lineup. Strong opener to the series here on Nepal.
Well, you also have to give credit to this TM team, right? Coachless, right? Pretty much everything up until this morning was, with this first matchup, was Yubi in. And they decide, hey, maybe the better option is Psycho. And in some of these games against Alcad recently, that has worked. And they decide right after that game, like, hey, maybe we just kind of go back to some of that sim stuff. We feel like, you know, obviously Yubi, a very strong in-game caller as well for this team. Maybe you feel like you kind of need that extra edge. And it has worked out. So we will see shortly what Alcad decides to do as we get into the map selection. But we take a look at some of the healing leaders here at our World Finals. And Simple and Landon sitting on top.
I mean, Landon's #1 with a bullet, though. Almost 30% ahead of the next player. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, they're playing a ton of, like, Lucio comps and Brig comps, right? So a lot of the healing from this team comes from Landon. You know, Baptiste comes as well, right? But still, I mean, an insane performance at this event from Landon. You think back to their game, I know against CR, right? To knock them into the lowers and what he was doing on Shambali Monastery. I mean, just an unbelievable event from him. And yep, an EMEA staple here is King's Row as the map selection.
No surprises. But the ban is where things really get interesting. And Katsuya,
man, they are all in on protecting this diva.
They're doubling down, honestly. And it's basically the same ban strategy as the last map.
But doesn't this work out for Twisted Minds? You get rid of the Kiri, right? This is going to cause, like, what? Are you playing, you're not going to play like a, what, Juno in the backline? Are you playing the Wuyong here, maybe? Like, TM can play that. That's why it's not as bad of a ban.
Yeah, it makes you lean towards some of these other styles, the slower backline styles that I think TM do prefer. But Kiriko's been a staple all tournament long, and so to take it out of the pool is, I think, going to put both teams in an interesting spot. Put some pressure on Landon's hero pool. What does he have next up in his bag of tricks? We talked about it. I mean, he's insane on the healing leaderboard. Incredible stats from him. But can he also deliver as we go deeper down the stretch? In these early maps, when these impactful bans often come out, Katsuya investing in some protect bans that hopefully pay dividends for them later in the series. But you've got to get there to even use them. You've got to win maps. And Matt, I feel like it needs to start soon. We saw this in the midseason championship at the Esports World Cup. Katsuya started out strong, but faded down the stretch in the grand final. And that memory, it has to be replaying in their heads now. They've got to get out of this rut and find some purchase on the series in King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, kind of bad memories could be seeping into the minds of Alcatia. Just getting that first to 4, they looked so good at the MSC and just kind of dominated in that final. Now, TM goes up 2-0 with how they've kind of been playing in some of these matchups lately. He could start to lose confidence on the Alcatia side. And Jake, I gotta say, you know, obviously, cast a lot of EMEA Overwatch this year. Gen.G was famous for going with those protect type bans, and Gen.G's not here. So that didn't exactly work for them. But look, if you're Alcatia, you definitely feel like you want Ziad on his diva. You know, the strongest hero in his pool. But it does obviously leave some things open here for TM to attack in the back line, as looks like Simple here, rolling out with the Baptiste, gonna combo that with a Lucio. So Lucio Ramatra, this was a comp that was actually really strong, like towards the beginning of stage 3 in EMEA.
And Alcatia They're planning to go for the playstyle adjustment rather than the compositional swap. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case, what Ziad ends up coming out of the gates with. Probably not the Winston.
We shall see some options here. The Diva as the gates open for Alcatia, as it will be Landon piling the Baptiste. We've seen some truly historic stuff from him. Legendary plays on that hero. They're going to need it here to tie the series up.
Landon gonna feel good about this. A matchup where he's very comfortable. Twisted Minds feel that the mirror is the best option. And Labda's taking the high ground with the rail. It's a strong rotation from the Symmetra. They're starting to put pressure on this point. Once again, Ketsia trying to play that momentum game, but Quartz, you cannot peek this man on the Sojourn. Ketsia with 4. Still on the map, still staying active and holding this map control. But will they be punished for it? Astro looking to punish with a boop, looking to find somebody stepping out, taking a risk. Landon forced into a drone. TBNT pressuring with Yubi, and now they're being pincered a little bit by Labda on the respawn, but hard to navigate, and Quartz finds Kelix in the chaos. Twisted Minds just really taking over this series now. I mean, Katsuya not finding anything, no relief, no respite from the Soj.
I mean, it must be so fun to play with Quartz as he just dominates the lobby. That is great positioning early on from Alcatia. They kind of get the high ground, they force TM to kind of rotate to the low. And it doesn't matter. I mean, the Sojourn on Twisted Minds, Quartz just kind of going crazy there, just rips 2 heads. Pincers coming off of the spawn, doesn't matter, just turns and burns. Kellex, Labda not able to make it through the choke. It's a first fight win there from Twisted Minds.
They're looking to find a way to get on top of this Sojourn. Yubi, though, taking the advantage, taking the aggression to Alcacia's offense, and Kellex is already down. A risky play to go this deep, but it pays off, and with just the Amp Matrix, they clean up this fight. 2 minutes on the clock, and Castilla struggling for answers, struggling to find a response here on the biggest stage of the year.
You know, are these the same 2 teams we saw earlier in the day? Because
doesn't feel like it, Matt.
It does not look like it right now. As Twisted Minds, you'll end up with a sound barrier coming in this fight. Next, really nice play there. Use the Amp Matrix, TP'd on through. It'll be the OC here from Labda. Finds Simple up on the high ground. That's huge.
Textbook play from Katsuya.
Astro's going to play for beat.
Into that window. Still a retake on the cards. Quartz with an OC. You'd be crazy to bet against him. He does find one, but Checkmate gets the trade. Will he happy about that one? Shuts down the OC. Katsuya comfortable, holding on to this point. Beat from Funny Astro. Kellex far away from the counter. But somehow Katsuya living through it, surviving deep into this fight. Ziad is going to go down, popping that self-destruct with a stim wall protects from Yubi. Twisted Minds regrouping back into this court. Back any second now, and Ziad forced into a reset.
Oh, huge. I mean, they get the D-Mech there on Ziad. He uses self-destruct, able to make it out. Yubi plays really nice here, gets to the health pack. Ziad will be forced to swap and swap back. I love the way that TM played, that they got inside, they waited for that sound barrier, they ran on out, pushed on through. Checkmate here with the wall. Kellex with a beat here, has to be good.
Crucial. Tim Wall forcing a response now, threatening the capture. Twisted Minds want to wait it out, want to delay to this very last second to use their annihilation.
And Amp Matrix coming up.
Yeah, he instantly pops it, but he's so low, taking immense pressure. Katsuya keeping the aggression on. Ziad beat just in time. Perfect from Kellex. And Ziad wastes no time, straight to the back line. Takes out the sustain. Simple down, but Yubi energized in the back. Annihilation still running. Quartz, he's still alive. He's still kicking in this fight. Window misplaced from Landon. A crucial mistake, but he holds his nerve. And now,
you still have TVNT and Astro alive here, though. You're going to have Simple coming up the spawn. TVNT just trying to juggle behind that phone booth there.
Sim is so strong here, Matt. So difficult to retake into. TVNT has to step up onto this point, but he's right into the car wash. Getting absolutely cooked by Alcatia. And finally, some purchase of the series. They take King's Row first, and we've got a series.
Alcatia, it is not easy. But they get first point. A sigh of relief there for Alcatia and their fans. I mean, you don't get that checkpoint, you are in a rough spot mentally. Now they kind of get towards the second part of the map. You do have this OC to use here. Let's see if Labda can come up with the goods, right? You know, winning this fight with just that OC would be massive.
Twisted Minds, they want to get a couple fights on King's Row second. They want to be aggressive, but they don't really have any tools to support it in terms of the ultimate economy, and so Card is rolling quite a bit here. Playing this slow, it's a risky gambit. Twisted Mind's gonna step up now, taking a risk. Labda all the way to the back line. Beat is good though. Up just in time for Funny Astro. Katsuya still alive with 4, Landon's still healthy. And knowing this team, they're gonna take this test, they're gonna take this challenge.
Yes, they have flipped sides of the map yet again. Sound barrier there, nice from Funny Astro, keeps everybody alive through the OC. Quartz with an overclock of his own, may not need it. Oh, finds Kellex there, trying to get out of harm's way, but Quartz does not miss.
He's just trying to regroup with his team. Checkmate opens with the wall, but it's countered by Yubi. Response is good, and Quartz. Oh, this is looking terrifying now. Katsuya. No one has yet been able to stop this man. Sojourn taking over the lobby, and Quartz, he's got the OC.
Oh, look at this, Landon. Up on the high ground, they found him. This is not where, oh wait, what?
Somebody had to stop Quartz. Landon says, fine, I'll do it myself. They come to contest him in the high ground, but it's too late, he rotates away. And finally, this is a chance for Katsuya to take this player advantage. Twisted Minds, you dare fight without your superstar hits? Maybe not a good idea.
No, you have to back up here. TVNT can poke a little bit, get this annihilation. Yubi is here with the TP. You can get another touch here as we get under 30 seconds.
Windows traded, Labda finds Yubi. A huge opener, Labda 1 HP, just barely staying alive. Ziad blocking all of this oncoming frontline pressure. Has the self-destruct available. Gonna pop it to get back into the suit. Twisted Minds backing up for now. Position split, but they're attacking from multiple angles. Katsuya have to back up for the moment. This choke is so difficult to break. Kellex steps up, but Checkmate scared to swing the corner now. They commit for it, but remember, Quartz should be on their back soon. They like to go, chasing down this tank group.
Yeah, but Funny Astro's gonna get them away here, Jake.
Beautiful rotation there from the Twisted Minds main support. OC pop now by Quartz. Looking to punish, looking to take down Checkmate. Checkmate caught in his sights. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Quartz with 2, looking for more in the fight. 3! And he's just adding insult to injury now. Twisted Minds. What a hold. And this is a series that could maybe slip out of your grasp. Katsuya, you can't let the momentum build. There's a lot of Overwatch to play. But this Twisted Minds team, they live for these moments. They live for that energy. Still staying very calm, very collected here, knowing that there are yet more tricks to be played. But Katsuya, they've got to start showing them soon.
Protect Quartz at all costs for Twisted Minds. 7,500 damage in the first half. Labda, obviously not as much in terms of the kill participation, but ends up beating out Quartz in the overall damage. As we get into the second half. I mean, Landon with some truly epic stuff up on the high ground, taking the battle there. 2 Quartz in the one-on-one. Ziad, nice use of the self-destruct there, actually pushed TVNT around the corner, so the annihilation didn't really even last for long from that Ramatra. But Funny Astro and Yubi doing a great job using their mobility tools with the Lucio speed and the Sim TP. Let's just kind of out-rotate Alcancia. Alcancia goes on the hunt, cannot find Twisted Minds, and ends up in a really rough spot, just running directly in, head first to Quartz's OC.
And Ziad not finding much to write home about here on the Diva is gonna simplify things. Come over to the Ramatra mirror, a time-honored strategy. If you can't beat him, join him. And in a series with this much at stake, you've got to adapt to the flow of the game. It's leaning heavily Ramatra as Quartz, looking for an off angle here, holding on this TP.
It feels like, though, Jake, with the less Diva in the mix, that is exactly what TM wants to do. Ziad pushes on forward, finds Simple, so that is the Baptiste out of the equation. We'll see if maybe there's a change here. You know, Twisted Minds could go, potentially play that Diva if they wanted to. So Labda
takes Quartz out of the air there. A parting message says there's 2 Sojourns on this server, and he'll need to keep performing if they want to go to the distance against Twisted Minds, but it's off to a good start this round.
I mean, you think back, Labda, teammates of Quartz for ages, you know, not really known as a hit scan player, finds himself on Alcatia this year and has more than proven himself.
Oh, looks like we got a server crash. Oh no, players are still in, we're good. Katsuya. Oh, yo.
An interesting spot there from Labda.
That's crazy, he took the flying Ramatra perk.
The EMEA special, so it looks like that's probably just an observer. That we are still in game. That would be a very intense pause if that was a pause, so most likely the game's still going on. As we jump back into it, I would dare to say this is probably not the game as well.
Well, it looks like they're capping, actually.
Yeah, Twisted Minds definitely looks like they're capping here. Funny, Astro dodges something. You still have the Ram on the point, so they haven't decided to make any changes here. It is actually a sim wall that comes through here. Alcatia here, this is them up on the high ground with that Ant Matrix.
We'll see if it's enough to open up this gap. I hope you'll bear with us as we look to get these resolved.
We still have a fight over the point here. Alcatia, Twisted Minds. This is a sim wall here from the defensive side of things. Looks like it is Twisted Minds here. Okay, so for my money, it looks like getting very close to taking this first checkpoint, which they just do.
Okay, we're back into it. And I mean, TM off to a hot start. Katsia committed heavily, trying to hold on to that first point, and it's hard to blame them. They know what's at stake. Kings Row second, their last hold on this map. I mean, you have to play near perfect to win in the streets ways. I don't think we've seen a single other team do it here so far in this tournament.
And obviously we missed a little bit there, apologies, but you can see that Alcatia ends up investing a lot of ultimates on the defensive side of things there. They have to go all in, try and get that hold. The take, not exactly easy there for TM. It's going to be Annihilation Sound Barrier combination here as TVNT just laying down the damage. Nobody able to get out of his sight.
He's getting a lot done in this front line. Katsia like for the fast fight. Getting that fast reset now. And I mean, it's going to be a desperate run to the cart. Maybe just one last contest and still minutes on the clock. I mean, Twisted Minds playing with the house cash here, and Katsia desperate to find anything in this series. I mean, to go down like this, 2-0, a mental blow, which would be so hard to recover from.
Yeah, and going down 2-0, kind of playing your own game here. Alcatia needs Labda to do something heroic here. Labda and Landon getting close to an Ant Matrix.
Frontline pressure now, immense. Twisted Minds looking for any opening. Landon forced into that drone. No defensive ripsaw window on the high ground, but Quartz has already found Kelix. Landon soon to follow. Quartz with 2 in the fight. And it's just Ziad and Labda trying to hold on. Player advantage to Twisted Minds. They look to clean up on Kings Row. And Quartz does it again. He just can't miss. Twisted Minds, obliteration in this series, cutting a bloody path through the opponents.
TM takes a 2-0 lead. A pretty commanding one in that. They do such a great job, not just like, we talk about how Alcatia does a great job just kind of moving Ziad around the map there on the D.Va with the Sim TP. On the other side of things though, Quartz just getting these off angles so fast. With the Sim, you don't know where those railgun shots are coming from. You turn around because one just kind of drills your teammate, takes them out, and guess what? Quartz is now on the other side of the map so fast, using that TP back and forth. So it feels like TM in full control right now, 2-0 in the set. And you see these constant bans come out here from Alcatia, trying to protect this Ziad D.Va. Maybe you got to think about going in another direction, because it feels like Twisted Minds, those are easy reads for them at the moment.
Yeah, they look so much more comfortable now on the Sim. And you talked about that momentum, Matt, coming into this match, being able to play exactly what you've practiced. You tried one look with Psycho, but then Yubi building some momentum in that Crazy Raccoon series says, hey, give me a shot. He'll take more than that. He'll take 2 maps back to back. And Quartz is just disgusting. Landon finding some incredible counter kills on this Baptiste.
Hey, it's not like Landon and Labda. They have put up some sick numbers throughout this series as well. Dude, it just feels like every time this guy Quartz, he's got an overclock. It's like 3 dead. It's unreal. You would think his overclock had like tack visor attached to it or something. You see here, mid slide being able to find players. Just dominating. And TVNT, obviously, we talk a lot about Ziad and how great he is as a tank. TVNT, KSA kind of trading minutes for this team for a lot of the year. Towards the end, though, it is clear TVNT is the go-to. And, he puts himself, like, when you watch these two play D.Va, obviously Ziad tremendous. TVNT is not that far off. It's not like this massive gap between the two. So even protecting that D.Va still unlocks something good here for TM. It'll be a Alcatia map pick here coming up next. So for Alcad, what would do you want to see them go? So you would typically say like Shambali, right? Maybe, but Shambali actually plays pretty well for TM because they have probably a better option of playing some of those double flex backlines. And if you don't ban one for Alcad, then they could just get rid of the D.Va and you're in like a Ramatra mirror there.
Talking about those backlines, I mean, we got to talk about Funny Astro. He has been so sharp, so clean this series. I mean, honestly, I don't know that we've seen a mistake from him. Incredibly clean play on the Lucio, consistently having the faster beats and turning those into fight wins. Not just building it faster, not just having the superior deathmatch, but actually finding those decisive moments to beat aggressively. I mean, so risky sometimes in this comp with the Sim, the Lucio. They can be so evasive and escape away from those pushes, and yet Funny Astro keeps finding the opportunity, and yet without ever seeming to go down first.
I mean, you see, Funny Astro obviously on one side, Kellex on the other there with Landon. These teams and these players really just kind of EMEA as a region has not seen success like this basically since Overwatch launched. And these players have been playing since that time, grinding their way up through different iterations of Overwatch Esports, different programs. And it just kind of hit me that, like, obviously this is the World Finals on the line, but like somebody like Kellex, who's been around forever, who's been trying to get to this moment, both these teams take care of the Korean juggernauts that we have in Overwatch Esports, and that is still not going to be enough for one of them to host a trophy at the end. That is brutal stuff, thinking about that. But for TM, you have to be feeling amazing right now. 2-0 up in the set. Alcatia with another map selection here. Jake, New Junk City. So we'll see what they decide to do in terms of the bans.
As Alcatia take us to New Junk City once again, it's going to be a tank protect ban here. The Sojourn, interestingly banned out here by Twisted Minds. Kind of a wild ban. I mean, maybe you just, like, why? I can't imagine, actually. Why would you ever take this away from Corpse, considering what he just did the last two maps?
Right, I mean, this is a Alcatia map selection, and they do get the first ban. So they do, yet again, go to protect another tank.
They won't back down.
So I don't hate the idea of banning the Soj. If I'm honest with you, from TM.
Really?
We have seen Quartz pull up some amazing games on the Freya, on the Cassidy.
True, it's a great map for Cassidy, right? The range much shorter.
But Labda on the other side just had a fantastic game on the Soj, and Labda doesn't really play the Freya, so you know it's going to be a Cassidy on the other side, most likely. Throughout all of EMEA, Labda really, even when Freya was good, he was playing Soj and Cassidy. They did not like to go to it whatsoever. True. So this is a really targeted ban here from TM. A lot of faith in Quartz that regardless of whether the Soldier is in or out, Cassidy or Freya, he's going to come through.
In fairness, right, it's that aim, right? It's the ability to be so calm, so dialed in under pressure. And that's the thing about Quartz, man. The greater the pressure gets, the better he seems to play, just hardening. Resistant, resilient against any attack. It's going to have to be a mighty effort for Katsia to shift the momentum in this series. But remember that, Matt. Remember that series against Crazy Raccoon, right? Yeah. They lost map 1. Map 2, full held on Shambali Monastery. And just through sheer grit and determination, they make the fuller hold. They begin to build momentum, and they're able to come back and win that series. And in the first to 4 format, you have time to find your footing in the series, but it's slipping through your fingers like so many grains of sand right now, Matt.
You have time in a first to 4, you are correct. But I feel like that time is past as TM is up 2-0 in our World Finals here against Alcatia. And it feels like, though, Jake, I mean, the must-win of must-win maps here for Alcatia. You go down here, shades of the mid-season championship, where you make it all the way for Alcatia and come up with nothing. Yet again, you would kind of falter at that final moment on the international stage. This time, it's your inter-region rival, Matt number 3 here, ready to kick off in just a sec as the doors open.
They're tripling down. The Diva once again, Ziad. He's found so many kills, but they haven't been able to piece together these team fights. Yubi has just been cooking on the sim. And now, Court on the casualty, unleashed on one of the iconic hit scan of Overwatch. Twisted Minds, twisting the screws, pushing in. Katsuya falling back for the moment. Point about to unlock.
So TP comes down and they actually don't decide to take it. Court's actually tries to take an off angle there. Maybe you can catch players on Alcatia running away. Yubi gonna have this TP available to use. See how they decide to do it. High ground here for Alcatia.
He's running out of cooldowns on Ram. Form to expire soon. Funny Astro goes down. Katsuya wait them out, grinding out the cooldowns. Labda strikes first blood on the map. A second to follow. And Katsuya's turn for a decisive team fight. And I sense a momentum shift here. Man, I mean, that was a very patient team fight from an Alcatia that could be rattled in this moment, that could be maybe a weaker team, would be mentally starting to lose their grip on the series, but they really played that to perfection.
Yeah, they TP up, they take some high ground control there from Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds has no way to really get that back, obviously not playing Diva. So we'll see with Alcatia in control of the point here. Can they get a flashpoint on the board here early as they push in? They're gonna move through the car wash here. The Sim TPs deployed by Checkmate. Gonna get above 50% here on our first flashpoint. The Landon with the Kitsune Rush already, most likely for Twisted Minds. You're working towards your farming that up going into the next fight.
Yeah, they need this rush to begin the fight. Katsuya playing this slow and careful, kiting away around the high ground. And Twisted Minds sort of caught in the loop of chasing here, hunting for kills, but Katsuya don't give them anything. Cautious positioning from the supports. And as the time starts to run down, TM need to make something happen here. They need to step to the point. And Labda waiting for that, waiting for any opportunity to strike.
So much more patience here from Alcatia.
Beautiful from Quartz.
Oh, and you find Landon. Landon has that Kitsune Rush, decides not to invest it at the moment. Everybody from Alcatia gonna hightail it out in that situation. So TP and Quartz around the map with that Deadeye. Alcatia though, Jake, not out of it just yet. 99% here on our first flashpoint. All 5 ultimates available here at the ready coming up. Double support ultimate for TM though. So you can invest pretty heavily if you are them in this fight. You get a hold here, you may be able to steal this first flashpoint.
Rushes pop, front line sprawling, Labda with the high noon. Can he make the difference? Steps to the wall, keep it behind. But the sim wall protects here. Yubi keeps the team alive. Beat comes in from Funny Astro, but it's too late. TVNT is down. Katsuya, player advantage in the fight. Tank is down, but Twisted Minds have been known to fight back in these scenarios before. Ziad wants to ensure that cannot happen, but Quartz is still standing tall. And Ziad with the pistol, the Bunny Blaster. It's enough. And that will be Katsuya capturing a point here on Flashpoint.
But you still have Funny Astro here. Oh, no, not going to be able to make it out, get a touch. But the beat comes down just a hair late there for Funny Astro. Not able to keep TVNT up. Quartz also doesn't get the benefits of the sound barrier there. Maybe a little bit of a better beat from Funny Astro, and things work out differently there in our first point. Ziad will get his mech back, just putting down some damage across the map. This will allow Twisted Minds, though, to get control of this high ground first.
And the patience from Katsuya has so far been paying off. But that first flashpoint really does allow more of that kiting strategy. TVNT wants to get in, Tango aggressively in the front line, but Katsuya hasn't been letting him do that. Now Twisted Minds say, okay, we'll slow it down too. We'll match you on some of these slower trades. No one touching the point for the moment. Both teams not wanting to yield any position for the incoming fight.
So difficult to get this Ramatra out of these positions. Nemesis form gone. They actually go right on past. Does not matter. They take out simple TP across. It'll be TM, though, getting control of this point.
It's the dream first kill, taking down the enemy Kiriko. And both of these teams, you can tell they're just experts at this style. They know. No use continuing that fight without the Kiriko. No chance to sustain through. Instead, they reset. But it's Katsuya now with the point control.
You're back pretty quick here. If you're Twisted Minds, Deadeye TP combination available to be used. Let's see if they decide to kind of throw that out into the mix. Quartz was able to find one the last time we saw them. Combo that also now with some poke damage coming on in. Simple gonna be able to get this Kitsune Rush.
Katsuya poking very well right now. I mean, checkmate. Labda standing tall with so much confidence on this high ground. Twisted Minds, TP up to the high ground, take the fight. Simple, pops that rush to High Noon, very channel, huge risk here. Labda and Quartz both find one, but Ziad makes the difference with the player advantage. Yubi so low now, falls as well, and gets to bat away that aggression with ease, with comfort. Rushes traded High Noons as well, but you're very happy to be in this position. TVNT being stalled out. A bit greedy from Getsia, but it pays off as now Quartz goes over to that Freya you talked about, but without TVNT, a recontest is a fraught proposition to say the least.
No, you're giving up this flashpoint, and Alcatia showing signs of life 2-0 in terms of flashpoints here, an opportunity to get a map on the board. It's the rotation here from Twisted Minds. They'll kind of get over towards this point, actually a little bit late because Alcatia, the mobility of this comp, the Diva's been so strong. You see why they try and protect it for Ziad. Just a master at piloting this hero. They TP down, see if they can catch anybody on the flank. Don't find anybody back to the point.
Yubi has this stim wall. First is opened by checkmate. Later by Yubi, so has a little bit of a time advantage in this fight. Katsuya may have to play this one slow. They do have that self-destruct on Ziad point, about to open. Twisted Minds with a positional advantage. The TP flips the map. The beat aggressive here from Kellic. Funny Astro with the later beat to respond. It doesn't come into Yubi though. Labda on the off angle, staying alive. Both teams resetting, relatively healthy. Ziad loses mech, but has that self-destruct for the retake. Twisted Minds low for now. Yubi goes down, landed. A crucial opening kill. Labda in the sightlines, taking it to TVNT, who's low, who does fall, but not before striking second blood.
He binds two.
It's a 3-on-3. It's two supports and Quartz, the hero so many times for this Twisted Mind squad. But Ziad in with the Bunny Blaster, absolutely fearless in the front line, and it will yield a first cap for Katsuya.
Yeah, I mean, that's just initial control over the point. And look at this, Jake, a change here for TM. They are going to go over to the Zarya. I've not seen much Zarya in this series yet at all. But this time it's going to be TVNT using that Zarya to really put some pressure on his Ziad.
He gets back into that suit though. More fights to be played. Kelix and Labda somehow find kills. TVNT punishes checkmate for it, but he's low. Funny Astro as well, hunted down by the young gun Diva. Ziad with yet more. Quartz touches the point but cannot finish the flip. And Katsuya on the verge of a dominant flashpoint. I mean, this is a map that, talk about a tempo shift in the series. Despite being up 2-0, it's Twisted Minds forced to blink first, forced to swap away from their preferred style.
It's a must-win map for Alcatia, and they are most certainly playing like it. There's likely one more fight here on this flashpoint. Bola shot here from Quartz, takes a lot of poke damage there from checkmate. So he's trying to work his way through.
The tempo advantage, Ziad zones away, they're split. They don't know what to do. High Noon still channel, damage is good onto Astro, and they can't even touch the point. Alcatia finding the fortitude, finding the veterancy. We saw in the pre-match, I mean, Landon dapping up the teammates, talking with each other. They stayed focused, they stayed disciplined. And I mean, we talked about this. I mean, the mental fortitude from Junkbuck of all people to refuse to back down, believing that they can win with this Diva style. And they showed how they can do it on Flashpoint. I mean, this is a very significant moment in this series. You are up 2-1 as Twisted Minds, but Alcatia have shown an adaptation here that demands a response.
I think the issue here, though, Jake, obviously, Alcatia, you have to do what you have to do to get a map win. The players all will take a little bit of a breather here, but Alcatia, with all of these map selections, you've been able to protect that Diva. Now, obviously, the Alcatia taking this must-win map, that is going to be an option on the table to get rid of. And you see why they want to get rid of it. Ziad, 24-0 there.
Oh my God.
On New Junk City.
Crushing performance. I mean, Titanic from the frontliner.
Just absolutely farming on the Diva. And also, Labda had a great game on the Cassidy. Definitely outplayed Quartz. Comp that I think Alcatia a little bit more comfortable running than what we see from the Twisted Minds side. But if you're TM, you have to look at this as a little bit of a positive moment where, look, we got our two maps. We're still up in the series. We have our map selection. We still have the Diva ban available. That, hey, still going up 3-1 puts us in a commanding spot. TM cannot get down on themselves. just yet. Alcatia do swing back, do get a map win on the board, but still, Escort, a map pool where you have maps like Dorado, things like that, you could get rid of the D.Va, make it really difficult. For Ziad, some other maps there. Shambali Monastery, you think towards that, right? Getting rid of the D.Va there, playing a double flex backline could be really strong for Twisted Minds. A huge map selection coming up here, a huge first ban for TM.
The inflection point in the series could be for Katsuya if they can continue it, if they can win, and I think you're very much right, Matt. I expect the D.Va ban to come out. But Ziad, I mean, think about through the course of the day and through the course of the tournament. The Ram has looked great at times. The Zarya has looked immaculate, looked fantastic. And so, I mean, honestly, I think this is anybody's game. Still a lot of Overwatch left to be played.
Yeah, I mean, a really huge map coming up in just a bit. But before we get there, let's go to Zoe and the Des to get their thoughts on a crazy first 3 maps.
Thank you so much. Looking dapper, the two of you, by the way. We're back here on the desk with also dapper Avril and the ever so lovely Necro. Let's break it down. Listen, you guys did pick Alcatia to win this one thus far. It is Twisted Minds in the driver's seat. Mind the last map here. Let's talk about overall, though, our expectations for this match. You know, the first time they met in the upper bracket final, we did not get to see you be in the mix. We did get to see Psycho being swapped in to play that tracesuit. That did not work against the very competent Alcatia Symmetra strat. But this time around, it is UB in, and they are taking that Symmetra mirror. What changed?
Right, I think it's just the confidence, you know? UB ends up subbing himself into this roster to be able to play for the Twisted Minds, and the fact that he has been such a core piece of glue just to make sure that this roster is playing together, I do think that that ended up working out for them in the first 2 maps.
I think it's some of the leadership needed to come in from UB side of view, for POV rather, for Twisted Minds, but also the fact that it's more difficult to be the team trying to counter the Symmetra composition rather than the team that plays it. UB knows how to play it. Twisted Minds know how to play it. You saw what happened when Falcons and Crazy Coon tried to counter it. They couldn't do it. You saw what happened when Twisted Minds in the upper bracket tried to counter it. They couldn't get it done either. It is just easier for them to be the team that also matches Symmetra. If you can't beat it, then join it.
And it has worked out phenomenally so far, at least on New Junk City. But for the first 2 maps, it did feel like Twisted Minds, they definitely had the great read. I think Quartz as well, being able to just play the Freya. It was such a star, and you get a chance to see the highlight package here from Quartz going through the first 3 maps of the series. And that's why we look at him as a potential MVP of this tournament, as well as this grand finals. Whether it has been the Freya, the Sojourn, we also saw a little bit of the Cassidy as well in the New Junk City because that Sojourn had been banned out. I think that he's looked amazing, and he's been a really core staple of this team.
And this is the other thing, is banning out Quartz Sojourn from Twisted Minds POV is a really interesting choice to make, because that has probably been his most consistent hero. However, the belief system from TM says that they would rather have a Lambda without a Sojourn than worry about Quartz without Sojourn, because they believe, look, we'll just have no Sojourn. Lambda won't have it, Quartz won't have it. We're going to come down to Cassidy perhaps, and Quartz will just win that battle, which is exactly what happened. And look, honestly, so the ban situation has been really kind of crazy, because Alcatia has done like 3 tank bans in a row. I think Junkbuck is protecting something on that side.
He must, yeah. And I mean, it was a big question mark. What are you banning for 2 teams that do have similar hero pools and similar styles that they'd like to play?
Some of them have to be a bit throwaway, right? You have such a long series,
the Hawk,
you should expect, you should definitely expect to see some of them, though, at least be, hey, we can save the really strategic bans, or the ones that are really going to kind of hit where it hurts the most, for later on in the series. Because if it goes to 7 maps, then you're going to need to have some of that gas left in the tank. So Reinhardt, you can make a case for the Roadhog, though. They definitely do look like protection bans as much as just like throwaway for later.
You definitely can't make a case for the ball, unfortunately, because there's no ball players among the tanks available in these 2 teams. So what I'm really seeing here for Alcatia is they want to just, in my mind, protect the D.Va, right? Ziad's been mainly playing a lot of D.Va. They're shying away from wanting to go into the Ram mirror. I think for Twisted Minds, far more willing to put TVNT on towards the Ramatra. And for Alcatia, you know, this is, so far, it could be that Junkbuck is just saving better bans for later on in the series, because, you know, we could go to 7 here, but you've also just now lost 2 maps. So this is the other side of that tail side of the coin flip, where are you saving strats? Possibly, but are you 2 maps down for that sake? Yes.
But now that OWCS have won, you have to look at this next map and say, well, is a D.Va ban going to be on the horizon? Because if OWCS have been protecting that for so long, now they kind of can't do that. So with OWCS winning, Twisted Minds now get a chance to have their map pick, and with that ban coming through as well, it could be the D.Va.
And I also want to point out some of the support bans that Twisted Minds are going for. Map 1, Lucio, Map 2, Kiriko. They're really trying to also prevent the Zarya from showing up on the OWCS side as well, because, you know, they're removing some of the speed boost, some of the sound barrier that would be really helping out the Zarya. They're removing the Kiriko as well. Some of the key pieces of the Zarya comp is going to be the Lucio and the Kiriko, so pushing things more towards the Lucio map. So you're seeing, starting to see just more of that Zigguard D.Va. Obviously, D.Va playing well with that Symmetra, but part of that is now going to come through where we're setting up the fact that map 4, with Twisted Minds now being in the driver's position to actually have a ban. I think D.Va has to be top of the list.
We've already seen some really important support bans, though, and I actually kind of wonder what's left, because you mentioned the Lucio, the Kiriko. That has been sort of a staple for both Landon Calyx as well as this backline of Simple and Funny Astro. But do you ever consider banning out like a BAP?
I don't think it's as valuable. I think Lucio Kiriko is far more prevalent in this series so far. Just take a look at TVNT stats. Obviously playing a little bit more Ramatrix, even do the Nemesis blocking pose.
Has to be like more in front of his face, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
TVNT forever.
Face card isn't hitting if you block that one.
So true.
No, you gotta keep that one alive and kicking. Yeah, man. I mean, this could be, of course, the start of a comeback for OWCS. What do you feel Twisted Mind has to do to stop them in the track?
It definitely comes, I think, in the form of a D.Va ban. And the fact that they've already won 2 maps in the series, they are open to that. But I think there's also another piece of the equation. What if we end up seeing a swap come in from Twisted Minds to bring Psycho in?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to end up happening, but it could still come through. I still suspect a Symmetra ban at some point. And actually, the more I think about it, the more likely I believe it may actually come to the OWCS side. And the reason why is because if Yubi is in, obviously we see the substitutions up first, and if Yubi isn't subbed out and that ban is available from the OWCS side, they ban away the Sim, they take away Yubi's Sim. I think the rest of Yubi's hero pool will be hurt a lot more than Checkmate's hero pool in terms of, okay, they can both play the Tracer and the Mei, but Checkmate has been mechanically the better player on those heroes. So actually, I think OWCS at some stage may opt for a Sim ban as well.
Especially because we still have Push in the pool. That is definitely a map that you could use that on.
I was just about to ask, where do you think Twisted Minds is going to be most comfortable heading towards in our next map?
Ban away the D.Va.
Play Kings Row, New Drink City.
I think they're both pretty good. I think both Push and also Flashpoint. I think Flashpoint may be a good one to get rid of that D.Va coming through. But
we just played New Junk.
Yeah.
So you could do like that on Dorado or something like that.
Yeah,
if
actually
you go
Dorado,
to
no D.Va. Push it more towards a Ram, I guess.
I see the coaching gears turning. I'm loving it. I mean, we can only guess here on the desk, of course. The teams are still discussing. They're trying to figure out where they're headed next. Again, quick reminder, of course, that Twisted Minds, they are self-coached, you know, self-taught little crew there. Yubi taking a big portion of that coaching, but he did say in the interview that it is a team effort, and they just like, they kind of just talk amongst each other. So there's no like preset game plan. I think when you're team-led like that, then a lot of it just comes down to like the feeling, the vibes, like whatever just happened in the last map.
And on the opposite end, you got Junkbuck in the dugout somewhere. He's really trying to figure out, you know, how far he can push, just kind of protecting the tank spot for now, but also, as you sort of mentioned, Rose, maybe doing a couple of throwaway bans. Definitely the Wrecking Ball and Roadhog would seem to fall into line with that. And the concern here is, well, they have lost a couple of maps, so at some point, if Twisted Minds, they're 2-1 here, they hit that 3 and they reach match point, and we then hit that map 6 scenario that I talked about, guess what? TM will be in the driver's seat. They get to pick the map 6, reset the map pool, and go anywhere they want.
That's where you were getting ahead of yourself, I think, with the Flashpoint with the Symmetra ban, right?
I mean,
because we could
go back to a Flashpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Well, for now, it's OWCS who has to catch up. Twisted Minds currently in the driver's seat. 2-1 the score. It's a 1st-to-4 series here in the grand finals between the two teams. So let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And the stage is set for a beautiful series here. I mean, I was a little worried on those opening 2, Matt, that we were in for a bit of a beatdown. But Casilla pull it together in a very big way. And the fact that Twisted Minds feel the need to swap near the end of that map, I mean, there's a little bit of confidence slippage there. And honestly, I felt that there was a massive stylistic shift from Casilla in that 3rd map. They really slowed the pace of the game down. They waited out those Ram cooldowns. Instead of making these aggressive TP plays and brawling where TVNT on the Ram is just getting work done, you slow things down, you make this a game of poke, whereas Ziad's D.Va is eating up all that damage the Quartz would love to be putting in.
Yeah, and obviously we don't know the map selection just yet coming on through, so push or escort would be the ones we would see. I think we're going to Shambali. I think you could... Do you get rid of the D.Va here?
It's got to be a D.Va. I mean, the way OWCS are banning, it's really telegraphed. I think that they want to play this D.Va. They think they can win the matchup against Ram. And honestly, I agree with them from what I've seen across the whole tournament. This series has been a little bit closer. But you do have the Sim ban in reserve if you want to respond with it. And instead, it's going to be Route 66. I think this is because TM actually know that the Sim ban could come in here. They should expect it. Because if they do ban D.Va, that's a very powerful tool you have to attack Yubi with. And instead, it's actually, interesting, it'd be the Wu Yang ban in response.
So I thought they would actually go to Shambali because they have the option for TM to play some of these, like, the Wu Yang kind of compositions, right? With Bunny Astro, he's been nuts on it.
That's true. It's another really impactful ban because it targets the flexibility of the TM backline that we've been highlighting.
So it gets rid of one of the big tools on the Twisted Mind side. And this is the D.Va ban burn. Route 66 as the map selection. That one definitely catches me a little bit off guard because this is not, like, this map wouldn't strike me as a strong, like, sim map either.
And the other thing about Shambali is that, you know, yes, you might get sim banned, but Yubi could go to the Mei and still look very solid as he has in the past, so.
Or win it through the backline. Win it with, like, a, a Wu Young Kiri backline, right? That they most likely can't answer to the same effect. So definitely an interesting strat here for TM. This is not one that I think either of us expected. Now you also, I mean, the sim ban could come into play, let's say. If TM were to lose this, we go 2-2. Now you pick like a Runasapi, let's say. Alcatia could get rid of it there, right? And which Runasapi is a very good sim map. So maybe you do pick this though, Jake. Some longer sight lines here. You can play the Freya, get some high ground, and Lambda, as I was talking about, doesn't exactly want to go to that at times. Would much rather prefer to play the Sojourn.
Freya versus the Soj. An interesting matchup. I don't think it's that favored one way or the other. Really up to these players. And Katsuya, they've done this on many maps before, setting up very aggressively. Could look for 3 defensive fights on this first point. So look out for the very aggressive moves, the quick resets from these defenders, Twisted Minds. As they come out of the gates, they need to read this hold instantly and decide their response. This should be well drilled for them.
Quartz is right around the corner, knows there's going to be players here holding close. Kellex takes some shots. Ziad gets right in there, body blocks it, eats some of the damage.
Quartz fearlessly wide on this angle. Takes a bit of pressure, but continues to put it down. Ziad getting low, needs a lot of support to stay alive. Starting to tick down, Twisted Minds inching the cart forward. Katsuya can't allow it if they want to multi-fight this map, but Ziad just runs out of gas. Labda finds one, but this close to the TM spawn, any trade is a good one. And Labda sacking on the cart, taking the reset. Kellex as well.
And Twisted Minds, they definitely look more comfortable than Alcatia playing some of these Ramatra-based comps. It's not like Ziad can't play the Ram.
But this is TM's map to win.
This is what TM wants to do. So, Fort's already basically near a bola shot. You see Ziad almost dead before he can even get in. Vortex thrown in. Gonna slow down the advance here from Alcad.
It's a very early push from TM. If Katsuya could just weather the storm, they've got a lot of cart time to give up. And as the cooldowns run low, hold on, Kellex caught in the flank. Quartz shut down. Funny Astro reading that play beautifully, and Quartz looking for more, dives in on top of the sim. TV from Checkmate slows the play down, and it's gonna turn into a final retake, but now very telegraphed. Quartz knows exactly where they're coming from. Ziad into the car wash on the Ram, being cooked from all angles. Landon doesn't find the chance to pop the Kitsune rush just yet, and Twisted Minds snowball through first point.
And they are just punishing Ziad as he tries to move into some of these chokes. The Vortex in the mix after all that damage that comes down from Quartz. And then Quartz is watching another angle. Kellex is going to go out there, try and contest, stop that payload from moving. Does not even make it. Hit with a bola shot. Let's look at this. I mean, the car washed it up here.
Oh my.
Quartz getting control of high ground. The Vortex, the slow, You don't want to push out of here. It feels so brutal.
Yeah, they're coming down to the bottom right here. A wise decision. Maybe can path directly to the payload. Bypass this Twisted Minds high ground hold. TP out for now. Into the house. Straight into the fight. Landon rips the rush. They're on top of TVNG, hitting him from multiple angles. Punished on the forward tank from Twisted Minds. They hold the rush for now, but this looks very solid for Alcatia, retaking the map. They do not want to give up trades here. Want to assert full dominance. Quartz up on the high ground, looking for kills on his way out. And he will find Labda. That's a beautiful final kill to find. It will open a power play for TM on the next retake.
But those are the types of fights you want to take if you're Alcatia, right? You're stuck in these chokes. You go to that high ground, you're not able to get out. You have to move fast through those chokes. And they're actually able to get rid of TVNT. Now the rush comes in from Landon. They're able to get rid of TVNT. He's got the Annihilation rolling. It wasn't impactful at all.
Now an unanswered rush. OC pop from Labda. The stim wall up in his face. Will he step through it? So risky to make that move. Yubi takes a huge risk coming through that. But the stim wall zones them away for now. Katsuya playing this slow. That is rush and stim wall out. I mean, these are powerful ults deployed. Katsuya staying alive. Now it's their turn. Popping the stim wall, creating all the space. Twisted Minds have to fall back. Have to play this high ground, but they're happy to have this position.
I mean, this is where TM wants to play. You get control of this high ground. They're not exactly going to TP in on you. You have the cart. The map is somewhat flipped.
Quartz has so much room to work. The beat protects. Funny Astro with a much later beat. TM starting to pull this card away. Ziad, the Annihilation, keeping him alive for now. Denying some of this aggression is now Katsuya, since it's their turn, stepping up, putting the pressure onto his TM. The high ground control means everything to Labda's so incredibly low. Damage from Quartz though cannot get cleaned up. And it's this duel on the high ground feels so important. Labda, Quartz, old friends, now enemies across the table. Ziad goes down to Yubi, and the pressure maybe getting to Katsuya. The rush comes in from Landon, but already 2 bodies down. Labda finds one back, but surely a healthy TVNT will clean this up, and it's Quartz on the high ground, undeterred.
I mean, he is just uncontested up there on the high ground. Just kind of vomiting damage down onto the side of Alcatia, as that'll be a 2nd point here for Twisted Minds. As they're gonna ditch that Soj, gonna go over to the Cassidy. So they definitely want to play a little bit more brawly with this type of hit scan.
Yeah, and a tool that could limit Quartz, especially as we come into this inside portion of the map.
I mean, some sick ultimate advantage here for Twisted Minds as well.
Flanking TP, very nice. Bola shot doesn't seem to find much for the moment, and Labda punishes Quartz, the counter pick. Working for now, the rush out from Simple, but Ziad denying the movement of the cart, can't hold it any longer. Yubi comes in with a TP, finds 2, and now Katsuya forced into a desperate reset. A more expensive fight than TM would have liked, though. I think that's the best you could hope for from Katsuya in that engagement. Draining a few of these key team fight ultimates, looking to make a hold on Route 66 last point.
The stim wall here is going to be crazy in terms of strength.
So true.
As we get towards the end of the map, maybe one more fight here for Alcatia on their defensive side. Stim wall comes out. It's going to split off this high ground.
Ziad steps up to the plate, but he's all alone. He's isolated behind this stim wall. Getting poked from all angles. Ziad goes down. The Sports just can't get him in that angle. Katsuya down players, the cart rolling forward. Someone has to touch. Someone has to be the hero. But Quartz continuing to put that pressure on. Yubi doing the most as well. And Katsuya just cannot make it to the objective. TM, an absolute blitz offense on Route 66, and Katsuya left scrambling, looking for answers without that trademark diva.
So you see why all of those tank bans coming in from Alcatia, protecting the diva of Ziad. Obviously, can play multiple heroes. But as we saw there on New Junk City, just dominant on the diva. We take a look at the stats. Some brutal ones on the side of Alcatia, as that was as good as it gets there from Twisted Minds on offense here on Route 66. Jake, they finished with above 2 minutes in the time bank. That's like an eternity on this map. Very difficult to complete Route 66.
Yeah, to do it with more than 2 minutes in the time bank is insane. I mean, we almost never see a dominant map finish like this. So Twisted Minds making a compelling argument here that that last map on New Junk City was just an aberration. Looking to go up 3-1 in the series to put themselves on the verge of claiming our OWCS 2025 World Finals trophy. Waiting out there tantalizingly in the middle of the stage. They've got to earn it. Still more to be played in Katsuya. What do they have? How can they bring this back? You just have to get this over the line in OT. You just have to trigger one more round.
As the gates open, it'll be Alcatia coming out, playing that Sojourn yet again. Labda's preferred option in terms of the hit scan. Quartz, though, on the Freya. That consistent damage, time and time again, putting pressure onto Ziad. Already a little uncomfortable, not piloting the Diva. So you see Ziad rounds the corner. Shots going in over the shield. The main tank of Alcatia here from Quartz. He has been able to farm these Bola shots up rather quickly. Nemesis form here used by Ziad as they try and wrap.
Checkmate, taking an angle here onto the high ground. Twisted Minds patiently rotating away, running this clock out, kiting these Katsia players, but Katsia happy to have this high ground on Big Earls. A lot of position from which to work. And Quartz trying to strike back, but not finding the angles just yet. Does get a good connection on the lab, and the burst is good. Come on! This guy is unstoppable. TP over on the high ground. Kellex not ready for that rotate. Punished down. Yubi's right in the mix. And is desperate for Ziad. Checkmate looking for trades. They'll get nothing.
And I think Labda, like I had discussed, doesn't want to play the Freya, but at this point, you need to.
Has to.
You have to match that consistent damage output coming in from Quartz. But this is something that Twisted Minds, they obviously love to see. Their hit scan on one of his preferred heroes. Now Labda in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot. Can obviously play the Freya. Would much rather play the Sojourn or the Cassidy. Shots to the high ground here.
It's one thing to play the Freya, Matt. It's another thing to match Quartz. Firing on all cylinders, drops down to 1 HP, and the Sim Turf from Checkmate cleans him up. Labda finding a crucial kill, making this field just possible. Simple drops the rush. They won't back down. They're continuing on in this fight. Landing a few percent away. Katsia weathering the storm for the moment. Yubi full energy on the Sim, but still traded. Rams both finding kills in this fight. And Katsia looking to clean this one up. They're gonna have to just fall back and push the cart. TM still alive, still holding map control, and right back into the engagement. TVNT wastes no time, gives up almost no card pressure whatsoever.
It's a Bola shot that comes in from Quartz, doesn't connect with anybody. Double support ult available, but they lose Labda as the Kitsune rush drops.
A furious barrage of fists here, the annihilation as well, but the rush still deployed. Katsia strong as a unit here, fighting together, staying alive, using these reduced cooldowns, but they'll have to back off. Without Labda, it's just too hard. You can't find that damage to overwhelm TVNT's front line.
Yeah, and he's got the annihilation going at that moment, even though the rush is there for Alcatia and Landon. TP to the high ground here for Alcatia.
He's flanking, he's in behind, onto the Lucio, the explosive bolt connects, Kellex is down, and Quartz hunting for more, peeking from every angle. Feels like he's all over you in this map, playing as he pleases. Full resource from Funny Astro's Lucio. Some big bullets from Labda are gonna slow him down for the moment though. Check that aggression.
This may allow though, Jake.
Quartz is down!
Oh, that's huge. Twisted Minds, it's gonna actually be Yubi with that Sim wall. Bola shot comes in from Labda. Funny Astro holding on to this beat. Don't think you want to invest it just yet. The Sim wall still protecting them.
TV behind. Yubi putting some big damage down. Labda is low. Remember, Quartz coming back up the respawn soon. This fight is going very long, getting stale into the action. But finally, Katsia took almost the entire 4 minutes, but they'll get some momentum going. Twisted Minds still have one more shot at this.
You can get another fight here for TM, and you're going to have double support ult. You're going to have to be playing it into this annihilation, though, that's going to come in from Ziad, and most certainly a sound barrier as well. Quartz getting dangerously close to that Bola shot. We've seen time and time again. He drops those right on top of the TPs if you want to take it. One more fight here.
Rush on the point, full aggression, Labda fights Quartz, a critical fight to win. The beat comes out from Astro and Kellex. Twisted Minds though, they're bloody and bruised. Katsia look to clean up this fight, keep us going on Route 66, but Yubi has found Checkmate. He's still healthy on this Sim. He's still standing tall, and somehow, TM, despite the pick, it's Yubi's turn to take over the game. Twisted Minds take a 3-1 lead in this series, put themselves on match point. Trophy only inches away now, a victory in their sights. They want to be our newest champions, and they just have to find one more map. 3 chances at it. Katsia must be perfect from here on out.
One more map for TM. Labda gets the first pick there on the court. Support ult used there for TM. You think it might be good enough for Alcatia. Yubi just a tank.
I mean, that, honestly, you got to give so much credit to the support line from Twisted Minds.
Without
the
a
fact
doubt.
that you can lose Quart and keep the composure, keep the faith on Doobie, keep him alive, and clutching that fight. I mean, that's got to be a gut punch. You know, Katsuya must have felt they finally won that fight when Lambda opened up onto Quart.
Yeah, and I mean, simple. 17-1, above 13k healing, above 6k damage. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, the Diva ban most certainly pays off here for Twisted Minds. So, you know, you also see Quart here on the Freya. Just a great map for the Freya. We thought potentially this is going to be a double, like maybe they go to Shambali, maybe they play that double flex support backline we've seen a lot of teams do. Simple and Funny Astro can most certainly do that. The Wuyong gone here, so not an option for Astro. But with that Diva gone and playing that Freya up in the sky, extreme long ranges, constantly pestering Ziad with damage, forcing out cooldowns, and then Yubi and Co, so smart, knows exactly when to go in with that Sim TP and the mobility. And Alcatia, I mean, they put up a great fight here at the end, but no damage down onto Yubi. He is just dancing on through there, getting charged up on the Sim. And TM, they know they are in full control now of this series.
You can start to see it on their faces, the excitement creeping in. They just have to stay disciplined enough to find one more map, and surely with 3 chances, surely that trophy will be theirs, Matt.
So now, we go over to what will be a push map. New Queen Street or Runasapi. If you're asking me, it's most likely going to be Runasapi. A new Queen Street seems where teams would like to play the Winston, the ball, things along those lines. Potentially an option, though, for Alcatia if you want to maybe take away some of the Freya, right? Sojourn really good on New Queen Street. So we will see where Alcatia decides to take us.
This is a critical test for Alcatia. It's going to be their last preferred ban of the series, their last chance to throw a haymaker, and you must turn the tide here. Ziad's Diva, though, will be back in for the remainder of the series.
That is true, Jake, but they were dealing with it early. It's just New Jung City that we see them not able to deal with that Diva pressure that Ziad is putting on. It's the pressure all on Alcatia to clutch up. They have been so good throughout EMEA all year long. They make it to the finals of our mid-season championship. Not good enough to get it done there. They run through teams here in Stockholm to make it to our World Finals, going up against their rival who lately has had their number. And in this series, that looks like what is happening here. What is the response from Alcatia? Tournament life on the line here coming in to this next map. Their map selection, their first ban.
Obviously a must-win map for Alcatia. You have to just be focused on this map. Just get one. Just keep the series going. You can't start to think about what lies ahead. The gauntlet, a map pool reset. If we go to maps 6 and 7 in this series, Twisted Minds is going to get a map pool reset. They can pick any map except for those that have been explicitly already picked in the series. So you could pick, you could take us to Ilios. You could take us back to Escort. Reopening all of those options. So you have 2 incredibly powerful map picks coming down the barrel for Twisted Minds. But for Katsuya, it's just a matter of survival now. Just getting to that point feels like a Herculean task.
To me, it doesn't even feel like Twisted Minds is thinking about that. They are thinking that they smell blood in the water.
They want to do it in one.
They can get this done here and now on our next map. So we take a look. It is grand final stats from the support line here of Funny Astral and Simple. Twisted Minds backline. And we haven't even really seen them flex to some of the stuff that we've seen throughout this tournament, where Funny Astro on the Wuyong putting out insane amounts of damage has not come into play just yet.
Funny Astro, just a legend of the sport in the main support role, has been at the top of his game for years and years now in the Overwatch scene, and here he stands ready to claim a trophy a world championship in the OWCS era, flanked by Simple. And TM with the absolute throwaway ban. Katsia banned the Brig, wanting to ensure that the D.Va has full space to work with. I think wise. However, Twisted Mind's just oozing confidence.
Nothing they feel here relevant to get rid of. We will see Alcatia there. So, as we go into Brunasapi, what these teams decide to play. Alcatia, you imagine they are falling back to that D.Va straight away. It's a pretty good Ramatra sim map, though. Some options here for Twisted Minds on the other side.
Needs to be perfect now from Katsia. They're on the cusp of elimination, and they've come so far. It's been such an incredible journey for them. Undefeated thus far in Stockholm. It's been a beautiful run. They have not faced this kind of adversity yet in this tournament. The last time they were in a grand final, they couldn't get it done. And I'm sure those moments in danger of being replayed over and over again in their minds for these players. This is the culmination of not just this year, but years of effort. Nearly a decade of Overwatch experience here on some of these players. And it all comes to this, having to dig deep in the disadvantaged scenario when it just feels almost impossible, when people might start to doubt yourselves, might stop believing. Katsia have to just dig and find that strength. Someone has to step up big time on Brunasapi to just keep them alive in this series, just to get deeper, just to have one last chance, a couple more attempts.
And Alcatia have to throw everything into this one. Tournament life on the line. World Finals on the line. As we head into Brunasapi, we had showed the bands a little bit earlier talking about it. Is Alcatia getting rid of the Brig? So this is even to empower Ziad even more. They feel like their win condition is Ziad doing performances like he had on New Queen Street. And for Twisted Minds, one more map standing between you and a world championship.
Both teams gonna roll out with their preferred style. Katsia, can they find this boa constrictor feeling, just playing it slow, grinding out the cooldowns, or will Twisted Minds be able to swarm over them, connect from these fists of fury? TVNT's Ramatra has been devastating in these brawls. You've got to keep it controlled. You've got to stay focused. Katsia, though, the pressure is immense and mounting.
TPs come down from both teams.
Katsia so low.
Alcatia take it just for a little bit, but they do take some damage from it. Nice disruptor shot. Yeah, Labda getting a lot of value with that.
And TVNT has a defensive form here. So Katsia are going to start to pull this card away. Instead, they turn to put the pressure on. Checkmate goes down, but Labda has found the trade. Yubi, though, getting energized, has clutched out fights before in this series. Labda with the second. This is a perfect time for him to come online in this series. Needs more and finds it. Now Twisted Minds, it's just Quartz and TVNT trying to stand tall. Labda tries to dive in, but the Mega snatched away. TVNT still in this fight. Ziad, maybe enough health to get this done. The Matrix denying any chance. Can he stay in the suit? Just barely. Landon takes out Funny Astro, and I mean, a fight just doesn't get much closer than that, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, an all-out brawl to kick things off where Alcatia comes out on top. For a second there, I was a little bit worried, Jake. They were allowing Yubi on that off angle to start getting the beam rolling on the sim, that ramping damage. He was fully healthy. And finally, they're able to take him out. It's, oh, you lose Kelix here at the start. That's a disaster of a first blood there for Alcatia. You lose the Lucio, not everybody else able to make it out. You don't gain much progress at all there for Alcatia off of that.
That's a painful one. Kelix has to keep his composure in this spot. That puts Funny Astro in the driver's seat with a lead on this sound barrier charge. Labda does get his one. He's been rock solid in this series, despite facing off against Quartz. I mean, few players could be so confident. Labda does have that first OC.
No,
but it's a hard place to open up.
This is a massive fight coming up here. Twisted Mind's gonna have absolutely everything to work with, could make a strong push towards checkpoint. They win this next fight. They push TVNT up onto the card here. TP comes in, OC from behind.
Takes the TP, gets the wide angle, but isn't finding the connections just yet. Simple has pumped that Kitsune rush. Whoa, slide forward from Labda, so aggressive. Maybe a misclick there is punished instantly by Twisted Minds. A gift given and received. Quartz, multiple kills in the fight. And Katsuya, the nerves maybe bearing down on them. It's a relatively expensive fight for Twisted Minds. The ult bank does tilt towards Katsuya, but I think TM are going to be more than happy with this reward of checkpoint push.
We'll see if they can get there. Probably another attempt here for Alcatia. Double support ult here to stop Twisted Minds from getting this checkpoint as Ziad steps up just a little bit. They do give up the checkpoint. They end up going in with the rush.
Very early rush, and it's just guided.
You can back.
Twisted Minds. Funny Astro laughs in the face of that rush, and they're right back into the engagement. They're not even yielding much space. Yubi, maybe a little bit of overconfidence there, stays close, gets punished. The beat is too late. Kelix with a much better response. And now TM down their Sim, lacking damage in this frontline pressure fight. TVNT pulls the trigger on the ultimate, trying to clean this up. But Checkmate has outflanked them now, and it's his turn to clean the fight on Sim. TVNT stalled out, finds one kill, but nothing left to find in the fight. Ziad just barely hangs onto the suit.
Just a little bit too late there on the beat. Doesn't keep Yubi alive. It's a large source of damage, especially against the D.Va. TVNT pops the Annihilation of TP from Checkmate & Co. They go directly on past him. Not getting cooked by that Ramatra. So now Alcatia. Let's see though, Jay, can they set up one of these, like, maybe they go with a Sim TP with a bomb, a la Twisted Minds when they decide to play these D.Va comps. This TP around here, getting Labda into a better position.
Labda gets a bit of space, but doesn't want to swing wide just yet. Sim well deployed now from Checkmate. Something to work with. Twisted Minds, no ultimates, just have to outplay with the Sim TP. They've almost done it, but Landon somehow takes the head off of Yubi, and that leaves TVNT hung out to dry. Twisted Minds forced into a desperate stack onto Cart, and Katsuya will retake the lead.
They get checkpoint as well. They don't have to use anything there outside of the Sim wall. Yubi and TVNT try and like flank around past the wall, maybe try and set up like a little of a pinch. Yubi gets caught early on. Simple has the rush, but no way you're investing it in that type of scenario. Down your Sim yet again. 2 fights in a row. They lose Yubi early.
OC comes out. TVNT just can't get the resource. Everyone hiding. This Sojourn has been on fire this map. This has been Labda's turn to take over a game, delivering a heroic performance when it was needed most. And TM now falling behind. They may have more better maps in this series, but right now Katsuya showing real signs of life, real fight in this series.
Yubi just farming up some damage down here.
But he's so low.
Kitsune rushes on both sides. Ziad actually finds Yubi here, so Ziad get rid of this Sim yet again early on, and now Ziad can go to work.
He's doing everything in this fight. TVNT has that Annihilation rolling. The self-destruct will zone him away for now. And Katsuya just getting meter after meter of progress, building up this lead, building up this advantage. They don't need to commit in this position. Playing slow for now. Discretion the better part of Valor. Twisted Minds, though, it's their turn to clap back with an ultimate bank, and Quartz doesn't even need it. Finds that opener onto Landon, and Katsuya in a sloppy reset. But they've got a lot of lead to work with, Matt.
They do have a lot of lead, but the ultimate economy here trending a little bit more in favor of Twisted Minds. So you have obviously the Sim walls on both sides, sound barriers on both sides, but you know, maybe Quartz just shuts all that down. Open things up with an OC, find a pick.
This ends now.
OC popped, just the odd exposed, trying to fly out, saving that mech for now. Quartz is gonna get a shot, though here's a chance and he takes it. Checkmate down. Katsuya, difficult choices now. They choose to just hold off. The Symmetra is such an integral member of this composition. You do not want to take that fight without her. Quartz maybe looking to force the issue, but this corner, such a difficult place to turn.
Oh, I mean, it's the defense matrix there from Ziad as Quartz looking with the 100 energy there to line up yet another railgun kill. They have to turn, they have to get rid of the TP. Respect the fact that Yubi may go through it. Ziad dangerously low.
Sim wall's traded, Ziad getting low, the Sims building up that energy. Katsuya have to yield the cart for now. Both Lucios looking to have the better beat. Katsuya go first, Funny Astro with the better response. Quartz just barely gets the beat in time. But still they're chasing him, still they're hunting for more. Yubi finds Checkmate. The cart being pulled away, Ziad has taken down one. And yet the other 4 from Twisted Minds still healthy. Still pushing this cart. And if they retake this lead now, Matt, it's dire straits for Katsuya.
And Ziad cannot get demeched. They know there's one more player here though, Kelix. trying to get out of harm's way. That's going to be the Kitsune rush here over by the point.
Ziad can't get that self-destruct online. Landon fighting with the rush. It's not enough. Overwhelmed. Glad the desperation OC refuses to give up this lead, but he may have no choice. Got to see a team wipe on the map, and Twisted Minds looking to complete this map, looking to potentially close out the series here and take home the trophy in Stockholm.
And they lose Landon here late. Courts building up towards yet another overclock. Fortunately for Alcatia, Ziad, a second life, the self-destruct. May have to use it quite early.
Nice heat of destruct. TVNT finds Labda. This could be it. Zion, self-destruct, back into the suit, but TVNT still healthy, still brawling on the point, and Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again with the OC finishing their longtime foes. Twisted Minds rise as champions to take their place among the stars, a new champion in a new era of Overwatch. EMEA on top, and it means so much to these players. They gave their full heart into this one map.
Twisted Minds are your world champions. They get it done here against their rivals from EMEA. Court, tremendous all tournament long. The back line as well. Probably feels a little bit bittersweet, knocking out their friends, their rivals on the side of Alcatia. But Overwatch has a new team on top on the global stage. Twisted Minds, an unbelievable run here at the World Finals. They shake hands and they move closer towards the trophy. This team, we talked, coachless. They come in, they are dominant performers here as Yubi, he makes a beeline for that trophy.
Stockholm, your OWCS 2025 World Finals champions, it's Twisted Minds!
Some of these players have had great moments from World Cups in the past. And now, the OWCS World Champions here in 2025. Court, phenomenal all tournament long on the hit scan. TVNT, really it was him on the Ramatra, right? You know, playing Diva for a lot of the tournament, going to the Ramatra here in the finals, made a huge impact. You can see Alcatia, they were a little bit worried about some of those bans, needed to protect that Diva at all costs. Psycho, sometimes the coach, sometimes in the lineup. That is it for me and Jake. Thank you very much for joining us here for our World Finals. But let's go to Adam and Danny on the stage with our world champions, Twisted Minds.
DreamHack, would you please one more time make some noise? Your 2025 OWCS World Champions, Twisted Minds! What a moment! What a moment, what a moment. We'll give them a second to enjoy their time in the spotlight. Your world champions, everyone! All right, let's get some more, Congratulations, Twisted Minds. Let's get you guys just lined up here for a second before you, just come forward here, fellas, come forward here. Come forward here, Japs, come this way. Congratulations, you are world champions. Of course, how does it feel to be a world champion right now in this moment?
It feels so nice. The team worked so hard for this moment, and I'm very thankful that we became world champion today.
Simple. Fantastic stuff today. You guys finally made it. You guys are the world champions. How are you feeling? 지금 일단 우승까지 끝까지 달려서 열심히 하셨습니다. 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
지금 솔직히 꿈인 것 같아요.
Honestly, it just feels like a dream.
It's been an incredible 5 days here as well. Yubi, talk us through how you're feeling right now, the crowd here. How has it been to experience this here at DreamHack? Tell us about the team, how well they've played the last 5 days here at this tournament.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank all the players here from Psycho and the Reset, and I want to thank the Honor team to trust in our roster, and we bring him the trophy. And also I want to thank Willy V and Brain and Emo. That's it. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, funny Astro. I'll go on that side. I'll go on that side. In our previous interview, you said that you had something up your sleeves, and you guys definitely did have something. Can you just, now that you guys are the world champions, give us the sauce? What was it?
Oh, we didn't really have anything. We were just kind of making it up as we go along.
That's incredible. TVNT, I want to ask you as well. Earlier on today, you had a matchup against Al-Qadsi. It didn't go your way. You came back in that final. It felt dominant. What did you change up? How did you do things differently to make sure that you grabbed hold of that trophy?
In the start, we tried to play with Psycho to counter Sim, but I think Sim is still broken. We can't counter it now. So I just play with you and win it all.
Excellent.
I mean, we got KS and Psycho here as well. I want to hear from you guys. Finally, Twisted Mind, you guys won it all. How are you guys feeling as well?
Feeling pretty amazing. My team won. 4-1. Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Psycho, anything you want to say?
I mean, thank you so much for all of you for coming out here. We couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you guys so much. This is a dream come true. If you dream it, you make it true, like Willy V would say.
I also want to, 1 second here. I do want to make sure as well that we all acknowledge that the MVP of our entire competition here, a certain someone, your MVP, it's Courts. I mean, listen to the world. Incredible. Courts, the MVP, any words you want to share with the fans here and the fans watching at home? You've been incredible.
I would like to thank all the fans, all the people that attended today, even the ones watching us online or at home. They've been supporting me incredibly, and I've been seeing it all, and I really do appreciate it. I would like to especially thank the Saudi fans for supporting me throughout my whole career, and thank you all.
Incredible. On that note, one more time. After Courts is ceremoniously lifted in the air, of course. Twisted Minds, please make your way back to the trophy to lift it once more. Give it up one more time for your 2025 OWCS World Champions. It's Twisted Minds!
The salty lower bracket run completed. History has been made today. Two teams finding themselves at the very end in a grand final here for the World Finals. And it is Twisted Minds coming out on top of this one. You saw how much it meant to these players on that very stage.
It is just so inspiring to hear the story of Twisted Minds, coachless throughout the season. Yubi just being so humble in terms of how much he has really impacted the team and getting them this success. And to see this all hard work culminate at the end of the year in a grand finals championship win, they must be feeling so proud of themselves.
And they did it the most difficult way as well, the most unique team. They're saying, we don't need a coach. We have Yubi. He's the captain, he's the player, he's the coach, he's everything the team needs, and even more so. A team that had to go through the lower bracket, had to beat all three Korean teams. There's no fluke here. There's no mistake here either. And then to have your tournament MVP, Courts, as well. I can officially say it now. I think everyone agrees as well. He's the best hit scan in the world. He went through Merit. He went through Proud. He went through Lip. There are no further questions.
An unreal performance every single day of the World Finals as well. Like, even when things seemed to slow down for the team, Courts picked it back up. He was hitting those shots. Absolutely phenomenal. And we have to talk about the fashion with which Twisted Minds has gotten this done. They did not take that sim mirror in the upper bracket against OWCS. OWCS, they don't seem to win those sim mirrors against them, even though they win it against every other team in the world. But against OWCS, they do not bust it out. And to make that switch here in the grand final and commit to it, incredible.
So funny that Funny Astro was just like, yeah, we were kind of making it up along the way, but I think that you have to give so much credit to the leadership that UB does bring to this roster. The entire team working together to make sure that they can actually have the correct strategies to be able to deal with this OWCS squad. We've talked about their win-loss record throughout the 2025 calendar year, whether it's been a part of the Overwatch Champions Series or a part of the Saudi E-League. It was OWCS leading the charge. They had 10 match wins versus 9 match wins for Twisted Minds. But at the end of the day, Twisted Minds, they do get the win and they're able to equalize that.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing made up about this grand finals victory here and this entire warpath for Twisted Minds. And it goes back even further than Stockholm, goes back even further than OWCS 2 years ago at BlizzCon, at the Overwatch World Cup. 3 of these players, KSA on the bench, on this Twisted Minds roster, but on the Saudi World Cup roster, alongside UB, alongside Quartz, they won the Overwatch World Cup in 2023. We asked the question back then, is this the rise of these Saudi players shooting up the ranks in terms of their own personal skill? 2 years later, through the OWCS, they proved themselves up against the very best of the best. Again, no further questions to be asked here. They came across and defeated all challengers to say that now, not only are they the best, but Europe, EMEA, maybe in general, are the best.
I mean, Labda was on the part of the second place roster, OWCS. So I think you're right on the money. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this has been their time to shine. All of these players really coming out. And I think a lot of that is in part to the Saudi E-League. You have such a major proving ground for a lot of these competitors, and they're able to prove themselves not just there, but also on the international Overwatch World Champions stage. And just, I hope they're able to enjoy this moment.
Look at how happy that confetti made Funny Astro. I absolutely love it. Yeah, they get their opportunity in the light here, posing with the trophy that they get to take home after this incredible year. Because it wasn't just today. They have been so dominant in their region as well. It was fantastic to see them just a few months ago in front of their home crowd as well, stepping it up to another level with the fans right in front of them there as well.
Yeah, and just so happy for these players. A lot of them have had such long careers as well. Talk about guys like Funny Asher, who's had a long career in the Overwatch League and has had tastes of success then. But since then in the OWCS area, it's just been a lot more difficult. Again, guys like Psycho saw some really overlooked players, some newcomers, TVNT, all of these guys that really haven't had the opportunity. We never thought that within 2 years of the OWCS that they could overcome the entirety of the region of Korea to do this. I mean, never in my wildest dreams could I believe that not just this one team, but 2 teams, and maybe even further in the future. A lot of questions now being asked internationally about how we're going to start ranking things. Is the age of Korea over? The hegemony of Korea dominance has finally ended in the year of 2025. And that just means going to next year in 2026, anything is possible. Psycho said it. If you can dream it, you can believe it.
Yeah. Put that one on a t-shirt, honestly. That's quotable of all time. But honestly, it's just been really working for them all year long, playing this particular composition. They were dominant with it. And even though everything was viable for other teams, there was just no real counter when you go up against them specifically. May have worked against other teams, but they fought their way with this symmetric composition all the way to the grand final. This is the journey that they took, that had to take a dip into the lower bracket in order to make it.
That's the thing, right? They had to play through so many different games. They had to play through 3 Korean teams. They had to go through the lower bracket. They had to play through 3 matches just today, including the grand finals, which is the first of 4 as well. So really, I mean, there's just nothing else to really be said about how much effort they had to put into this win. They left it all out there.
They really did. And I mean, all the teams did though, right? We've seen phenomenal performances, even from teams that made an earlier exit. It's been so much fun to watch their journey through the regular seasons, through all our LAN events this year. Let's talk a little bit about the big takeaways of this year and also of this World Final.
Wow, I mean, it's just so amazing to see how competitive the Overwatch ecosystem has really the fact that we had Korea on top for so long, and now EMEA has overtaken them, and we still have North America and China rising. Japan, Vero, they were such a pleasant surprise in this tournament as well. And so I think the future is so bright for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. And let's just talk briefly about the meta we saw for this event as well. It was so wide open and so varied. It was fun across the board.
Yeah, we had a lot of great matches and great metas throughout the year, and also throughout all the different LAN events that we had here. Well, 3 in-person events where you start to slowly see the build-up of EMEA dominance, and we kind of got that feeling at the mid-season championship when REBROADCAST reached that final. Unfortunately, they will once again reach a final, but just be short. And shout out those players as well. I'm sure they got great careers ahead of them. We saw so much potential, and one day maybe they will also get to lift this World Finals trophy. But I'm sure they're happy that if it wasn't them, it was going to be the compatriots from EMEA and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think throughout the year, throughout this competitive season, we saw a lot of new faces taking to the imaginary stages as well during the regular season. I think a lot of those players we will be seeing back again next year. Necra, Arrow, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure of being able to pick your guys' brain. Of course, also a massive shout out to all of our casters calling the action throughout the last couple of days. Man, your voices are gone. You guys gave it your all. It's been phenomenal, so exciting, and so hype to listen to all the action. Also, of course, a big thank you to our partners and to all of our production for making this possible, and a big thank you to you at home watching and supporting this program all year long. Now the World Finals are over. We crowned our champions in Twisted Minds. EMEA on top. History has been made. We got a little glimpse earlier this week as well on what's to come in 2026 for Overwatch Esports. The future is bright. For now, it's a good night. Good night, Stockholm. Good night, DreamHack.
Remember the time when our hearts were synced and our thoughts connected, expanding our size. We can clear the cache, burn it all to ashes, and attack. Our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let our fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, keep your unity loaded. While the world is burning, keep your head held proud. When the cities crumble, scream their name out. When the world quakes underground. Fade into black. A new scene starts and the stars we're charting, defining the map when we pull the trigger and attack. Our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let our fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken. Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the